what they did to her was ungodly and unfair. Nobody deserves it.
Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 4 of the Sean Finnegan trial together. This trial is set to last 1 to 2 weeks if you're watching it live with me, including the punishment phase, and by that I mean it's a death penalty trial for the murder of 36-year-old Jennifer Paxton, and that was in December of 2019. So, welcome Fashionista Pro B, welcome to membership. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for sharing purple hearts, everyone, in honor of the victim, Jennifer Paxton. Purple was her favorite color. This necklace is purple. It just shines all different, you know, but if you look at it, like if I look at it, it's purple. I hope it shows it, you know, on screen. Sometimes with the lights and the camera, it doesn't always show it so nicely, but it's a purple heart in honor of Jennifer Paxton. Her family shared with us in the chat that her favorite color was purple, so that's why we're all doing that. All right, so I quickly want to show you something before we dive into that. This, I want to show you. Whoa, so somebody, as you say, as I always say, I keep all my sources anonymous. Somebody sent me like a background check of Sean Finnegan, and I'm like, oh, he was in Florida a lot before he got to Tennessee. He was in Florida. Now, what all did he get up to there? Because he was 52 years old when he committed this kidnapping, torture, SA, murder, all of that stuff, okay? And what's not part of this trial is CSAM related charges. What all did he do in Florida? So if anybody knows something and saw something about him in Florida, still call the authorities, because it might help in other cases or for other victims to get justice, you know what I mean? So if I'm just not going to read every single thing, like, you know, one by one here. I just want to show you, it says disobeyed or avoid traffic device, and you could just see here it says source state Florida, right? Misdemeanor, license suspension revoked, driving under the influence, fleeing a police officer, driving while intoxicated, fleeing a police officer, battery, second degree misdemeanor, driving with a license suspended. They've got disobeyed, so these are all just license related ones for now, right? So license suspended, revoked, and then first degree misdemeanor, driving under the influence, fleeing a police officer, possession or selling or delivering diazepam, driving under the influence, fleeing a police officer. There's so many charges. There's so many charges in Florida. Even again, this is again here, this diazepam, fleeing a police officer, which is not usually a good sign. What are you running from, bro? What did you get up to? Especially for what he's been caught for now. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Carol Clark says, still a citizen. Just look at it. I mean, it's 92 pages. Okay, this background check, and a lot of it includes all these former charges. Here's the second degree felony, possessing a firearm or electronic weapons or devices or concealed weapon. Here's I'm going to spell it out for YouTube, an OPIUM, delivery, sale, or manufacturing. Okay, possession of a firearm by a felon, burglary. Okay, here he's got a felony CF3 burglary. All right, and then says something about distract, convey, unoccupied, theft to deprive. He was a thief before? Elite said, what was the battery one? I think that it was related to his ex-wife, and apparently he also has a daughter. I think it's related to that. So, burglary again, theft, burglary. Look at that. It just goes on and on. There's grand theft as well. More burglary, you see? And then there's all these addresses and all that stuff. Oh my word. Okay, so there's that one. Now, what I want to do today is what the judge did this morning was, remember yesterday we heard that they're going to start at 8:30 without the jury being in the room. The jury was instructed to come at 10 o'clock, and they were going to have what I think is called a charges conference, just discussing all the charges, before they finish up. The state apparently has 2 more witnesses. I don't know if the defense has any witnesses or if Sean Finnegan will take the stand or what's going to happen there. We'll have to see. But what they did for over an hour was go over all of these. Okay? So instead of us just watching them for an hour or more, just read over these and, just iron out any creases, discuss, is the state happy, is the defense happy, like this on the documents, obviously for when the jury has to go and deliberate. I'm just going to show it to you like this. It's a much more efficient use of our time. It wasn't that interesting to see some of that, and it's not because I disrespect the whole process. I understand why they do it. It's just sometimes I don't want you guys to get bored and then leave the stream and be like, whatever, or for replay watchers. Here it is. This is what they discussed. Except, of course, not this one. Ooh, you can see some of these. Oh, these are the ones about the minor. Ooh, I've got a few documents, but the point is there's 18 counts, 18 in the indictment phase. Remember on day 1, before the opening statements, it's timestamped for you, where they went through each and every count. And I think there were 18 counts, right? Oh my word. So this is, wow, look at that from 2020. I have another document somewhere. I must find that. Let me see. I think I pulled up the wrong one. Now we saw the others though. Look at those charges. Look at this. This is all about the minor, 20 of them. What? Okay, yeah. Janice like, well, wait. And Carla says, we will never leave. As I listen and do hair. Okay, cool. So anyway, the best thing to go if you want to re-listen to all the charges, which is all about first-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, abuse of a corpse, all of that. There's 18 counts, okay, that the jury will have to deliberate on. So that's what happened there. So let me quickly fetch for you the trial day. I'll give you a preview of what it was. And also, before we do that, I just want to see if I've got my little presentation here, because I added some things. So many things all the time. Wait. Yeah, okay. Quickly, let's look at this before we get started with the trial day. The victim, just a quick recap for those of you who don't know, Jennifer Gail Paxton. She was born on May 7th of 1984, and she, the date is listed as August 6th of 2020 when her body was discovered. They believe she was murdered between the last week of December or so of 2019. The police said initially between December 1st and 31st. And the timeline narrowed during this trial to about December 23rd to the 31st, somewhere there. All right, so Janice says 18 counts they have to agree on. I think so. From what I understood. Remember, I'm not a lawyer though. So we'll see when it is actually all the jury instructions. Today was really just to, go over all of the paperwork before they get to closing arguments and the jury instructions for this guilt phase of the trial. Then there'll be the punishment phase. So she was born on May 7th of 1984. Her mother's Patricia Dinwiddie. She has one brother, Paul, and several children. She's actually got 7 children. And so investigators believe that she was murdered in December of 2019. Her body was discovered on August 6th of 2020 in Oak Ridge, Anderson County, Tennessee. And she was buried in Knoxville, Tennessee, which is where she's from. Now I'm going to change this picture later, as soon as I'm done with this, and I put the trial day on. Grizzly Capt has found some more pictures for us from her mother's page, and my goodness, she was so beautiful, so she looks a little different to these pictures we've seen and that one we've seen, and just all the pictures that we found of her. She was such a beautiful lady. So I'm going to put that up, all right, later. I just wanted to get to, we've gone over this whole timeline before, so if you missed it, it's part of the trial prep, okay? We saw Rebecca Dishman testify, and she's already pleaded guilty, and she's got plus 50 years for those charges relating to children. All right. Now here, I wanted to show you this quickly, which is also, Grizzly Cat went down the Facebook rabbit hole and sent me some screenshots. So I just thought, okay, let's take it with a grain of salt, but let's look at some of these screenshots. So firstly, Rebecca's, one of her Facebook pages says, Rebecca Elizabeth Dishman is with Sean Michael Finnegan. And that was August 1st of 2019. And it is alleged that that's when they started dating. That's when she also then moved in with him. So things really escalated quickly. If she moved in with Sean Finnegan, she was 22 and he was 52. She called him daddy, okay? And so they shared the same kinks, which later turned to like the most disgusting, depraved things ever. Based on this case, of course, and everything that we've learned, unfortunately. And pictures that I've censored out. Do you remember that? Do you remember what they did to each other? No, we don't want to go over that again. But anyway, so they're in a relationship with Sean Michael Finnegan. So it does show it. She did show it on there as well. And then, Shaman, Jennifer Paxton's mom said on July 16th of 2020, her body had not been discovered yet. Her family didn't know what happened to her, where she was. Last they knew, she was experiencing homelessness and living in a tent and didn't want help, right? Are you saying my volume's gone low? I don't know if it's because I got the aircon on or what, but I'm speaking quite loudly. Okay, and so she posted in July, well, it's just 3 days until my birthday. What I wish is my daughter to be found and return to me. Lord, this I pray. Shame. And I can't remember exactly when. I think they said Patricia Dinwiddie, Jennifer's mom, has passed away. So I don't know if she ever got answers. That is so sad, but shame, man. The family was really looking for her. Okay, my audio is good. Great. So I've redacted some of the names here. Sorry, I see there's one still up here. Just hold on one second. A little better. Okay, so someone says on Facebook, it's just a screenshot from lots of Facebook chats, and as I say, from the rabbit hole. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for taking one for the team and going down those Facebook rabbit holes, because there's quite a few of them in this case, right? So they say about Rebecca's parents, because she said both her parents died when she was 18, right? So we've all been curious. So they say, dude, one was legally blind, the other was on oxygen. They could barely even get up, let alone do anything with her. They was well in their 40s by the time they even had her and had health problems. There would have been no help. I grew up with her since I was 5. She would catch frogs in the creek behind her trailer and squeeze them till their eyes popped out. Oh my word. So Rebecca's always been a little bit interesting. That's one way of putting it. A little bit sinister. Based on that, which is taken with a grain of salt. Or a pinch, if you prefer. So they say she needed help from a very young age. I feel like if she would have been able to be helped, I just never imagined she would go this far. It's hard to wrap my head around this still. I've known and been friends with her since we were both 5. And they say, yep, what's scary is the day that she left my house, that Sean Finnegan dude tried to grab me and said he dragged my boyfriend out of the car, and he had a knife on his side from his hip to his right above his knee. I'm guessing a Bowie knife or some. That was when she called the cops and said we kicked her out and pushed her out the car and threw her stuff in the road and stole her car. She couldn't even drive. I always took up for her and stood up for her and kept her from being bullied until that day. I haven't spoken with her since. Interesting. Sarah Seasons is like, oh no, serial signs. I mean, it sounds a bit scary, right? Then they say this girl seems very sad in all her pictures. I wonder if this man has done this before and uses young women to help him get his victims. What they did is horrible. I noticed his page is all about him, and he says he's single. His friends are mostly younger women. I bet this guy is a narcissist and a psycho. I hope they both get the death penalty. And so they say, actually, yes, like 5 years before this happened, somebody replied, right? Before this happened, he kidnapped a woman and held her hostage. She told him that she needed to go get her daughter, and he thought that he was going to have another female too. But when she went to get her daughter, she ran and went to the police. Oh, okay, so there was a little more. We've heard some of that. But okay, he wasn't in jail long. Oh, it's from Facebook, so take it with a grain of salt. But still, I'm like, oh, there's a little bit more that we're learning here. He wasn't in jail long and apparently did a lot of the same things to that woman as he did to this victim. You see? I think there's other victims. I think there's other victims out there. I hope they can solve other cases. Or if some of the other victims are alive, I hope they'll come forward, even though it's scary, so that they can get their justice too for what he did to them then. Okay, so they say, I saw this on a relative to the victim's page. He's from Montgomery Village. He lived up Joe Lewis. He used to beat the ish out of his wife and daughter. I think the daughter went into the state's custody. I want to say her name was Vivian. She was redheaded, tall and really skinny. Then a couple of years ago, he was arrested for beating another lady almost to death. Also, this is another article of this guy who's done this crap before. He was 47 years old when he kidnapped this woman. Now they say Sean Finnegan is the guy's name, obviously the defendant in this trial. Reed Road, Louisville is being held in the Blount County Detention Facility on bonds totaling $150,000, pending at 1:30 p.m. February 2nd, hearing in Blount County General Sessions Court. Okay, so that's what we have. Little snippets from Facebook there. Just a little bit of interesting things, right? Oh my goodness. So let me now put the trial day on. All right, now we've got to resize it because we showed lots of documents and things. So let's do it like this. Today again. Our source is Law and Crime. Thank you, Law and Crime. There's so many, there's a lot of news channels actually covering this case, which is interesting to see. Sometimes it's only Court TV or Law and Crime. We'll do it like this. And so I'll show you quickly what they're doing here.
conspiracy to commit secondary murder, and conspiracy to commit voluntary manslaughter. Anything else the defense would like me to add?
No, Your Honor.
Then next, count 10, conspiracy to commit aggravated rape. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offense of conspiracy to commit rape, conspiracy to commit aggravated sexual battery, conspiracy to commit sexual battery, and conspiracy.
You see, they're going to read it like that for about an hour. All the charges, all the counts, 18 counts. So they read through everything and just make sure they discuss it, iron all that all out. And then after that, they have a break. So this happens for quite some time, right? Lee says he has a daughter. I hope he never heard her. Allegedly, based on what we find there on Facebook, he may have a daughter, may have an ex-wife as well. I'm still shocked that somebody had asked him, to babysit, and thinking of what they did there, which again, I say, that's not part of this trial. Anyway, so let me just do it like this so we make it nice and neat. All right, so then they took a long break. They told the jury to be there at 10, and then the judge actually said to the state and defense, okay, let's all come back at 10:15, and they were actually even a little bit late, which is why I delayed my stream a bit more, so that we can just defluff teleport like this. Wait for it. There. Ooh, wait. Catch it. There. There is the judge. Okay, so let's go a few seconds back.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. Anything before I bring our jury in? Anything from the state? Anything from the defense? If you bring them in. How about rise, please?
Lee says, look how cute Judge Ash looks in his casual clothes. I know, right? He's so sweet. I do want to say, in case that upsets anyone, that you wanted to sit there and hear all the charges being just spoken about between the judge and the attorney, I will link this stream for you, the original stream that has no commentary. If you prefer no commentary, just watch on Law and Crime or Court TV or all the other, I think it's WBTV. There's many news channels covering this case. So you can watch there, right, if you don't like commentary, number one. Two, I will link the full stream for you in case you want to just see that first hour or so where they just went over that. Okay.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. Record reflect all our jurors have returned, so good morning. Hope y'all all had a nice evening. The lawyers and I got here at 8:30, been working ever since to help with a couple of issues, so I appreciate them being here. Been on the bench now for about 30 years now, and when I think back at my career, I think sometimes when I made issue or when I ruled on issues and stuff, I was like a tank. I just shoot with the answer and then move on. And then, so I'd gone up to New Hampshire. Yeah, I think it's New Hampshire. To speak at some seminar. So I go out, run on a boat, and I see this lighthouse. And this lighthouse just gets pounded all the time by storms. All that. And I thought, how does that lighthouse react? And I thought, well, what it does is it keeps on shining its light to help people. It doesn't get mad. It doesn't cuss at the wind or doesn't yell or anything like that. So that meant a lot to me. So now every time I go to work, I separate, I keep a picture of a tank and a lighthouse. And it reminds me to try to be a lighthouse instead of a tank. I forget sometimes, to be honest. But it's helped me. It helps me be a better judge. It's helped me be a better dad, a better husband. Because I think, and it's what I'm saying to the people I care about or working with, am I being a lighthouse or a tank? So if you see this picture up here, that's what that is. All right? Okay. You already call your next witness?
Oh my word. He's so cute. This judge is like, okay, gonna be a lighthouse or a tank. That was cute. Okay. So special judge Don R. Ash. If you don't know why there's a special judge in this case, you gotta watch part one, the trial prep. Okay, not part one. It was called trial prep just the day before day one. Everything's on the playlist for you.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Malcolm Uher.
Okay. They're coming.
It'll be witness number 23.
Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. You raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. If you'll say both your first name and last name and spell them both for me.
First name's Michael, last name's Uher, U-H-E-R. Michael's M-I-C-H-A-E-L.
And if you'll be sure and speak up in that microphone, that'll help everybody hear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Questions, gentlemen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us what agency you worked for back in August of 2020?
Oak Ridge Police Department.
And what was your rank and duties at that
I
time?
was a captain. I was, it's kind of a joke. They said I was over everything except the patrol division, everything from animal control to CID to narcotics.
Were you working in that capacity on August 5th and 6th in 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
In your role as a captain, were you called in in an investigative capacity on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Don't recall the exact time it was. It was late at night. I know it was dark, and can't remember if Lieutenant Hines contacted me, but they said that they had a girl that they had talked to, and that she had went to several different police agencies to report a homicide, that her boyfriend had killed a girl and had her in a freezer. When I first heard that, it was, yeah, of course, right? At first I was skeptical of whether or not this was real, but I responded to the police department, and they were gathering a search warrant based on the information that they had obtained, and a search warrant for the house.
So as a result of the execution of that, did you participate in an interview of Mr. Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you see that person you interviewed in the courtroom today?
Yeah, he's sitting over there in a blue and white checkered shirt.
May the record reflect that he's identified the defendant. Yes. Who else was present at that interview?
Detective Marvell Moore.
All right. Did you have a full investigative file before you did this interview?
No, ma'am.
What kind of basis of information did you have at this point?
I received information that this man had killed this woman and that he had choked her. Information that possibly hit her with a baseball bat and had kept her captive, killed her, and locked her up in a freezer.
Were you present for the interview of the other person who was present in the house when this happened, the reporter, the complainant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you interviewed Mr. Finnegan, did you read him his Miranda rights?
I did not. Detective Moore did.
Okay.
I was present when he did it, though.
Was he given the opportunity to look at the form himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he indicate that he consented to speak to you?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I had him initial. Marvell Moore said it, and I reiterated, please initial each part of the Miranda and the waiver as you understand it, and he did that.
May I approach?
Sure.
Do you recognize that form?
I do, ma'am.
Could you tell us what it is, please?
Pardon me?
Could you tell us what it is?
It's a Miranda rights form and a waiver of those rights.
And whose signature is on that?
Sean Finnegan's, and saying correct that it was Sergeant Marvell Moore at the time.
And are their initials indicating each separate section of the rights waivers?
There is by Sean Finnegan, SF, yes, ma'am.
Move to the state's evidence as exhibit number 53. Thank you. Did Mr. Finnegan make any incriminating statements to you in the course of this interview?
He did, yes, ma'am.
What's the first thing that you recall that he admitted to you?
The first thing that he said to me was that he had met this girl where he worked at the Pine House in Knoxville, and she agreed to go back to the house with him. Said that she willingly came back to the house, and said that they had sex upstairs in the bedroom, and he needed to use the bathroom and urinate. Not the terminology used, but for the courtroom purposes, to urinate. And she wanted to take a shower and get cleaned up. And while he was urinating, she had went back downstairs naked. And when he came down the stairs, he heard screaming. And he initially told me that Rebecca had hit her with a baseball bat. And then he said he flipped out and says, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?" Then he told me that Rebecca cleaned up the blood from where she was hit in the head with a baseball bat, and that the girl just voluntarily walked up the stairs with them back up into the bedroom.
So after she had been beaten, she walked up. She meaning the victim, you mean?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Jennifer.
I think he testified that she was beaten. He testified she was hit in the head.
Okay, so after she was hit in the head, the victim, on her free will, walked up the stairs.
Just his initial statement was, "We brought her up the stairs," but then later he said that she just walked up the stairs past his mother wearing a hoodie, which is very conflicting.
Okay. Did he make any statements about the freezer?
He did. He said he rented the freezer and had it delivered to his house. I found it a bit odd that you have a freezer delivered to the upstairs bedroom closet, but that's where he said he needed to put it so his mother wouldn't see it.
Did he make any statements about what had happened to Jennifer Paxton's clothes?
He said he disposed of the clothing. He said that he got rid of the clothing, and I asked him, was that because it was evidence? He said yes, he didn't want to get in trouble. He didn't want to go to jail.
Did he say anything about the baseball bat?
He did. He said he got rid of the baseball bat, and he said it was long gone. He got rid of it early. He threw it away. He said that.
Yeah, I don't know if any of those statements are helping, obviously, Sean Finnegan's case at all, right? You know, damn, he said a lot, huh? He said a lot. Rob said it sounds like a bunch of bullcock. So obviously they're saving, the best witnesses yet for last. Oh my goodness.
He had put the clothes in the trash. I had asked if they were bloody clothes, and he said that they weren't that bloody.
Did he make any statements regarding the victim being restrained?
He did. He initially said that Rebecca had chained her up, and I made the comment, chained her like a dog, and he said that Rebecca chained her to the bed, but that he had tied her up using strings that he had laying around the house. He later said about the chain that he allowed Jennifer to go to the bathroom. And then he said that Rebecca told him to put the chain back around her neck, so he wrapped the chain around her neck, but he indicated that Rebecca was the one that put the lock on it, taking some of it away from himself.
Objection to his opinion about.
No sustain.
Yeah, just say what the statement was, he said.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this an interview recorded?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Was that audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that video and believe there's an accurate representation of the interaction that you had with Mr. Finnegan on that
Yes,
early
ma'am.
morning?
Yes, ma'am, it is. And I actually, first time in a couple of years, watched it last night, and it kept me up all night.
Your Honor, please.
I can only imagine. Okay, so if you guys are new to this case, if this is your first day, just like being here and saying, what's this case about? It's really very, very hectic. It's very intense, very gruesome, very upsetting. So just know that. It comes with a trigger warning. You might hear some bad things. And check out the trial prep if you just want a good overview of what you're getting into here. Because, oh my goodness, shame.
No, we let video.
Joe, when you watch this video, there's some places in there where you may see editing, and that's editing that I said that needed to be removed that wasn't relevant to the case. So if you see something skipping there, don't fill in the gap. Remember that that's something I did, and I just want you to consider what's on the video.
Can you tell us if you need to turn around a bit
Okay, please, cameraman, can we look at it? Can we look at it?
to see it? Who is that we're seeing on the screen right now?
I'm sitting to the left in the chair, and that's Sean Finnegan sitting there with his back and left shoulder against the wall with the outlet right behind him. On the right.
And hard to tell, but is there anyone else there in the room?
Detective Moore, yeah, I'm sorry, because I couldn't tell. He's sitting right at the lower part of the screen where that play button is with his hand on a notepad.
No, normally it's like terrible audio because we have to hear it from the court. So it's like blaring in the courtroom, and then when it's streamed, oh man. So buckle up for some probably terrible audio, but hopefully we can watch it. Hopefully we can see some of it. That could be interesting.
Understand what your rights are. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer who advises before he asks you the questions, and to have a lawyer who will be giving questions. If you cannot afford a lawyer, or want one, a lawyer will be appointed for you. If you want to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to you. Now I'm going to read your lawyer rights. I have written a statement of my rights, and I understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, or no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. Okay. The time is 5:50. Okay. And if you understand those,
So right now they're just reading him his Miranda rights and asking if he understands. That's what I can hear so far. Please remember that I was actually deaf for 2 years and I had my stirrups replaced in my ears, so my hearing is not great. I'm glad to have gotten some hearing back, but it's not the best, okay? So I'm listening as much as you, like, wait, what? They said what now? But I can hear it's Miranda rights and saying, do you understand? Do you understand? Please don't tell me we're going to have to watch it like this, or we're going to have to sneak a peek over the shoulder of the attorney here. Like, ooh, okay. Again, are we on a flight now and we're just looking at what the person in front of us is watching? Oh, okay, what are they looking at? Okay, cool. If we catch a sneaky preview of what's coming up, look, when I hover over here. Oh, we're going to see a bigger screen of it, because this is unacceptable. What is this? No, we don't like that. We don't want to look over the shoulder the whole time. Sorry, lady. We have to watch over your shoulder for now. He actually looks a little nervous today. He's got a different look compared to the other days, don't you think? Look at him. Look at him. Micro changes in expression there, but like, oh, are you feeling small? Are you feeling like an earthworm? and scared. What do you think this face looks like? To me, it looks like a worried little boy. What? We literally can't hear anything. Let's see if they show us the screen a little bit. There. At least now we can see something. Okay, let's move ourselves here. Here's the officer. And there he is in the corner. Okay. So, this is from August 6th of 2020, by the way. That is months after Jennifer Paxton was murdered. She was murdered in December of 2019, and her body was only discovered in August of 2020. So technically on the calendar, it's actually 7 months and a few days. They keep saying 9 months throughout the trial. I've also said 9 months because it just visually seems like 9 months, but it's actually like, 7 to 8 months later. El Serduk, sorry, now your sticker's covering my face because I made myself smaller so we could see this police interview. Thank you so much for your sticker there from Australia. Very nice, thank you. Like superhuman hearing, oh my goodness, and more. Okay, so all I can hear so far is like, I didn't do it. He's like trying to blame Rebecca for everything, right? Typical, but okay.
that he was doing trying to protect you and your girlfriend. I understand. I didn't have to. I came home and she flipped out on me. She was not normal. She was bipolar, schizophrenia, all that, you know, and she flipped out. We've been arguing for the last couple of weeks. Well, she was a burglar. There's an officer came by today asking me about a body in the refrigerator, so I took her out and put her under the bed. I didn't know what to do with her, officer. I didn't know. I was scared. I don't know what to do. I tried to cover it up. That's all I tried to do. So I left the shoes in my bedroom for 4 days. She was still alive. Did you go for her income? Tied up. And when she was tied up, yes, because I wanted to get out because of everything that happened. I was just like,
Could you tell us what he said just now?
He said,
Could you please tell us what he said, please? Like, nobody can hear a thing. Okay, yes.
yes, she was tied up because I didn't want her to get away because of everything that had happened.
but my girl got mad again and just took it out on her. She, the whole thing was just altruism. That's all it was. And sent it all away. That's all it was. It didn't end up that way. It was the marks on her leg. No marks. She got marks on her leg. She choked her. So, I mean, she told me she choked her. Yes, I was there. Yes, I covered it up. And as far as I went, I had to hide it for my protection and my girl. Forgive me from all the times that I did not do it. Okay, I'm telling you the truth. You choked her. And I did not listen to the program. I really did. I did not. I know you choked her, okay? And I know why you choked her. I'm not worried about that. I know you were scared. Okay? I know you were scared. Maybe you were scared of your girlfriend. I don't tell you she wrote something to me that you don't know you were attacking her. I know you were. But I know you choked the girl because it takes strength to do that. She's got strength. She's got a white you. And without major strength. And it was like, you beat me up the other day. I got to lose back into me with your string or what? I don't know. You got that. No, I was not. I came home to her being dead. I'm telling you, officer, I came home to her being dead. I did not touch her. I did not. I did not do it. Yes, I admit I covered it up. I went out through.
So I think we can all hear that he repeatedly says he didn't do it. He admits that he covered it up, that the body was in his home. Okay, but he didn't do it. So he's saying it was all Rebecca. It was an accident. He says when he went upstairs, it was an accident. He's not involved. Yes, afterwards, they tied her up because of everything that happened, which also makes no sense whatsoever. But there's just a lot of I didn't do it, right? Okay. I know this is absolutely terrible audio quality. We are at the mercy of the court feed and, of course, in the courtroom because they have to make it loud enough for the jury to hear everything. Then, unfortunately, it doesn't go so well on capturing it on camera for the streams and all of that. So, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it besides boosting it, which I have done. I boosted it as much as possible so that we can actually hear a little bit. It's terrible audio. I can't really skip this now. I do want to see I want to see it with you, and also then it looks like they go to lunch. So this is what we have. And then we have to wait for them to come back. As I say, today's a little bit of it's Friday in the courtroom,
I put her in the freezer. I didn't know what to do. What you tired of? Just strange. It was kind of good. Strings. your sexual orientation hurt, you know. We were playing around, she's like, I gotta go take a shower, so I was like, okay, go take a shower. And she came back downstairs, I went upstairs to take a piss and, you know, kind of get ready. And I was a bunch of screaming, I came downstairs, she laughed at me, I don't. You saw her walk. Yes, one time I was coming down the stairs, and I was like, what are you doing? Where's your brother? Back. I don't know. When I came downstairs, I seen the bad thing, and when she did, she fell, and that was it. It was so quick. All the locals. It was a little bit. She cleaned it up.
Damn, Pernille, you can hear it? Okay. Pernille said, oh, I'm going to repeat these words now, guys. I went upstairs to take a piss, came downstairs, and I was like, what are you doing? So that's, thank you, Pernille, for at least hearing some of what he's saying here. If anyone can hear, I'm listening as hard as I can. I'm trying very hard. All I could hear is, I didn't do it, I heard that, okay? But that's interesting. That is what the captain said on the stand now. So, okay, I went upstairs to take a piss, came downstairs, and I was like, what are you doing? Do we believe him? I don't know about that.
Yes, she had it on the floor, yes. For 4 years. It's one of her fantasies like that, too. I don't know, she told me it was part of a fantasy. I really had to help me do that as a fantasy. You know, for 4 years, she was part of the murder on the floor. I guess. 4 years. We fed her, we gave her water, we didn't starve her. I went to the bunk table on the wall, and she had to scream. So she had to scream at the she knew she was being all brutal. She didn't scream, she didn't do nothing, obviously, because I was nice to her. I was like, please, I don't laugh in my way that she did, but I'll take care of you. And then she played over her head, all my stuff, she bleeding up, she got a broken arm. I took shit, I wrote her down, and I cleaned her up. She fired up, and she's not screaming, she don't want to try to get away, she don't think to do anything else to her, she just overheard herself and said to her, what's like your mom? My mom, I tell me that's why there was no screaming, my mom was right next door. Yeah. So I seen her.
Okay, so we all trying our best here. Pernille said, so in quotes, so that's what he said. I don't know. She told me she hit her over the head and there was blood on the floor. And Kathleen says, we didn't starve her. Okay?
I'm telling you. Because we looked at the opposite, but I'm telling you, I did not do this. I mean, what kind of life was living with a man for 9 months? Well, now, this is what I figured out, but I thought it was just kinky sex. And you got around sex, and she wanted to get in trouble with that, but that kind of stuff happens. Yeah, it does. I mean, that kind of stuff happens. We can have a weird sex life. But what your girlfriend married him? Rebecca Dishman. Because you're the one telling the story that's all about Rebecca. Rebecca hasn't said it's all about you. I'm just telling you how it is. Obviously, I know you found the body. What you want me to say, I'm telling you the truth of what's going on. I am. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm telling you the truth of what's going on. What about those who wait for the truth? What about those who do it, lawyer? Okay, I'm a liar. You know, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sure this is what I'm trying to tell you. You know that my girl let me do it? I didn't go to the Grizzly over that, but I haven't choked her. I didn't choke her. I mean, it was a shoeless or a string. You used something about that.
So you're saying he didn't choke her, he didn't restrain her.
She was dead. And she kind of got off on it. I was like, you're kind of demented. All over the weather. Back in December. She got in the freezer since then, 8 months. You know what I'm saying? She sat in the same bed with me. She did everything. I should have never met her. She fucked up my life. So after she was hurt, and she lived for 4 days. She broke her in church on Friday. Yes.
Got Grizzly transcribers. Pernille said that he's saying you. Oh, I think the police officer said you seem to kind of get off on it. You're kind of demented. And then I would assume Sean Finnegan says she got off on it. Just blaming Rebecca for everything. KC Zulu said, you don't think my girl could do it? I also heard something about them that she was sleeping in my bed and all that kind of thing. Pernille said she was in the freezer, sat there 8 months. My goodness.
Like I said, we had a weird sex life. I never thought that she would hurt somebody, And we were sleeping in the bed and go over and
for everyone asking, we have closed captions here, so you could just turn it on. Just go to I think it's on the bottom right. Shame. It only picks up a word here or there, and it's not the correct word, unfortunately. Closed captions is also struggling. Those bots are like, what? What is this guy saying?
We got off to her. She got off on it. We know what it's all through and it was all gone. That was it. And then by the time I came home, the 4th night, she was done. She killed her. And it wasn't a kidnapping. I brought her home. She came in the car with me and we brought her home. You can talk to my mom. We had, got to see me in the shower. I let her take a shower.
Doing the classic, I didn't know what to do, I was scared. Oh yeah, like you're the scared one. And Mon says, I never thought she would, but she got off on it. Oh my word. Saying a lot of things. Hypnotized lobsters, and that was it. By the time I got her home, mumble in the shower. Yes, mumble in the shower. Sure.
I guess in your eyes it is. In my eyes it is. All I did was try to help the girl, and my girl got jealous over it. I'm telling you, my girl got jealous over it. I helped her take her to the hospital to seek treatment. I went to jail, she went to jail. You know what I'm saying? As if she did it, but she wouldn't kill me under any circumstances. I didn't know what to do. standing.
I didn't know what to do. I got scared. Yeah, so putting someone's body in a freezer and doing all sorts of other things, terrible things we've heard. No. Don't even lie, bro. Don't even lie. Anyway, you know what will be so helpful is if for any future trials, if the state, if they want to show things like this, if they could just get someone to even can pay for services with like auto captions. I don't know if that'll work in this scenario, but if they could have someone, you know, even from the, I don't know, wherever. I was going to say from the police department or wherever. Someone just sitting, listening, and putting on some captions. Of course, the sound will be better, I think, with the raw footage not being, like, played in the courtroom. But that would be so helpful, even for the jury to be able to just see, in case they can't hear anything, like, to just be able to read along as well. I think it'll be helpful, right? Pernill's quoting, "I seen it in her eyes. All I tried to do was help the girl. I'm telling you, my girl, Rebecca, did it." Oh my goodness. Ashley says, "All I did is try to help the girl." Yeah, right. He's such a helper. He's a good guy. I always say, careful of these with their shiny good guy badges. Let me help you. Okay, great to see some consensus as well with the what he's saying. All I did was try and help the girl. Oh my goodness. All right, so.
Anybody like that in my life, they wanted me. Yeah, I have sex, I have TV sex, I do whatever sex, but I don't kill, I don't do that. With a lot of people, with a lot of people, I didn't know it was going to happen like that, obviously, I did not. Let me ask you a question. What the hell do you think we're going to have after you ever tied up in 4 days? Where you get down and when they just let them go? Oh, that's not right. Don't you didn't want to go like you're doing all that to her? I had sex with her after she was done. I wasn't going to do that. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, that's why you need to get your story right. Right, officer.
Okay, so Pernille says, he said, "I got scared. I never touched anyone like that in my life. Yes, I have rough second and kinky sex, but I don't kill and I don't do that." Okay. And Kathleen saying, he said, "I didn't know it was going to happen." Thank you to everybody with great eardrums for helping us. Thank you. He said, "Pernille, I wasn't gonna hurt her." I mean, Mom, that's what I hear. Blah, blah, blah. It's sex, but I don't do that. That's what I heard.
Outside my job, and she came walking up and got in the car. We were to work behind the house. From my house. Marshall, yeah. We were back up. She was cooking the farmhouse. She got me out there. You've seen it before. We hooked up with her before. Or was this the first? No, I hooked up with her before. You know, the next person I brought her home now. You know, what she chose now. She just went way out. Pulled her from her job. So much as she even chose to stay at the house. I was going to do like 100 hours, you know.
Pernille says, he says, "I didn't kill the girl. I'm being serious with ya." And now it sounds like they're asking if he had hooked up with her before. If that's what I'm hearing, right? Stefan says that's probably his role or mask when he used to, yeah, that's true, when he used to lure vulnerable girls to his home. This little, I was just scared and I'm just a nice guy and I just want to help out and I would never do anything like that. Uh-huh.
Everything got so crazy. It just got so crazy. I didn't know what to do. It's open, but I don't know what got into it that day.
Kai says, this is like listening to Charlie Brown's teacher. I know, right? That is what it sounds like. It's almost like he said, now, okay, so firstly, that Mickey says, all I did, I'd help her out. Right? And it sounds like, yeah, he's saying that. There we go. Kathleen said, we've had other threesomes and stuff. They're talking about other women coming over to the house. And this is the one that I was wondering if this is what he said. I don't know what got into her that day. That's what it sounded like. He said, he's probably talking about Rebecca again. I don't know what got into her that day. Right? Wow. Okay.
Still didn't know what I was going to do with it. I had no clue.
Yeah, he says, I had no clue. Someone's saying it's just like Stefan Stearns in that Madeline Soto case where he's also just like, oh no, I never meant to hurt her. You know, all that. It's that kind of talk. Just like he's so tiny now and so vulnerable. Right. Pernille said, I had no choice but to try and cover it up. Ah, no, dude, you've got a choice. You could call the police. You could turn her in if you really want to blame her. Don't lie, right? Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry for that. Did your girlfriend still having sex with her while she's tied up, beat up, broken? You're getting a blood drop from your girlfriend. After your girlfriend has sex with her. So you're both getting sexual gratification out of this. And this girl is tied up to your bed. Getting ready to die. Well, I did not want her to die. I did not. Then why did you get her out of there? Well, I was not scared. You said that you kept her in a frickin' freezer for 8 months. Don't sit there and tell me how you're scared. That's not scared. That's not a man that's scared. Keep somebody in a freezer. Did you go up the freezer and beat off? No. Huh? Did you go over there and look at her and beat off? No. Did you take her out and have sex with her then? No. Huh? No. Don't sit here and tell me that after the girl was tied up, your girlfriend had sex with her and you didn't because you did. And that your lives need to end. You need to start telling me you had one sexual encounter before she got beat up. Yeah. Before she got beat up. You're right, you did. And then you had another sexual encounter after she got beat up, and she was tied up to your bed. Your girl had her chain. Oh my God! Did she have a chain around her neck? Or she got yes, like a dog? That wasn't me, officer. What was I supposed to do? So what were you supposed to do? Then kill me from our arguments. And that's why you choked her, because your girlfriend threatened to kill you, and I know that. No.
Damn, okay, so Pernille says that he says we had one sexual encounter And I'm hearing like, and the police officer asking, is that why you choked her and all of that? We had one sexual encounter, he says. Yeah, Alyssa's like, let's go, officer. C. Taylor said, is that what the cop's saying, right? That's not a man who's scared. Mm-hmm, right? Wasn't me, officer. Kathleen also says, that wasn't me, officer. And Jay Brad, that wasn't, thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's nice to see. If you can all if you can hear what he's saying, please type it in there. Okay.
Yes. Don't tell me no, you already know it. It's the truth. And you know it. No, I'm saying because you were afraid. I would have to do it, but I did not do it. I'm sorry, I would have to do it. You choked her. Your girlfriend here with a baseball bat, but you choked her. No, I did not, officer. You're a liar. You can call me a liar. I don't call you a liar. I did not do it. When I came home, she was dead, and my girl killed her. I did not touch that girl except for having sex with her. That is gay. And I tried to help her. I tried to get her to help her. You never should for me. Get her over to the water or something. I couldn't get her over. Her arm was busted open. Her arm was broken now. She was talking to the right. Yeah, I didn't try to get her bed. I was going to get her up. Where's the dog? My girlfriend is in bed. I did not do that. Is it your bed? It's my bed. Is it your apartment? Yes. Is it your apartment? Is your mother in there with you? Yes. Okay. You gotta say so. I mean, you come out, she only tried to my bed. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I did not do it, officer. I'm telling you.
And he said, you can call me a liar, but I didn't do it. And Kathleen also says, I did not touch that girl except having sex with her. Mm-hmm.
What was that he just said?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
What was that he just said?
Could you repeat? I wear hearing aids, so I'm having a little difficulty too.
What was it that Mr. Finnegan just said?
I didn't catch it. Could you replay it just a little bit?
He's saying, how come you're not interviewing her?
Yeah, he did ask me how come I wasn't interviewing her, and I had not. Yes, ma'am.
Like video.
I protected my girl. I know, you took care of the girl. You took care of the girl. You left her tied to your bed for 4 days. Yeah, and then you kept her in your freezer for 8 months. I didn't know what to do. You took good care of her. I didn't know what to do with her, officer. I didn't know what to do with her. And you're not supposed to I didn't know about it. You can't. And you go under your bed. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. Yeah? You want to know why? Because you're all closing in on now. When did you go to the store, right? By the cigarette center? Yes. Yeah. We always have. You're doing nervous wreck, right? I smoke 3 packs a day. I'm sure you're nervous as well. You know the cops would be ready to go bust you, but what you did? I did not do it, officer. No, you were. And I knew if I didn't do something with this girl back to the bed, she was going to kill me. I do it when it's I'm saying, I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you. I really take girlfriend fantasies, or ever be hurt, you know. Because one time I touched her and I was going first after her, and I found out she was not ready to cheat on me. So I slapped her in the face when I found out about it. And that was it. And she went ballistic, she choked me. Never recorded? No? You recorded? No. You recorded me coming in back? We had sex one time and whatever. You know, my parents said, well, I like that night for that. Because she wanted it. That was a long time ago. She wanted me to do whatever else on her. She's infatuated. Once she gets hooked, she's infatuated with somebody. And if she feels that some other person's going to take her away from her, she goes ballistic.
Thank you so much to this girl, and Jay Brad says, let her fantasies and go with it, something like that. Sheila, I took the CC off because you could turn it, my stream already has the closed captioning on, so you could just turn it on, it'll be at the bottom, which is why I've moved the comments to the top there now, just in case you need it at the bottom. But they're not making much sense. They're not making much sense, so I took it off for now from the door, otherwise people are going to think that's literally what they said, and it isn't. And I've moved the chat to the top because it's more accurate what... like Pernille and Kathleen and Jay Brad and everyone's typing here that can hear what they are saying. So Pernille saying that he says, we had sex one time, you know, and he's just going on and on, deny, right?
I'm going away to this alone, and it is not to that extent. I mean, he's very pretty, going. I went to work every day, I did whatever. She was possessed, she didn't want to work. She grew up for me when I got home, she grew up. Now we don't go at 5 o'clock in the morning. She knows you bring home prostitutes and stuff, and she asked for it, you know, it's like, you know, she knew later we really had to do something again. So it might be a week before I bring somebody home. You know what I mean?
Damn, is that what he said? Hypnotized Lobster says, she was attached to me. She doesn't let go when she attaches to you. She was molested. Okay. Wow, is that what he's saying about Rebecca? Oh my goodness. Okay. And Pernille says, I went to work every day. Okay, we've heard about that as well. From 5 p.m. normally until 5 a.m. He worked at the Pint House as a cook. All right.
Somebody, but she's into the gruesomes. And I don't know what happened with this one. You really think that the way that you had everything too bad, that you had romance? You heard about it? Yes, I thought about that. She told me she had kids. How many kids? And she said she had 3 kids. She had 3 kids. And you have kids here. When I had one in Miami. There's something happening when you think the kids should learn how it happened to you. I don't really talk to her because the girl I was seeing, she was married. And when we met up that night, we ended up talking and she ended up getting pregnant. I'm pretty much almost on down. So when my kid over your kid ever come and raise you? Have you tried everything with you? No. I mean, I've lived up in Tennessee for 17 years now. We all have kids, and most of us all got kids. You're a kid. You know, nothing. I'm talking about it. I'm always sitting on the porch tonight. How much of this is your mom, though? My mom doesn't know. She doesn't know if they were really good. My mom, she has no clue.
So apparently he said, I've been living in Tennessee for 17 years now. And as we now know, he lived in Florida before that. Okay.
As far as what was going on with that young lady, anybody else that kids still don't know who their mother is.
I understand that.
They need some
Other people do understand that.
I see some people are struggling to find the closed captioning. It's usually just a button that you can press CC on at the bottom right somewhere there. Rob says, thank you for your excellent coverage. Thank you so much, Rob. Really appreciate it. So I'll put it back on, but please know it's not accurate. The closed caption is trying its very best to understand what's going on here. So it's not captioning provided by the courtroom or the video. It's just YouTube's closed captioning trying to understand what's going on, okay?
You still working at the plant? Yes. Nobody ever asked you after you go? No. You know, maybe those for 8 months. No, I was in bedroom in the freezer. And the closet was a mountain bomb, so every day I'd run about it. In the freezer in the closet. I'd put the freezer in the closet. And I know where to put it to hide it. I didn't want my mom seeing it. She had no clue what's going on.
Okay, so you're still working at the pub? And apparently the answer was yes. He worked at the Pint House. Rebecca said he eventually lost his job. And someone in the chat the other day said that she also said due to COVID, eventually the Pint House closed down, which is why he lost his job. So he wasn't like fired or something based on what Rebecca said. Okay. J. Brad says that he's saying, is it him saying it? Quit drinking in the closet. Loba Volcana says the freezer in the closet. Okay.
And they were able to take people over there downstairs. The one had to hit there.
This is hard to hear. She can't really hear a couple officers tonight. They noticed it.
Nalene Smith says that he says, I put it in the closet. I didn't want my mom seeing it. Okay. Ooh, and here's some of this confirmation, if this is what he said as well. She's hard of hearing, the mother. Oh, okay. That's what we all were wondering. How did the mother not hear anything? And we were all speculating maybe she was hard of hearing. Like some of us are. That's like me. Okay. And so, yeah, maybe that is why. So that's interesting that he said that. Hypnotizes Lobster says that he says, I put the freezer in the closet because I didn't want my mother to see it. Uh-huh.
We've seen a 22-year-old girl. We've been together for a year. And also, you got to probably know what to do. I was thinking, I didn't know how to do. I didn't know what to do. I mean, how do you just... I didn't know what to do.
That's true. Caroline Merritt says he refers to Jennifer as it. That says it all. Mm-hmm. And then he says, we've been together for a year, and that does match, because this interview was on August 6th of 2020, and they met in August of 2019, apparently on Facebook, and we saw, I showed you on my little presentation today, a screenshot from Facebook where Rebecca Dishman had actually posted that she's in a relationship with Sean Finnegan, which was in, I think it was August 1st of 2019, and she had testified that they'd only spoken a little bit on Facebook for about 2 weeks, and then she's like, that's it, she's moving in. Yeah, Woody says, must have been Rebecca that helped move the freezer up the stairs. Somebody had to help. She testified that she helped him move the freezer upstairs. So I guess if, you know, I believe her. Someone had to help, as you say. Yes, indeed. Okay, welcome. Zen Jen says, hi, Grizzly's getting a late start today. Anyone that's joining today, welcome. We're looking at day 4 now, watching the trial, day 4 of Sean Finnegan in this guilt phase of the trial. And then there will still be the punishment phase, because it's a death penalty trial, of course. So what we're doing here is watching a police interview that's being played in the courtroom. And of course, hopefully the jury can hear it much better than us. Usually they can. But when it's being streamed, unfortunately, the audio quality is compromised. And I have boosted it, but it's still like, oh man, it sounds like we're listening underwater, you know? So we're trying our best, and we've got people in the chat helping us transcribe what's being said if they can hear it. So Kathleen says, he said, I have no clue, but I know it's going to come back on me. Interesting. And Pernille said that he says, I didn't know that she was into it. I had no clue. I said, baby. Well, yes.
It's my story. It's not a story. It's in a church. Michael God. Yeah, I agree with my girl, but listen to Satanist. You believe in God. Yes. I know there's some people. I'm lying to you too. So nobody knows all right and wrong. Yes, I knew he was too right and wrong, and I knew when I hit the body, he was wrong to do. sexually, she did. And then afterwards, she had sex with her. She had a really big blowjob. That was it. I couldn't even have sex, but she was had it. She went way beyond the point. She crossed over the line.
Okay, so the question is, do you know, so you know right from wrong? Yes. And I know when I hit the body it was wrong, but I didn't know what to do. Oh my goodness. So grateful for the Grizzly transcribers. Thank you so much, everyone, for typing out what you can hear. Ashley R. also said, I know when I hit the body was wrong, but I didn't know what to do with her. Wow. Nikki Watkins says, they don't allow captions for the jury in case the transcribing is incorrect. They need to hear it themselves. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense as well. And Peniel says, she would hurt my girl. She would hurt my girl when she had sex with her. Now he's victim blaming. What? My goodness. Okay, this one as well. Again, you know the difference between right and wrong? Yes, but she didn't listen to me and I didn't know what to do with it. Wow. Okay. And Kathleen says that he says she was hurt. This is like we're doing homework over here, guys. We're working hard over here, right? Oh my goodness.
Some first time you talk also with that's the first time you go from your rope with somebody when you're around sex to free somebody. She done something before. I can tell. She didn't kill anybody before, did she? Yes, she did. This one. Before this one. I don't know. She told me she was raped and she told me she was, she was raped from age of 6 all the way up to the age of 12, 13. She's got head problems. Uncle raped her, some other guy that was putting boom all the last time you guys had sex with somebody in a group on the hospital besides this one. We haven't had sex since this incident with another girl because we talked in Ohio before this girl. You girl what? When was the last time you had sex with another girl? It was something your girlfriend got rough with. She didn't get rough with him. This was the only one she got rough with.
Is he saying they haven't had sex since that incident? It sounded something like that. Pernille says, has she killed someone before? And the answer was, yes, this one. And Kathleen says, she hasn't killed anyone before, has she? Was the question. Oh my goodness. This is hectic, right? Yeah, Lee's like, Grizzly, transcribing team. KC Zulu said that the question was, is this the first time something went wrong? Okay. Ashley R says she'd done something before that you could tell. Was that a question, Red? Pernille says she told me her uncle R-word her or something. Okay. And just checking again. Yeah, so he did. That's what I heard. Okay, we hadn't had sex since that incident. I don't believe that. Do you guys believe that? I don't think so.
She did. She crossed the line. It wasn't supposed to be like that. I don't know what she did, why she did it. Yeah, he was cut down for good. Never responded to your house. Knowing what, a female and another female being brought to your house.
I'm just gonna pause it there for a second. Tracy is answering Kazuya saying she's not as dumb as she portrays. There's a reason why she was always kicked out of previous homes. I mean, she got kicked out of homes left and right, apparently, based on what she testified. And I would love to hear from those people. Hey, if anyone wants to email me to offer some insight, I can keep it anonymous. If you don't want me to share it on a stream, it would just be helpful to understand why was she kicked out so much? What did she do? What was it about, right? My email address is grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. I keep all my sources anonymous, so even if you say, yes, you could share it, but please keep me anonymous, I always do. G Mommy says, multi-talented Grizzlies transcribe illegible audio. They are fluent in mumbles and we never knew it. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, let me just see if I'm missing anything that they said here quickly before I play it again. Texas Patty says, I want to know the answer to that question myself. Who else has fallen prey to Rebecca? Interesting. Pernille said, yeah, he's talking about Rebecca. Okay. Yeah, Candy says, I don't believe that he says, we haven't had sex since that incident. I don't think so either. Rebecca said he was looking at the remains in the freezer and touching himself. Oh my goodness. Charlie says that he's saying she knew she crossed a line. Interesting. Yeah, and Angela Kay is also saying everyone kicked her out. Right? Oh my goodness. Okay. Texas Patty says 7 fiancés, all victims too. Pernille says that he's saying she crossed the line. It wasn't supposed to be like that. I don't know why she did it. And who knows if there's any truth to that too. Imagine if that really is the case. Oh my, okay. Carolina Hurtado said, do you think they're trying to find out if there are more victims? I hope so. I'm sure they're always investigating, so they always want to solve cases, so I hope so, yes.
I had that one escorted out with my ex-girlfriend, because she stole my mom's medicine. And we were upset because the girl at the time brought another girl home. He didn't want to have sex with you. We've always had sex with every girl we brought home. I'm not talking about Rebecca, I'm talking about the girl that you were in last year. Sarah. Sarah was a threesome type of deal. It was just like one-on-one with her. Did she bring someone home for you? No. Okay. Yeah, I know you want to say that. She used to, be a girl, she got over. But all that stuff, when I started dating Rebecca, and we had some threesomes together, I'm not going to deny that. I go by the girls, whatever, some of them are heroines, and we had fun.
So now Pernille's saying that he says, we just had sex with the girls that we brought home. And it sounds like he's saying, we just had fun, right? SJ says that they're saying Sarah wasn't a threesome type of girl. It was just one-on-one with her. Now that is someone that they mentioned, one of the women that came over. There was a Tasha mentioned and a Sarah mentioned. Yes. Okay, so that makes sense. They said that. Sharon, did he say that? He said, she stole my mom's medicine. Really? Did he say that? Oh my word, I didn't hear that at all. He stole my mom's medicine. Wow. Pernille says, she used to get the girls over. Okay. Wow. Nikki Watkins says, the question is, so you're both getting sexual gratification out of this? I did not want her to die. Michael Green says, when I got home from work, RD would spank me. Oh, okay. Did he say that? Now I gotta be careful what I put on screen. Did he say that? Pernille said, we had threesomes together. I go by the girls. Okay. Did he just say, and if it was jealousy, then we stopped on all the threesomes? Something like that. That Mickey says, yes, he did say that about the meds. Wow. So Rebecca was stealing his mom's medication? I mean, we know that he's just completely blaming Rebecca now, so we've got to also take that with a grain of salt. He's just like, let's throw her under the bus. Obviously, otherwise, why would he be there if she hadn't left, gone to the shelter, called the police, all of that, right? It was actually Mahogany and her husband that called the police, but still, it's because of Rebecca actually finally breaking her silence on what happened in that home that this trial is even taking place right now. That's a scary thought. Okay.
So we don't know where you guys could say that you were the one killed. I will say I didn't kill him. I had no reason to kill him. Yeah, sure, I love sex, but I had no reason to kill her. No reason.
Okay, so I heard that one. He said he loves sex but had no reason to kill her. No reason. Okay. Yeah, Sarah Season says, now you can add elder abuse. Oh my goodness. If you're stealing Sean's mom's meds, if that's true. Yeah, and can you imagine that she was, they said she was a CNA, a certified nursing assistant, but she never actually got certified. She just worked in that industry for a while, right? Hypnotizes Lobster says, and after the jealousy thing, we stopped all the threesome. That's interesting. If you said it like that, after the jealousy thing, we stopped all the threesomes. Is that after Jennifer Paxton? Was Rebecca jealous? Is that what he's trying to say? That's interesting as well. Imagine if we had heard Rebecca's interview in the courtroom. We wouldn't hear a thing. Oh my word. We couldn't even hear a thing when she was sitting right in front of the mic. Pernille says that he says, I didn't kill her. Yeah, I love sex, but I had no reason to kill her. Okay. So?
You just don't kill somebody, but I know that. And that's what I don't understand why my girl did it. We don't know about this. No. I don't care how much I love somebody. I don't care how much I love somebody. You kill them. Wrong. Yeah. Sometimes I guess wrong thing. I was wrong way. And I just wanted to feel loved, and I let everything go to make her and me happy. Just one question, boy. When she was choked, how long was she choked? I don't know because I did not do it. I was there. I came home and she was already there laying on the floor. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. It's not true. It's not true. She was there. I don't think it was until 5 o'clock in the morning, so I don't know what she did from the time I left work to that time. Her happens to be, we had a police on there. I didn't do the opposite. Sean.
Pernille says that he says, I was lonely. Oh my goodness, okay. Wow. Yerson thing says, remember he said Jenny had to go to that lady that he worked with at the Pint House. We don't know if that's referring to Jennifer Paxton, but it could be, plausibly, right? That Mickey said, that he says, I came home, but she was dangling on the floor. Oh my word. Okay. And Pernille said, oh, there we go. Michael Green said, I came home to find the dog collar around her neck. There we go. Kathleen said, I came home and she was already dead, laying on the floor. That one makes sense. Okay, thank you so much. And Casey Zulu said the question was, when she was choked, how long was she choked? Pernille said, he says, I don't know because I did not do it. I came home and she was dead, laying on the floor. And it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Wow. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Loba Volcano says, I came home and she was dead, laying on the floor. And Kathleen says, I only get back at 5 o'clock in the morning. So we heard his shift was like from 5 in the evening until 5 in the morning. Long shift. Booster said, I love your work, G. I listen every day at work and I really appreciate what you do with these trials. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my word. $20 sticker. Thank you very much. If anyone is annoyed by any of this, which I don't know why you would be, don't you want to know what they say? Don't you want to understand? Or you want to rather hear rah, 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 rah. Hey, if you can hear perfectly, hey, contribute, tell us what they're saying. Okay? But if you're annoyed by the interruptions, there's still a bit of this, but then they break for a long lunch break. Let's see if they're even back yet. Then they come back. So by the time we're done with all of this and all the transcribing, we're just going to hop over, teleport through lunch, and then we'll be all caught up probably with the day.
She was tied to your bed, beat up and suffering with her head caved in and her arm broken. And you guys are having sex still. You had to do something with it, and you know it. Because your girlfriend didn't do it. My girlfriend didn't do it. And you put her in a freezer for 8 never months. I don't know what to do with the body. You know what to do. You fuck off and sleep. I don't kill people. I'm not good. I was scared. I hit the body. That was all I did. You were so scared you kept your time in your bed for 4 days. You ain't been on the
Okay, so you were so scared you kept her there for 4 days. Is that what he just said? That would actually make some sense. Then if it was the 23rd to the 27th, that would make sense. We narrowed the timeline. Lobo Vakana says, yes, I cover the body up. And he admitted a few times, like, yes, I admit I was scared. Yes, I hid her body in the freezer. He admits to doing all of that, but he says he did not kill her. Stefan says, he came home and saw her dead on the floor. Didn't he say at the beginning that he went downstairs and saw her on the floor? Yes. He did say that as well. Good catch there. Stefan catching him in his lies. Exactly. Okay. Kazoo62 said, Grizzly transcribers, interpreters, you are the best. Aren't they the best? And Hypnotized Lobster says, I think this is the police officer. You tied her to your bed, dude. And saying also that, that Rebecca, she's your girlfriend, And Pernille says, my girlfriend did do it. Casey Zulu says, yes, I put the body in the freezer, but that is all I did. And Jay Brad is saying again that he says, I didn't do it. My word. Kathleen says, I didn't know what to do with the body. And Pernille says, I was scared. I hid the body. That's all I did. Okay.
I'm scared of getting caught. Yes, I didn't want to go to jail. No, I'm right here. And I have my mom I take care of. I did not do this. Yeah, you did do it. No, you did not. You did it. You did a whole lot with it, too.
Yeah, the police officer like, you did a whole lot with it, with her too. Sharon Edwards says that they say you were so scared that you kept her tied to the bed for 4 days. Yeah, Tracy said they both should never be let out in society again, as deviant as they come. Yes, absolutely.
Somebody was going to record, but I got a connection. I wrote my word. First girl was scared to death. I knew she was scared of the world. I knew she was scared. Tell me what am I supposed to do? She tied me in bed. You want to know why you killed her? She's tied. Listen to me. Nobody's got more power than I do. Bullshit. She's tied me in bed and you were scared of the damn bed, and that's why you had to kill her, because you wouldn't let her go. And all you like is you're a coward. I didn't kill her.
Nice. He's saying it's all bullshit. He's calling him a coward. All right. Glitter and Glam Gal says, not all women are jealous of other attractive women. I noticed the women here are thinking that. Okay, let's not overgeneralize and say all the other women here are thinking it. The reason that people are saying that is because Rebecca testified. She agreed that she had a relationship with a corrections officer when she's been in the jail now, right? I think she's actually in prison now because she pleaded guilty. She's already pleaded guilty. She's already got life in prison plus 50 years. And so she had a relationship with a corrections officer. And then she threatened to kill 2 other girls because she realized that they were also having a relationship with the same corrections officer. And Rebecca admitted on the stand that she was jealous. So that's why people are saying it. So if you missed her testimony, it's on day 1 and it's timestamped for you. It was towards the afternoon. Okay, so Kathleen says that he says, I was scared of getting caught. Yes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, are you scared of getting caught? I just like how this police officer's like, yeah, this is bullshit. You're a coward and all that stuff. And saying you had to kill her because you tied her to the bed for 4 days. You couldn't let her go. Did they ask that, Michael Green? What did you do with it? Did they ask that? They should ask that, but oh my. What did you do with her nose? Did he ask that? Oh my goodness, okay. Donna Parker says, what confuses me is why did they keep Jennifer's body? Well, he sounded like quite the necrophiliac. He liked dead bodies because, based on what Rebecca said. He apparently, trigger warning, cut off the victim's nose and her nipple. I don't know why. I don't know where that is, okay? And also, Rebecca says that she came into the room the one day and she was looking in the freezer at the remains and was touching himself. So I think it's a lot more sinister than one can imagine. I think that's why, right? Pernille said he says she has more power than I do. Oh, interesting. She was only 22, Rebecca Dishman there, right? Pernille says, I don't know if she was scared. Yeah, wasn't she scared? I don't know if she was scared. So I hope I answered this question. Why didn't he bury her? Why the freezer? I think for very, very terrible reasons. Okay. Terry says, Grizzlies are on fire working together. Justice for Jennifer. Isn't this the greatest? I love this community so much. We're all working together to try to figure out exactly what's being said here. Of course, if I can get the police interview from the sheriff's office myself, I will try to do that. But normally that would be after sentencing. Sometimes you can't get it when the trial is still ongoing. But if we can ever get it, maybe we can watch it again one day and hear it better. But for now, this is going great. We're all hearing, right? Okay. Caroline says, necrophilia means no backtalk from your partner, right? I think it means something a little bit different, but let's go with that, okay? So, let's continue to listen what he says.
That's my girl. You want to go out there? I don't love your girl. I do love her. You love her. You love her. The name is your protector. Now you're going to put her over the bus. Well, what do you want me to do? She's probably said something you guys about all this. Oh, really? Is that what this is about?
Remember, this was August 6, 2020, so it's during COVID, so he's got a mask on here and everything. And remember the part of the evidence, they even showed it as an exhibit in the courtroom, was that fireball whiskey bucket that they made the victim, Jennifer Paxton, use as a toilet. Why would that need to be necessary? Why would they give her that if she wasn't restrained for 4 days? So that also catches him. I hope the jury remembers that as well. It's not like the victim was allowed to walk around freely. Pernille says that he says, I didn't kill her. That's my girl. This guy. 52, dating a 22-year-old, being like, that's my girl. She did everything. She's crazy. Yeah, and what did you do? Nothing. I just covered it up. Mm-hmm.
You're full of shit, Sean. Okay, Granny, whatever you say, officer. So you know you are. Whatever you say. And I'll keep saying that. I do not. I know you're going to keep showing. I am good. Ready to work. The big one don't really matter, Sean. I know it really doesn't. Because you know what? You took a girl the other had a kid that was baseball player and broken bones.
Okay, well, they're talking about the baseball bat. Let's see what they say there. Casey Zulu said they said you love her, but now you're going to throw her under the bus. Interesting. And Charlie, aka someone else, said that they're saying she's effing said stuff to you about this. Hypnotizer Lobsters that it says, I love her, she's my girl. Ask her why she did it. If you loved her, you would protect her, not throw her under the bus. Interesting. Lobo Vakana, thank you for your €20 super sticker. You said, I think his version is he was upstairs when Rebecca hit her, then tied her, and 4 days later Rebecca strangled her when he wasn't at home. It sounds like that's what his version is, yes. Thank you so much. Pernille says that he says, whatever you say, officer. Mm-hmm.
Every time you bed. I didn't have her tied to my bed. She was tied, had her tied to our bed. She was tied to your bed that you laid in bed for 4 nights. She was laying her tied to your bed, alive, suffering for 4 nights. While you guys were having sex. And then, after she's dead, you put her in your freezer, in your bedroom, in the closet, for 8 months. You can't even like, she had stone callous. I didn't know what to do with it. I believe you know. I believe you. I believe you tell the truth. You don't believe me. No, I don't. Nobody believes you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody believes you, Sean. I'm going down for a murder that I did not commit. No, you don't go for a murder you had done it. No, I did not. Very much so. No, I did not. A very big part of it. No, I did not.
The officer's like, oh. Hypnotized Lobster says that he says, I didn't have her tied to my bed. She had her tied to our bed. Interesting.
Tell me if that girl that's in your bed that you put in your bed today, after you took her out of the freezer. Tell her you had nothing to do with that. She knows that. She knows it? She's dead in her head. In her head. Yeah. Tell her that. I did not hurt her. That was my girl. I did not hurt her.
Pernille says that he says, I ain't going down for a murder I didn't commit. Or I don't commit. Mm-hmm. Kathleen says that he says, we had sex again. I went upstairs to wash off. I heard yelling and she had the baseball bat. Did I visualize correctly? Aren't the bedrooms upstairs? You know, like downstairs. Isn't that like the living area and the kitchen area? And then upstairs on the left would be his room. And then towards the right is his mom's room, no? So if it's like we had sex again and I went upstairs to wash off. Oh, you had sex downstairs. Or what are you trying to say? I don't know about that. Right? What is he trying to say? But he's trying his best to stick to his story, right? Pernille says she had a hoodie on. It was wintertime. I think Dave is talking about his mother, right? Yeah. Oh, Pernille says that Pernille says that he's saying, she said, I don't know. Something came over me, because he's asking, in his version of the story, he's asking Rebecca, what do you do? What do you do? Because he says that he went upstairs to shower, came back downstairs, and then suddenly he sees that Rebecca's hit Jennifer over the head with a baseball bat, and he's like, what are you doing? Why did you do that? And he says that her answer was, she said, I don't know, something came over me. Sure. I mean, both are so bad from everything we've heard that I think they both did things, but I don't think that Rebecca did nothing. Right? Okay. Lady, how must I say, like Danzig or like Danzig? You said, what did you do? She said, I don't know, something came over me. So that's what Rebecca was apparently saying. Okay, let's keep going.
If you were to talk to me, and when we talked, that my daughter's brother, what are you talking about? This time, how sorry I was, what happened? I didn't already. She was fine, she was nervous, and how did you tie up? My parents was dead. I didn't have it. I didn't have it. She walked up the street down the road, she was fine, everything was good. You guys were back to being friends again, and then the girl tied her up to the house. You know, what happens to this tied her up? She told her to get down on her knees, and she told her to get out of it. And she had a girlfriend who was a baseball bat. She got down on her knees on the road, and she was genuine with the dog. She did. Are you serious? She did. No, she's got that kissing, she can walk around the baseball. So, you know, she had a chance to walk away, and she didn't know hungry. She said it was maybe for better. You know? So I gave her a couple of different pills in my pocket for the about that. She was a dummy. She was sucking on blue drugs. You don't know good? No.
Okay, so Pernille said that they say, what happened? She was crying. Then he says she tied her up, told her to get down on her knees. She did it. J. Brad's also confirming. She did it, she did it. That's what he's saying. Wow, okay. So, we're still looking. Kathleen said she had a chance to walk away. Wow, okay. And Michael Green said that he says she was talking and wanting drugs. Okay.
I remember you. Let's get on. No, you're going to give her a couple of main bills. Don't lie again. No, I'm not lying. Yes, you are. I made a story that you're in trouble. So you're lying. There's no comfortable and see. Well, there's not a main bill. You go in, I was able to get the payment bills for us. Okay, so how did you do it? I gave them two. I'm not sure you believe that because you're lying again, but I'm not lying. I'm saying no, but I really want to hear the line, and I get another one, okay? I mean, to go up to go look and tie up, tell the truth, you know. To go and go up, I don't know if there's something like drink or something has access there, you know. So after she was in the head, I'm going to recap. Your girlfriend, you go to the place, come downstairs, your girlfriend's beating that all over the baseball bat, right? Yes. And you say, oh my God, what did you do? Oh God, this is horrible. And your girlfriend says, don't worry about it, I'll clean it up. But she did. And then the girl gets up and she goes upstairs with you guys. I don't know. She didn't care what the best because you're talking nice to her. I'm what he said. You're talking nice to her, she likes you now. And now you guys are best buds. So you go upstairs and you don't understand why my girl went off on her. That's something.
He says he doesn't understand why his girl went off on her. Pernille said he also said earlier, I was getting the pain meds. I gave them to her. Interesting, okay. Zen Jen says that he said, I gave her 2 pain pills. Okay. Bert and Ernie's Adventure says, man, I wish the audio was better. Sounds like adults in peanuts. I know, right? It's just, whew, this is hard work, you guys. Our ears are straining today, but we're getting there. I don't think let's see how much longer there is. Yeah, not much longer. There's only a few minutes left, so we're almost there. Jeez, we're all going to need coffee after this. Oh my goodness. Charlie says that he said, I was getting pain meds. I was downstairs. Okay. Just quickly see. Carolina Hurtado says, where did the bat come from? Who did it belong to? Was it tested for DNA? They never found it. Apparently he got rid of it pretty quickly, but there was a baseball bat that disappeared from work. That's what one of his work colleagues testified to, that there was one at work. They used to like hit the counter with it to get everyone's attention or whatever, and that baseball bat disappeared. So Pernille says that he says so. Oh, the cop says, so your girlfriend is beating the hell out of her with a baseball bat? Yes. Miss Trial says that he says, don't worry about it. I'm cleaning it up. Is that what Rebecca said? That's what he's saying Rebecca said, right? Oh my word, okay.
And then your girlfriend comes up there, and she's not afraid of your girlfriend no more, and your girlfriend's over there on her knees, and she listens to her girlfriend while your girlfriend puts a chain around her neck. Yes. Right? Yes. Yeah, and you're standing there, and that's normal. That's not normal. So you give her some pain pills. That's not normal. I know, you give her some pain pills to make her feel better. Right? Yes. Okay. And then what happens? What about it? For what age? So they actually just take the chain to the bed like that with a chair and nothing like that. I feel the water. That's okay. Well, you take the chain out there right now? Yes, I did. How did you get back down there then? She told me to put it back on. Who did? My girl. And you listened to her.
He's making like he's such a helper. He's just like came downstairs, like he's so innocent. You know? And then it's like, why is Rebecca hitting her over the head with a baseball bat? Shame. Let me get her some pain pills. I mean, I don't believe that. This is definitely some kind of mask that he's got on now, in my opinion. Sure, based on everything that we've heard that they did, some of the photos that we've seen, oh my word. Well, even with each other. Jay Brad says that he says she's not afraid of your girlfriend no more. That's what the police officer says, right? Pernille says, your girlfriend puts a chain around her neck, and then Sean Finnegan answers, yes. And Kathleen says it's not normal. I'm thinking that's what the police officer said, right? It's not normal. Wow. Lee says, the great Grizzly transcribers need to get a cool certificate like the Benefield trial one. Great Grizzly transcribers, right? Okay, so Kathleen says, she told me to put it back on. Who did? My girl. Wow, okay. And so Casey Zulu said that he says, she just let her chain her up, no tears or nothing. Again, I think that's the police officer asking that. Okay.
My girl. Yeah, did you go and take her to choke her? I did not choke her. Tell the truth, I did not choke her. You just put a chain on her leg. I'm going to try to stab you one night. Yeah? So, you take the chain off the computer, your girlfriend tells you to put the chain back on. So you do it. I had to she put it back on. No, you never said your girlfriend told you to put it back on. And you didn't. I wrapped it around and then she locked it. I did not kill that girl. I'm telling you, because I can't make put the chain on her. Then the girlfriend put the lock on. I did not kill that girl. The chain killed her. I don't know. When I came home, the night I came home, she was already dead. And I was scared. I didn't know what to do with her.
Okay, so apparently he's saying, I did not choke her. So he says that twice. And now he's saying the night he came home, she was already dead. But he came home at 5 in the morning, right? Maybe he thinks that's night because maybe it's still dark a little bit. But okay. Kathleen says, she put it back on. Okay. And Pernille says that he says she put it back on, I wrapped it round, and she locked it. Well, there is part of it.
Silly truth can sometimes set you free. You're gonna feel better once you start telling the truth. I already told the truth. Yeah, no, you've lied several times in the beginning. They were talking your way through them. I'm not. Yeah, it's very obvious, and you're talking your way through them. My girl's one that you were. How many times did you give her bagels? Just until they were both. That's all I gave her. What did you do the next day? I didn't have it. She was crying. She was crying. Anything to give her. She was crying and hurt. I didn't have your girlfriend don't take my mouth? No. Never. I've never seen nothing about her mouth. Never. I've never. She put sock in her mouth? I don't know. I don't.
Okay, now it's getting to the I don't knows. Hypnotized Lobster says, no, you put the lock on. Did the chain killer? That's what the police officer will say. And he says, I don't know. I was not there. She was dead when I got home. And Pernille says, he says, I've already told it to you. And Kathleen says, he says, my girl is the one that killed her. And Casey Jacobson says, he says, my girl put that chain on her. J. Brad says, I didn't have anything to do with her. Interesting. I love that you guys can do this. Thank you so much. And J. Brad says, I have never seen anything in her mouth. Okay. And Pernille says they asked, put a sock in her mouth, and he says, I don't know.
No, because, like I said, I went to work every day. She was home alone with her, like she was alive. You know you want me sometime when she was alive. You know you want me sometime. Oh, man, that's sleep on the day. But you're home, you sleep on the bed. What you going to find out about it? Holy chaos. Sean, the girl is right there. And you can overwork and you get back there. I didn't cut it off, Sean. I didn't really try to think in your head about it. I make up more line. I'm trying to make up more line. You're sure. You're sure. I told you what happened, and that's my thing. That's it.
He's kind of like, I told you what happened, and that's my story. Okay, I'm sticking to that. Thank you. J. Brad says, he says, like I said, I went to work every day, and she was alive. Okay.
That's very normal. And I understand. Cover your blood. You know what? Cover your blood. When she was in a living room with a girl from Hero's baseball bat, like you said, was she naked? Yes. She just had a shower and came downstairs. I guess she probably got rid of her clothes on after she was dead. Right? Yes. Yep. Well, you do that. Yes, they taught me anyway what she did, you know. You recall that question or anything? I don't remember that.
It's always a cougher in the courtroom. Hey, English trial. Someone in the background there, he's like, they need their ricola. Ed says, well, at least he had good work ethic. There's that silver lining, right? He did. It's amazing, actually, how he went to work every day. Of course, he needed the income, but damn, he was there. They said he was always there, like from 5 p.m. till 5 a.m. He worked all his shifts, was punctual, all of that. Pernille says they asked, was she naked? And he said, yes. Kathleen also confirmed. Was she naked? Yes. Okay. He's like in his little corner there, yes. Texas Longhorn says, why is the audio so bad? It sounds like mostly mumbling. I've been with you Well, don't call me that. Gizzler. Only my closest friends call me that. Okay, Giz. For 3 years, this audio is awful. I never complain. I'm sorry. Well, we're at the mercy of the courtroom. I can't do anything about it except boost it, and I have boosted it. Now, if you've been with me here for 3 years, that's from the start of my channel, number 1. 2, if you've been with us, oh my word, some of the interviews we've watched during trials are horrendous. Shall I refer you to, imagine, remember this one, guys. The Dr. Lewis and Letitia Stauch interview will go down in history as the worst courtroom audio ever. We couldn't hear a damn thing. We could never transcribe it. We were all sitting there like, what? Literally couldn't hear a word. So we're at the mercy of the courtroom. They're playing this for the jury and for the court, of course, to hear. I hope they can hear it. They will hear it better than us. But from the pool cameras that are there capturing this audio, this is what we have. This is what we have. It's not my fault. I've in fact improved it by boosting it for us so we can actually hear a few words, and I've put the closed captioning on the screen. You can also turn it on for yourself. We got transcribers in here. So I don't think there's anything to complain about, right? Because we are working hard here as a team, which is such a beautiful thing to see. J. Brad says, did you have any idea what? And he says, yes. He's definitely like cowering in the corner now, isn't he? Look at him. He looks like he's going a little bit like smaller in the corner. Yes, yes, okay. I think he's tired of saying, I didn't do it. Like just throwing it under the bus. I wonder if Rebecca ever saw this. She'd be so pissed off if she did. He was like, he's going to literally blame me for everything? Right? Interesting. Okay, okay. Yeah, don't go. Copper horse, don't go. That's from Dr. Lewis. Don't go. But also, yeah, stay here with us and help us listen to what the heck is going on here. Caroline says, women attack beauty. What did he say that? Who said that? That's in quotes. Who said it? Okay, so let's keep going. I think we've only got a few minutes here left. Yeah, they literally, maybe a minute. Let's see. Almost done. So, Lobel Volcano, you're reminding me of that. You said also the audio of Mr. Howard. Oh, my word, the Daniel Howard trial. That was so bad. All that howling at the moon, the body cam. We could barely watch it. We didn't even watch all of it. It was way too inaudible. Okay, so. Scott Ash says, the jurors could just tune into Grizzly True Crime if they couldn't hear it. No, wouldn't advise. Don't look at Grizzly True Crime. They're not allowed to. Okay, here we go. Afterwards, maybe. If I could give a giant applause, I would, like a crowd cheering, all of you. Oh my word, thank you everyone so much for all the transcribing. That was wonderful to see. I can't hear that well, as I said. And so, thank you so much for helping to hear and understand a little bit of what was being said there, right? Okay.
This in as State's Exhibit number 54.
All right. Thank you.
I passed the witness, Judge.
I'm sorry.
I passed the witness, Judge.
Okay. Their lunch has arrived, so I need to go ahead and let everybody respond. So if you'll leave notebooks there. Remember my instructions to you yesterday?
Okay, let me just take the text off, otherwise we can't see this dude's face. Oh, sorry, let me move him down. There we go. There's the defense attorney. Something like that. The camera's very high up there now. Let's go like this. Okay. And Kathleen said, he said, I am done. I'm not talking no more. Well, yeah, dude. If you were smart, you just don't talk at all and get an attorney. All these criminals. They always talk themselves into a corner, isn't it?
Today, not to discuss the case with each other during the trial. Everybody do that. Nobody talked about it to anybody last night. Raise your hand. Everybody good? Perfect. Thank you so much. Now take the lunch down there. All right. We'll start back about 1:20. Jury call me.
Stare at the clock. Okay, let's take trigger warning off now. And this one. Yeah. Okay, hopefully we can resize a little bit. Looks nice and neat. How about that? Okay. I just want to see if they're going to speak once the jury's out the room. Probably not.
Anything for the state we need to take care of before we have our lunch break?
No.
Anything for the defense?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so I'll make it 120.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and so now we're going to teleport. Buckle up, everyone. Here we go. Teleporting all the way forward. And now, wait. Right there. And now we skip lunch. Sorry if you're hungry. At least you guys can snack. I'm here with you. We skip lunch over here. We're just get to the business. Okay, we're getting there. Anita said, thank you, G, for always providing a safe space for the Grizzlies, victims, and their families. Thank you so much, Anita. That is so sweet. Okay, wait. We're almost there. I don't want to miss it as soon as they put the camera back on there.
Either.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. All right, you can bring our jury in. If everybody rise, please.
Was that the judge who did that? Who did that? Okay. Yeah, if Cat Said Thumb says good luck eating after hearing that.
Thank you. Have a seat. Record reflected our.
Frankie says, is the defense calling any witnesses at all? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see with this one. Documents are quite difficult to obtain out of Anderson County, Tennessee. They want to fax it. I know that there's services to go fax to email and all that, but that's actually really pricey. I've had it before, but I was just like, man, I don't need the fax to email often enough to have like a monthly subscription for it. So it's okay. We're just going to wait and see if the defense will have any. I wonder if they'll have any witnesses. I wonder if Sean Finnegan will take the stand. What do you think?
Our jurors are back from lunch. Hope you all had a pleasant lunch. And now we'll do cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Just briefly, we watched the video, so I'm not gonna go through it and rehash it. But you would agree that at that moment you were pretty confident that you had your guy on this, right? I mean, you were pretty confident Sean was guilty, right?
Very much so.
Okay. And throughout the interview, he maintained that he told you some things for sure, but he maintained that he didn't kill the girl and that he didn't physically harm the girl, correct?
I can't say that. I think he tried to maintain that he didn't kill her, but I don't think he maintained that he didn't physically harm her, because he did put the chain around her neck and he did tie her up, and it was strings from his house. So right. I can't say that he did not harm her.
Okay.
The defense is like, right, okay. Next question. Blue Eyes Crying, thank you so much for being a member for 23 months. You say, thank you for everything, Grizzly. And thank you all for being here. Please like and share so others know we are live right now watching this trial together. We're only about an hour, not even less than an hour, 54 minutes behind the live court feed. And we're going to skip over another coffee break probably in the afternoon as well. So we'll be all caught up by the end of the day. So thank you all for being here. If you haven't yet subscribed, please become part of this community. It's great to have you here.
But what I'm saying, I guess, is in his response to your questions, he kept saying, I didn't do it and I was scared and I didn't know what to do, right? I mean, that was kind of his response to most of your questions.
He responded that way to many of the questions.
Okay. That's it, Judge. I think that's all.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you step down. Free to set form, free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Am I excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
I love the accent. Am I excused? Thank you very much. Sorry, I like accents. I know you guys like my accent too. Some of you, maybe not all, okay? I'm South African, if you didn't know. I live in Switzerland now with my husband because he's Swiss. But if you're wondering, this lady sounds different. Where's she from? South Africa. Okay. So, I like these accents.
Who's your next witness?
State rest, Your Honor.
All right. So, let's talk.
Oh, the state rested. Hey. They said they're going to have 2 more witnesses. Am I mistaken? There was 1 more witness. Captain Michael Uher. Okay. Wait, we have to make a big text box now, quickly. We like to do this. The state rests. There we go. Wait for it. We make it even bigger. The state rests. Okay, everyone.
Talk about what happens next. The state's rested. Now it's the opportunity for the defense to put on any proof if they want to. They don't have to put on any proof. So that's the way that operates. It's not bad news. Maybe they could take you to a more comfortable place because I think it's hot in that room. But I've got about 15, 20 minutes of stuff I have to do with lawyers after the plaintiff rests and before the defendant makes a decision about any kind of defense. So I'm going to, when one of the deputies comes walking through the door, I'm going to ask y'all to go back somewhere nice for about 20 minutes, maybe 25. Oh, there you are. Sorry, I didn't see you back there. Then I'll bring you back in here in about 25 minutes. But I have to do that legally to go through the proper steps I have to go through. Okay? Everybody, so nobody's mad at me for bringing you in for a few minutes. Okay, that's great. Everybody rise, please.
Ooh, lawyer stuff after the state rested. So see, if they maybe they'll show us. It looks like they are going to show us, so that's good. And then you see, then they take a break again. We could just skip right over that. Wow. Okay. And then it looks like, is that they're bringing back someone? Okay, we'll see. Pernill's like, I wish the banners had Gizla's voice. The banners had my voice at the state rest. Okay, day 4, state rest at 2 hours and 22 minutes. Oh my goodness. So I really thought they're going to have another witness, or like two of them. Now it makes my mind curious. Who was going to be the other witness? Who is it? Where did they go? Right? Casey said, did they get to do a rebuttal? A rebuttal? When? Maybe. You mean the defense? Like rebuttal witnesses? Or what are we talking about? I don't know. Or after the defense witnesses. Maybe. We shall see what happens next. Okay. Karen says, I don't think they'll have any problem giving this creep the death penalty. Unless some of the jurors think, what if Rebecca did do everything? You know, he was part of it, so maybe they could find him guilty on many of those charges, but maybe the death penalty, they might have a tough time with that one. We shall see.
Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Have a seat, please. And any motions by the defense?
Yes, sir. I will make a motion pursuant to Rule 29, Judge, for directed verdict. Viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, we believe that a reasonable juror could not find it beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Finnegan is guilty of the first-degree murder counts, or of the kidnapping counts, or of the rape counts. I think there's probably enough evidence for the last 2 counts. I can't think of what they're called right now, but there's the evidence counts and the what's the other one? Yeah, abuse of the corpse. I don't know that I have an argument as far as for this point for Rule 22. But when we look at the evidence that has come in, and it's just the state evidence at this point, most of the fact scenario comes from their witness, Rebecca Dishman. Most of the facts about what happened leading up to that August 8th finding of the body is still, I think, a mystery. I'm not sure that their timeline, they tried to establish a timeline around Christmas, but I'm not certain that they did. And the indictment has the date range.
I'll give him that. They've got to make sure all the prosecutors all over the world know your timeline's got to be solid and clear. Okay, spell it out for people. It's very helpful.
On those top counts, ending in December 31st, 2019. The state, and beginning sometime in November, I think, it's about a month date range in there, or maybe 2 months. But it ends December 31st, 2019. And the evidence that the evidence that's been introduced in order to develop that time frame is based on the delivery of the freezer, is from what I can tell, which was the 28th of December. The other evidence that they tried to use to establish that timeline was the testimony of one of the neighbors that heard some noise around Christmas. And I think that's it. I think that might be the only way the timeline is established at all.
And then there's that call to service on the 23rd, but they didn't conclusively say that they said there was a police call to service because somebody reported there was a lady dancing in circles. They gave the street name, we looked at it on map time, it was quite close to the Pint House. But they didn't conclusively say, and well, not that I heard, did they? That was definitely Jennifer. If they did, okay, then it's from the 23rd. She was still out and about. She was actually arrested for something before and released mid-December. And then there was that call to service December 23rd. So that's why I say the timeline from what we're hearing from the state sounds like it's that she was captured sometime around December, kidnapped, 23rd, lured there, thinking she's going to have a place to stay. How sad also to think it was around Christmas. You don't know if Sean Finnegan maybe said, hey, do you have anywhere to be for Christmas? Why don't you come and stay with me? Oh my word. If you said that, that's even worse. But somewhere between the 23rd and the 27th is when things happened, which also makes sense with the 3 to 4 days that Rebecca had said as well initially. Well, when she was on the stand to the police, she said something else. So the freezer was ordered on the 27th and arrived on the 28th of December of 2019. I hope you guys are following because I'm just saying like 27th to December 2019. Okay? So, but I understand why you're saying that the timeline isn't like, it's not that clear.
As far as when these events actually took place. And so if, based on the evidence that they've introduced, if the freezer was delivered, and I'm sorry, and Rebecca Dishman testified that the freezer was there before Jennifer Paxton got there.
That's not an
That's
accurate
a-
statement.
That's okay.
Okay.
His motion, go ahead.
She testified, in my notes, she testified that the freezer was there before they got there, was there first. So if the freezer was there first and it was delivered December 28th, and Sean was at work, then he couldn't have possibly been home until the morning of 29th, which would have been the day that possibly he came home with Jennifer Paxton. But that's as close as they get to establishing that it was in December at all. Because
Well, if the jurors' notes also say that they bought the freezer first, meaning Sean bought the freezer, damn, that's premeditated as heck. Good luck with that.
the testimony about hearing noises, which included a lot of details that weren't in her original statement, but I understand that that's not arguable at this point. But her testimony was that the reason why she heard those noises, like a fight moving from room to room, was because her Christmas tree was up. And her testimony was that she kept her Christmas tree up until mid-January to the end of January. So as far as I can tell, their timeline is actually December 29th to mid-January to end of January is when this possibly happened. And if they have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, or I don't believe that any reasonable juror could take that they've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that it took place before December 31st. And so from that perspective, my argument is that that has to be reasonable doubt because it's outside of the range of dates that they chose. And they could have amended the indictment, but they didn't. And so there's just not proof beyond a reasonable doubt of when this took place. It could have taken place any time during that period, and it's still only based on a freezer delivery, which is, it's not clear whether it was there before, how long it was there, or if it was there after. It's just not clear. We've heard both things. And then the only other thing that ties to the time, like I said, is the neighbor, and her testimony is sketchy at best. I mean, as far as her timeline, it's just based on her tree being up. So that gives us a 2-week to 4-week.
Look, people, I can get right on board with timeline snark. You go for it, defense attorney. You tell them. Sick of these timelines. 2 trials in a row now. Could you make the timeline a little more clear? Oh, thank you. Sure. The Ashley Benefield trial. That one might go down in history as like the most confusing, vague timeline we've ever seen. What was that? And it could have been so clear. based on everything we know. Oh my word. And here it's just like, it's a little bit sketchy. It's a little bit all over the place.
Span of time, and that's after Christmas. That's after New Year's. The other testimony is from the person that worked with Sean, who said he would have been working every single night that week. So for him to be able to accomplish this, or any of these acts, or for any of these acts to even take place during that time period, I think the state would have to show more to prove to a reasonable juror beyond a reasonable doubt that they've proven those acts happened in the space of time that they've alleged, or that Sean Finnegan is responsible for those acts outside of the ones that he admitted to, which I understand could be reasonably inferred maybe on the kidnapping or whatever, but on the premeditated first-degree murder, I don't think they get there at all. And on the others, I'll stick with my argument. I don't think it gets there.
All right. Thanks, sir. For the state.
Okay, wait. Oh, sorry. Clicked on something there. Wait, I just want to pause it there, not with his eyes closed. Sorry. Carla said, has he been present at this trial? Are you talking about the defendant? Yes. Has he been present at this trial? You mean the defense attorney? I don't know. Sounds like it. I would also have timeline snark. Make it clear, spell it out, everyone. Okay. Debbie Dunn says, a purple tie? I've been listening while I worked on what he is wearing a purple tie, which is interesting. It's either a little bit tone deaf or it's like sweet. I don't know what to think about that.
Yes, Your Honor, we believe that the evidence taken in the light most favorable to the state, that each of these counts is clearly supported by the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, so certainly enough to give it to the jury for them to make a decision as to the dates that are alleged in each count of the indictment. As long as there is proof that it was within that time frame, and there is, then that is sufficient to give it to the jury. They don't have to find there were acts of this going on every single day during that time period, but just that these events happened sometime before the finding of the indictment and within this time period. We have Ms. Dishman saying that the freezer was delivered before Ms. Paxton was dead. We had the dates that the freezer was delivered. We have Ms. Norwood Coons saying that these events happened when she had her Christmas tree up, which is something that they can infer Christmas time with in conjunction with the other facts. And finally, Mr. Finnegan says in his interview, this all happened in December. And so certainly that is sufficient for us to make those arguments to the jury that this is proved beyond a reasonable doubt that these events happened within the time frame that is alleged by the state. And of course, we believe that as to the tampering and abuse of corpse counts and conspiracy counts, that the evidence is sufficient to send all of these counts to the jury judge, and we'd ask that you deny the Rule 29.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to add something else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to deny your motion considering looking at the state's case in its best light. I'm going to deny the motion at this time. So, a couple things, if y'all are ready to do it. I've given you the document for the fine issue, and I've given you the document for the Moman hearing.
Judge, briefly.
Sure.
This had a 3-hole punch. Are you okay with us just filling in blank on this?
I had extras.
Is that okay for us just to submit that?
It is.
Okay, we weren't sure if you wanted to. So I'll go ahead and scribble that out.
Okay.
And I've already done the waiver.
Okay.
For the fines.
And this is the waiver for the fines.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we've discussed.
And I'll make that exhibit, and that will not go back with the jury. If you.
That Mickey says, I like this prosecutor. No drama, calm, facts. Yeah, same.
Mark is in. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's go forward a little bit. Signing something there. Susan says, great pic you found. A Grizzly cat found the pic. It's beautiful, right? And she found it on Jennifer Paxton's mother's Facebook page, I think it was. And then she brightened it up for us and everything, which is very nice. I've sped it up a bit. I don't know if they're still going to talk a bit. Is the defense not... Do they not have a defense?
Did you understand that I can't make that?
If you'll say your first name and last name and spell them both for me.
Oh, wait. Sorry. I sped it up so that we can just catch up. So is there now... What is going on here? Let's go back a little bit. The jury's not in the room. There's no sound right now. It'll come back on in a moment. Ed says, jury start deliberation today? Imagine. Damn. I don't know. Let's see.
Please, sir. You'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You got a seat? If you'll say your first name and last name and spell them both for me.
Sean Finnegan, F-I-N-N-E-G-A-N.
And who's going to ask?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, what? Is it literally Sean Finnegan speaking? I think so.
Sean, so we've spoken about your right to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that you have a right, you have an absolute right to remain silent.
Yes, I do.
And you also have a right to testify on your own behalf if you should choose to.
Yes.
And we've discussed the benefits and the negatives to both options.
Yes,
right?
we have.
And I've given you my advice of what I think you should do. Is that
Yes,
right?
we have.
And I've also told you that you understand that I can't make that decision for you. Only you can make that decision.
Yes.
Right? And so, with regards to the decision of whether or not you want to testify or not testify today, what is your decision?
Well, it's not to testify.
And sir, I have in front of me my weight.
Oh, okay. So Sean Finnegan, I was just like, who's speaking? What way? Is that him himself? That's Finnegan, Stefan. You said, is that Finnegan himself? Yep, he's chosen not to testify. I would say objection leading. I'm just kidding. Those questions sounded leading. Okay. No, I'm just joking. But okay, so he will not be testifying. So I'm guessing, I don't know. Let's see what happens next.
I think you reviewed it with your attorney, is that correct?
Yes.
You can read and write?
Yes.
And did he go over each one of these sentences
Yes,
with
he
you?
did.
And explain them to you?
Yes, he did.
And basically, no matter what your attorney say, it's your decision about whether you want to testify or not. You
I know
understand
that.
And based upon this, it says you're waiving your right to testify.
Yes.
And then I think you signed that for me as well.
Yes, I did.
And you have any questions about that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just mark that the next number exhibit, and that will not go back either.
56.
56. Thank you. And Mr. Finnegan, nobody's forcing you to make this decision. You're doing it freely and voluntarily.
Voluntarily. My decision.
Very good. Thanks, sir. So, I think the next thing that we'll kind of tell you what y'all have other witnesses y'all plan to call.
One.
Okay, so we'll call that witness,
Ooh, they said one witness. Who is it?
and then what we'll do is when we get done with that witness, we'll go into closing arguments. I may take it. If y'all want me to take a 5 or 10 minute break, just tell me before we do that. Don't do closing arguments. State goes, then defense, then state. My plan after that is to stop for the day and then come back and charge the jury in the morning. Then I'll pick the alternates and then let them deliberate on this first part of the trial tomorrow, if that's satisfactory with y'all. Is that okay? Okay, so we'll say a total of 20 minutes. So I'll see y'all back in here in 10 minutes. Okay? Okay, thank you. Don't wait for me.
Oh my goodness. Okay. That Mickey says, will you leave a verdict watch up for us, please, and maybe a verdict stream? I always have a verdict stream for when it comes in. The verdict watch becomes the verdict stream, of course, when we're doing that. I don't always just leave it up for hours and hours because the moderators work very hard and then they might feel obligated to be there and just check on everything. And I don't want them to work too long and too hard, and we don't just leave our chat like unmoderated, you know? So I'll have it ready, and then as soon as the verdict is in, maybe I would do it like we normally do it. When the verdict is in, that's when I'll be live. But wow, this day has moved a lot quicker than I thought. And the trial. we're on day 4. It's technically day 5 because the jury selection was day 1. But you know what I mean. So from when it was opening statements, okay, that is day 1. I see so does Law and Crime and Court TV. So, okay. Other news channels counted jury selection as day 1. Wow, that was fast. So they're going to have one defense witness and then closing arguments. And then tomorrow the jury will come back is what the judge said. Then they'll give the jury instructions. Then they'll go deliberate. So we'll be on verdict watch tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's just, I'm like, and then we go forward. Wait. So, if someone's just joining now, if you're only joining now, the state has rested. Now it's going to be the defense's turn to present their case. Sean Finnegan has said he's not going to testify. And so they said they only have one witness to call, which actually seems to be a police officer we've seen already. Maybe. If I just take a peek like this, could be. So, let's see. And then we'll be ready for closing arguments. Okay. Also, just a reminder, if anyone's new now or you didn't know this is just the guilt part of the trial. There's obviously going to be a penalty phase as well, which will be phase 2 of the trial because it's a death penalty trial. So tomorrow, there'll be, I think they'll stream the jury instructions, so we'll probably see that together. That'll be a very short stream. Anyway, we'll plan for tomorrow. It'll be jury instructions, and then the jury will go off to deliberate. They will be on verdict watch, okay? Let's see if they come back on the same day, I wonder. Then, next week, I think they'll probably come back on Monday. Then they will enter the second phase of this trial, which will be about the punishment phase. And they'll have to present aggravating and mitigating factors, and then the jury will deliberate again. They'll again, I think, sometimes there's again opening statements and closing arguments and all the factors and everything, and then they deliberate again. Okay, so we shall see. The jury is also sequestered, so they did say that they will probably be working on Saturday. So yeah, I see Lobbers asking tomorrow, Saturday. Yes, tomorrow, Saturday. Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. I think the state is rested. Now the defense. Have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, sir. We'd like to call back to the stand Investigator John Hannon.
Yes, sir. If you'll step back up here, please. You'll raise your right hand, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. If you'll tell me your first name and last name again and spell them both.
Yes, sir. John Hannon, JOHN,
And questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Last time you testified, we didn't get into this a little bit, but you mentioned, I think we talked about there were dogs at the scene when you were at the scene. Did we talk about that?
I do recall. Yes.
Did you recall dogs at the scene?
No.
You did not. Okay, but there were dogs that lived there.
There were no dogs at the scene when we were there.
When you showed up, that no one took the dogs?
When I arrived, I did not see a dog.
Okay, but you're aware that whenever they went to the house, there were dogs at the house?
I think that was a precaution that the SWAT team and Oak Ridge Police Department had taken.
Okay.
But I don't recall seeing any dogs there.
Okay, and that was before you, so they would have been out before you got there?
Correct.
Okay, I got you. And you're the lead investigator, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as part of your investigation, you review everything,
yes,
pretty
sir.
much, right? Did you review the mail letters that were sent from Mr. Finnegan or from Ms. Dishman?
Yes, I did review some letters. Yes, sir.
And was Ms. Dishman writing to anyone else besides Mr. Finnegan?
Object to relevance.
What's the base for your objection?
Relevance.
Subject to connection, Judge? It is relevant. I mean, the relevance is another
I
relationship.
hate to make you get up and leave again. I need you to get up and leave again. So I'll bring you back in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Oh dear.
For the inconvenience.
So John Hannon, we've actually seen him before. He was witness number 20 for the state, and now he's going to be the only defense witness. So, the only witness for the defense. I hope I worded that right. So John Hannon, TBI. And now it's direct examination, which means now that the state has rested their case, normally it would say direct state ask, but now it's direct defense ask because they are presenting their case.
Thank you. Have a seat. You can re-ask your question. You can answer it, then you can object.
My question was whether Rebecca Dishman was writing to anyone else besides Sean Finnegan in jail.
Yes.
And who was she writing to? Do you know?
She had I believe, male inmate somewhere she had wrote to, or had wrote to her.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing letters written to a Ramses Romero?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Judge, I want to introduce these letters is the purpose of this. And so these are letters
that she wrote?
These are letters that she wrote to someone else besides Sean Finnegan that has very similar language. And the state has made an issue of her using of the language like baby girl and daddy and those type of things.
So have you seen these letters?
We have seen those letters, Judge, but again, this is trying to get into some ancillary thing and not the facts of this case. They're trying to say this is character evidence. This is what she does. We just don't think it's appropriate at this juncture.
The defense wants to make a big deal of this whole baby girl and daddy thing. Yes, we want to bring those other letters. That doesn't prove that Rebecca did it and not Sean Finnegan. There's a dynamic that was there, right? Oh my goodness. Donna says, what a treat. We will see you tomorrow. I think you would have seen me either way, right? There's so much to talk about all the time, but yes, you will.
She sends letters with the drawings. There's two of them.
Shame the judge's eyes having to read those letters. I wonder what he'll decide. We'll see now. Tara says, Janet Murphy, happy birthday. Is it Janet Murphy's birthday? Happy birthday, Janet Murphy. Thank you for spending time here with us. Oh my goodness.
Submissive. Oh no, it's the language that she uses.
Submission.
It's not of submission. She uses other language.
You guys are trying to point to this.
Yeah, if y'all hold off a second, that'd help me focus on this.
Brunel says, that was a chair, everyone, not a whoopee cushion. Hyper One says, what's with all the purple? The victim's favorite color was purple. That's what her family shared with us. And so we all share purple hearts in the chat in honor of the victim and to show the family that we've got their back. So if you guys want to share some purple hearts, feel free to do so. And then we notice when people wear purple in the courtroom, yes. Sorry, I'm giggling at Schroeder's. Schroeder, you like, did he just say MILF? I also thought I heard that, but I don't know. And I thought maybe I heard wrong. Sorry, there's some light moments in these trials because we need those to cope, okay? This topic has been very heavy. Sure, Beckett, Great Dane, thank you so much. You said coffee for your mods. Unfortunately, this is not where to buy coffee for the mods, but thank you so much. What you got to do is go to the specific link because it gets tallied up every quarter, and then we split it up evenly between all the mods. So that's on grizzlytruecrime.com, the support page. Scroll down. There's a special link just for the mods. But thank you so much for that.
Are these not the same letter?
Not. They're almost identical in the way that she writes them, but they're not the same. If you look at the lines, it's like she took the same letter and wrote it and then changed some of the wording.
Okay.
But the point of it is the language that they use, and the letters are written to a person named Ramses. And the state's evidence is that she went over to Mahogany's house to text with Ramses secretly.
Right.
While Sean was under control, was controlling her, and they're using the language like daddy and little girl and that kind of thing.
I don't see daddy and little girl.
Look at the picture she drew, Judge.
Look at the judge's face. He's like, no. Look at the pictures. Look at the picture, Judge. He's like, I don't want to look at the pictures. That's what his face is saying, right? I've just shared the link as well. Thank you to the mods for sharing the link too. If you want to buy the mods coffees, please remember that with all stickers and memberships and everything, YouTube takes between 30 and 50%, okay, of everything. That's also why it's best to go to the mod link, because then they get everything, right? Rather than YouTube taking half, because that kind of sucks. Shame. Freaking YouTube. No, we love YouTube. Okay, we're here. We love it. Yeah. I don't really see
It
the point
says little girl or daddy on it.
of the letters. No point in bringing that in.
Oh, not that picture, I'm sorry. But that was with that letter.
Right.
And it goes to her state of mind. But
Daddy's little
monster, and then there's got a little evil something or another in there. And then the whole issue of this case is the power dynamic, Judge, and so this is to rebut that.
Okay. I'm going to disallow it. I think it's Rule 403. It's misleading and confusing. And well, I certainly appreciate the position that you allege. I don't think it's supported by these letters. But I'll go ahead and mark this so the appellate courts can review it. I'll mark this as. Do I have identification? What number am I? Probably 3 or 4.
The next number is 14.
14. Okay. We'll put identification 14. Or maybe let's make it proof of order. Let's see. Is it proof of fact? What's the terminology I use? Offer of proof. Thank you. Sorry. Long day. Offer of proof, number 1.
Do not.
Before they come back in, are you going to allow me to question him a little bit about other relationships?
Not about this one. Do you have another one you want to ask about?
No, he already, not unless it's about writing letters to someone in a correction facility, but you're not going to let me ask about Ramses? Okay.
Well, let's see. You want to ask him if she wrote, I think you already asked that.
I don't know if the jury was in here. But
and he said, yes, she wrote Ramsey, I think.
She wrote Ramses, yes.
Right. I don't know what else you could ask him.
Well, that's fine. I didn't know if I asked that question in front of the jury or not.
I did. I think you did.
Did I?
Did he ask you?
I don't think I did.
Your Honor, I don't think that question came out. I think he just asked about if he had reviewed the letters, and we objected to see what.
Right. I asked
you.
You
objected to what is in the letters.
Yeah, so I don't think he got as far as she wrote letters to other people.
Okay.
And we stopped.
Right.
So do you have an objection?
Oh man, Stefan's like, thank you, Judge. No daddy, baby girl anymore. No, none of that anymore.
He goes, who did she write letters to? And he goes, Ramsey.
He could say to his knowledge who he's aware of. I mean, he's sure
right.
aware of wrote letters to lots of people.
Well, I know, but you know she wrote Ramsey.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said he was in prison?
No, he was not.
Yeah, he's not. It says he's not.
What?
Okay.
Who is Ramses? Do you know?
Ramses Lopez, a former boyfriend of hers.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll let you ask if she wrote Ramsey, and who is she? She's a former boyfriend.
That's all I want, Judge.
Okay. All right.
No objection to that.
Okay, can I bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All rise.
Kathleen says, don't mess with our favorite grandpa judge. No one mess with him. Actually says, I've never heard them talk about a Ramsey. They have. They've mentioned him before. Yes. She was texting one.
Coming in. How long a break y'all want before?
I think it was Mahogany that said that she was texting some guy called Ramsey or Ramses or that one.
Or we do closing arguments?
10 minutes, 15.
How long?
I just need enough time to move the chalkboard.
Take have a seat. And counsel, I think you got a couple more questions.
Ready, Judge? Okay, so I asked you if you knew if Rebecca Dishman wrote letters to anyone else and from the jail.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she write letters to someone named Ramses?
She did.
And do you know who Ramses is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a former friend of Rebecca, somebody she described as a boyfriend.
Okay. And then earlier, I think this is an exhibit, but this is I've marked it up, but does that look like an exhibit that you created, your timeline?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we know what exhibit number that is?
I can look. Are you looking to?
I just, for the record, want to name it, but
So you don't have to look at it?
I don't have to look at it. I just want to make sure that it's clear what I'm looking at. $39. Okay, so that would be Exhibit 39, your TBA case timeline, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whenever you're making your timeline, you have these little dots down here that says homicide occurs, ? Right? And that's because you're still trying to figure it out, right? When
Can I
it
see what you're
happened,
referring to?
when the homicide occurred?
I said, can I see what you're
Oh,
referring
yeah, I'm
to?
sorry. Can I approach you?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I wrote all over it too, but it just refers to your dots.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying now.
And there are a couple of spaces where you put those dots to kind of indicate where you think the homicide might have occurred. Is that proper? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. And on this timeline, you have it as, or do you remember what dates you have it on the timeline?
There's no date listed of when the homicide occurs, but I put it in there in that December time frame.
At the end of December, sort of in that end of December time frame. So you've got it right now, I think, between the 27th and the 28th, or between the 28th and then it goes on into February, I think.
Correct.
So, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all, Judge.
Any questions?
They are.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Next.
Interesting.
All right.
That was it, guys. The defense has rested. Let's type it out. Defense rests. Damn, that's it? What is the jury gonna think? That's it? That's what you got? Put in that little timeline there. Yeah, no shame. His letters were not brought in. That's all you have? The letters? Oh my goodness. So at around 3 hours in today's stream, I'm gonna do all the timestamps after the defense rested. Okay.
So the defense is rested, so let me tell you what our plan is. So what we're going to do is, in just a minute, we're going to take a 10-minute break. That's just so the attorneys can get ready. They're going to make what's called closing arguments. Remember, their statements are not evidence. Their closing arguments are just to help you focus in on what they think are important parts of the trial. No need to take notes during closing arguments because they're not evidence, so we won't do that. So the way that it works here is the state goes first, then the defense, then the state. The reason for that is the state has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's the reason it goes that way. I really don't know how long closing arguments will go, but we'll just listen. If we go too long and I think y'all need a break, or if somebody needs a break in closing arguments, just raise your hand and we'll take a break. So once we get done with that, then the next thing we'll do is we'll stop for today. And so once we stop for today, it's really important, I've told y'all this before, not to discuss the case with anybody until we've got everything. And just because we've stopped hearing facts, I'm not giving you the law yet, so you don't have the full picture. And so it's so important that you not talk to your new friends about this case or what the evidence has been. We can only do that when we deliberate. And so the plan is this. We'll go ahead and hear closing arguments. I'll go ahead and let y'all go home for the evening. Tomorrow morning at 9, we'll come back in and I'll give you my jury charge. And it's a lot. It's like 100 pages long, and by law I have to read it to you. but each of you will have a copy of it, and when you go back and deliberate, you'll have a copy of it. So you can refer back to it and see what the law is. If you have questions about what I said the law was. And then after the jury charge, after I finish that, then what I'll do is I'll draw 4 names out of this cup, or 4 numbers. I don't have your names. 4 numbers, and say which jurors will be listed as our alternates. Now this is a little bit different. Our 4 alternates will not, most of the time in trials, the 4 alternates go home. They're not going home. They're going to stay here until we get through with this thing, no matter how it goes. So I'll excuse the 4 alternates. They'll go into another room somewhere in this building with an officer. They can't talk about the case. They can't deliberate. In fact, I've asked the clerk tomorrow when y'all come back on the bus for each of you to bring a book that you like to read in case you're the alternate or one of the alternates, so you can have something to do while the jury deliberates, while the 12 people are deliberating. The reason I'm doing that is, let's say that we start deliberations and one of our 12 gets sick or something like that, I can go through a process to put one of the alternates on that jury. So that way I don't have to do it again. So that's the reason for that. So, and they'll tell you to leave your books in the van. And so if you're an alternate, they'll make accommodations to get your book for you and do that. So then after that, and then depending on your verdict tomorrow, then we decide, what happens next. But that's kind of the plan for that. So I want to tell you, before we get to close our arms, before we take a short break, so that Trish can get organized for this. Y'all have really done a good job. I watched you take notes in this. You made it through everything. And so I really appreciate y'all's concentration on this, because sometimes I know it's hard, but I really, really appreciate it. So we'll take about a 10-minute break. You can leave your notes there. If you want to take notes anymore, our note-taking days are over. We'll take a 10-minute break when we come back in. We'll get to hear from these lawyers making their closing arguments. And to be honest, these lawyers, both sides have done a really good job. We've moved through this with a lot of evidence, and that's because they're very good lawyers, and they've done a good job presenting their evidence. So I appreciate that on both sides. So, anybody got any questions? Everybody know our plan? Okay, I'll bring it back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, and good timing. We can teleport and be just about almost right there. Live. Wow. What a day.
See y'all in 10 minutes? 10 minutes?
Ready to teleport. Here we go. We're going forward now to closing arguments.
And the Tennessee Supreme.
Wait. Okay, let's first update our little banner here and say states closing arguments, right? That's what's going to happen next. States closing arguments. For everyone wondering why are they talking about working on a Saturday, the jury is sequestered the entire time in this trial, and so yeah, they're coming back tomorrow. The judge is at 9. At 9, that would be Eastern. Yeah, okay, so I'll probably start the stream around then. Like 100 pages worth of things to go through. Okay, so anyway, the jury will come back and then they'll go off to deliberate. So tomorrow we'll be on verdict watch on a Saturday. Yes, indeed, on a Saturday. Okay, so let's see what happens here now. I don't want to miss it, so I'm just going to leave it there, and I'm quickly updating my thumbnail as well, so that it says closing arguments, because we're already there. My word. Quick one. Dragonfly Lady says, love this judge. Casey's like, on a Saturday, wow, yeah, on a Saturday.
Tampering charge, I think it was tampering, something like that. Because the way I read the statute, and the statute did say pending, well, it goes up to the Tennessee Supreme Court, and the Tennessee Supreme Court looks at the language from the, I think the original Texas statute that was adopted, and basically said that pending meant impending, which I don't know, as a trial judge I would possibly know that, but that's what they said. So now it's impending, so that would make it okay. That doesn't affect our tampering charge. So, bless the Supreme Court. All right, can I bring our jury in? Everybody ready? Okay, everybody rise, please.
Ooh, he's looking worried now. That's right. It's closing arguments time. Melissa's like, he's hideous. Victoria says, Judge is amazing. Reminds me of Judge Newman a bit, right? He does. Scott says, love quick trial. Retrial to forever. Me too. I love quick trials.
Thank you. Have a seat, please.
When they say 1 to 2 weeks, I'm like, okay, awesome. Like, whew, 9 weeks, 8 weeks. Oh, my goodness.
And closing argument by the state of Tennessee.
Sean Finnegan is now guilty of every charge in this indictment. And I told you at the beginning of this process, when he was not guilty, that I'd be saying something opposite when I got back up here. And here we are. The state's now met its burden of proof. We've called our witnesses. We've entered the items that are necessary, the evidence to give you everything you need to convict this man. He's been stripped. And now you can see him for who he is. And the way you are going to do that is by being stone cold observers of the facts and the law in this case, like your oath requires you to do. And to do that, it's all common sense. And when you think about what this case is about and what the common sense, when you look at it, you take the approach of looking at it and the bigger picture of what was actually going on here. And what was going on here? An objective look at the facts, the bigger picture of what happened here. This guy was caught red-handed. Red-handed. You probably don't think about that phrase, but it comes from like 15th century. Red-handed meant that the person's hand actually was full of blood. And it was red. Because they just committed the homicide. He was caught red-handed with a woman's body that this had been done to. This woman had been defiled, beaten, stabbed, raped, and choked. And he slept 8 feet from her for 8 months. And you think about common sense and thinking about it objectively. That's what you have here. Nothing, when you use common sense and disintegrate it down to its very core, nothing screams more than what this really is. This woman in his freezer was his trophy. That's what she was. That's why they kept her as a trophy and remembrance of what they did. And think about how you observed her body when she was discovered, stripped of her breasts exposed, her breast cut, her nose cut off, defiled. Why? Why else would her shroud be opened if he wasn't doing exactly what Rebecca Dishman told you he was doing, going in there and masturbating on a regular basis to Jennifer Paxton as she was in the fetal position, frozen solid, 8 feet from where he slept. And I would ask you to use that common sense in coming in and rendering a verdict in this case. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what the judge's instructions will be, and it'll be about the state's proof and you know, the witnesses that we called, and you're going to be instructed about dealing with people and how you listen to witnesses and take the proof in, but it's essentially the same way you do in real life. I mean, it's just how you interpret people that you meet. You know, you think about their character and their motive to lie to you and things like that. And you heard from a lot of witnesses in this case. And I want to review those with you and talk about the takeaways that you get from the people in this case and why they're important to your verdict in the case. And I guess the first one I'll talk about, obviously, is 911, Matt Johnson. The state's first witness was the 911 recording. You heard Colt Pico calling the police because the defendant had come in on 2 wheels, according to Colt. On 2 wheels, where's my woman? Going to fight him, going to kill him. Right? And what's the takeaway from that? Colt Pico came in here and you observed him, you saw him. Colt Pico doesn't want nothing to do with anybody. He just wants to go home and be ticked off at people or something. You could tell his persona, the kind of person he is. You've met Colt Picos before in your life, and you've met the couple dynamic between Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico, and we'll talk a little more about that. Mahogany, the social butterfly, Colt, we're going along for the ride, right? But Colt Pico is not the person that's going to stick his neck out on the line. I'm from Chicago. I stick to my business. I don't want to get involved in this. But he also understood that something was going on. And when we started this trial, one of the questions was, would you understand if my client didn't testify? And I'm not speaking at all about his right to not testify. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, he said to you, what are the reasons why somebody wouldn't want to testify? They wouldn't want to testify, and the answers were, I don't like public speaking, I might get nervous, all of the things that would accompany going on the stand, and the reasons why a person wouldn't want to take the stand. Well, the state had to do that in every single witness we put on. Every single one. Colt Pico, Mahogany Pico. Did they want to be here? Would they be afraid of public speaking? Would they be afraid of cross-examination? Of course. So that same concept applies to every witness in the burden of proof. And I say that because I want you to focus on something that's not just the words that came through the witnesses. I want you to think about the actions as a result of those words. Meaning, you have Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico. And you've met them, and you kind of got a flavor for them, but it was isolated in the terms of the testimony in a courtroom. But you can look and think about your common experience and your common sense and judge it objectively about their actions and what they did out in August of 2020 with regard to their intervention in this man's life. And I want you to think about this. Colt and Mahogany Pico are the two people that you heard from through the entire trial who know him the best and who know Rebecca Dishman the best, his co-defendant. Mahogany Pico spent many, many times over there smoking weed, enjoying conversation, knowing the people, interacting with the people. She knew Rebecca. She knew the defendant, Mr. Finnegan. And think about this action that they took and how this amplifies the conclusion you can draw common sense-wise. Colt and Mahogany Pico, knowing him, friends with him first, Rebecca comes along, that relationship develops, and think about the time span from the beginning of the relationship until the moment of August 5th of 2020. Think about the span of how things changed over that time to the point where Mahogany Pico felt that Rebecca Dishman's life was in danger, so much so that she was going to go to a neighbor's house, load their clothes in garbage bags, and help them get out of Dodge. Think about that. The testimony you heard from the stand from both Mahogany and Colt, think about that as being a neighbor and going over and intervening into a domestic situation. What was Colt and Mahogany? What do they know? You heard the words on the stand, but the actions are one of drastic measure. And what can you conclude from that? That this guy was violent. That they knew that something's going to go down and Rebecca's going to get hurt. Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico gave that to you. In their actions, they knew that he was the one that was the cause of danger there, not Rebecca. They were packing her up under cover of darkness, so to speak. They waited until he went to work. And so think about those actions and the dynamic in this relationship between this man and Rebecca Dishman, and you see that Colt and Mahogany highlight and illuminate for you exactly what was going on there, including the words that were on the stand. Their actions tell you everything. Next, we heard from Gail and Brittany Payne, and I guess the irony of their last name, Payne, you could feel it from them, right? You could sense the sense of loss, but also that Jennifer was lost. She was lost, and then she went missing, right? But you could tell from them that always someday they hoped she'd come home. They didn't hope like this, right? And I tell you that because they knew her lifestyle was leading her to hopefully not the potential of this, which it did, but they always hoped she'd come home. But they provided you with the information that you need about the lifestyle that Jennifer was leading. And I can say this, and I don't mean to be crass, but a homeless, addicted prostitute's probably the easiest person to kill on the planet. Probably the easiest human being to kill. Homeless, addicted prostitute. Think about it. I'm challenging you to think about that. Who else would be easier to kill than that? If they're an addict, why, they're going to be doing things risky to feed their addiction. They're going to have a special hunger. It's not just like I need food and water, right? And if they're a prostitute, if they're homeless, nobody's going to miss them, right? Because they're homeless. They don't live anywhere where people are coming and expecting them going. And add to that, they're a prostitute. And what does a prostitute do? They have to get in vehicles and go dark places where the police aren't, and they have to expose themselves and take their clothes off and be the most vulnerable human being on the planet. And I say all that to you, as I said, not to be crass and not to be dismissive of it, but to tell you why Jennifer was his perfect victim. She's the easiest person he could find to kill because of who she was. But she was still loved. Her addiction got her and cost her her life. So the point for those witnesses were how easy it was for Sean Finnegan to victimize Jennifer Paxton. And Phyllis Tonkin was next. KPD officer who gave you the time frame, the last person, the last known contact, last time that Jennifer was alive. And well, she was twirling in the streets near the Pint House. You recall that testimony? Police had to be called. But it gives you the time frame. December 23rd was the last time she was seen alive. And maybe there's some solace that the family of Jennifer won't remember this, that they'll remember she was twirling so much in the street the cops had to be called. That might be some solace. I don't know. Maybe they'll remember that. But that gave you the solid date of the last time we've had contact, known living contact with law enforcement or people other than the people who killed her. And then you heard from Rebecca Dishman. Well, life in prison at 22 years old. And I say to you, she got what she deserved. She got what she deserved. And you got a chance to meet her and see her affect and get a sense and a feel for who she is, not only through her, but through other witnesses, on the way she behaves, the way she reacts, and how her processor, her ability to process things like a normal person is lacking. She got memory, right? She can use the words gratification, she can use the words defecation, and she uses them appropriately, but her processing and her problem solving is where Rebecca Dishman got lost in life. But the thing is that I hope that you've come from her testimony and from witnesses, the other witnesses that you are able to conclude is that Rebecca Dishman's abilities are simple. And they don't allow her to lie. They don't allow her to lie. She says things the way she doesn't get things right because she doesn't process things. She thought COVID was the summer of 2019, for example, but she won't lie about things. She
I'll overrule. Go ahead.
You looked at her person and you consider her for what she is. You think about the questions that were asked of her on cross-examination. You're a Satanist, aren't you?
Yes, and I'm a Wiccan too.
I'm a Wiccan too. She offered that up. Yes, my father was a minister, and I dabbled in things in rebellion. She could have lied about that, right? Why would somebody admit that? And why would they want to ask that? Oh, Jennifer's arm, her tattoo on her arm was cut off. The cross was cut off on her tattoo. Oh, it must be a Satanist then. Must have cut the cross off of her shoulder, when in fact Dr. Malusinik tells you, that's freezer burn right there on the shoulder, or her left shoulder was stuck to the freezer, and he cut her out to get her out to hide her under the bed. But Rebecca Dishman's a Satanist. She admitted it because she can't lie about it. Miss Dishman, you're a cutter, aren't you? Yes, I'm a cutter. I used it as a coping mechanism when I was a teenager. Implying the cuts, the stab wounds, the lacerations, everything that was done to Jennifer Paxton must have come from the cutter. But the only cutter that we know of is actually sitting right here, who carved an S in her behind and took a picture and left it on his camera. In evidence. He's the only confirmed cutter you have. And she did cut. And she admitted it. She didn't lie. And as we mentioned about Colt and Mahogany, they came next after Rebecca. We talked about the perceived danger that both Colt and Mahogany, they must have known based on their actions. And that's huge to you as a jury when you think about common sense and think about how this developed, and you think about what the true nature of the relationship between him and Rebecca was. That two neighbors, one who doesn't want to get his nose involved in anything for anybody, he wants to go back to the house, and the other intervene. Take that drastic effort. Think about the effort that you would have to do that for a neighbor. What position would they be in that you would feel that you would have to do that? Borrow somebody's car and run out with garbage bags while Grandma's yelling out the window and calling him up. And here he comes from the pint house. Because nobody knew the defendant and Rebecca better than Mahogany. Special bond with Finnegan himself because they enjoyed smoking weed together. Had a lot of laughs, I'm sure. But Mahogany knew based on her actions. And now you know based on her actions about their relationship and who really was the violent one and who really was in danger. The conclusion that you would draw: a real, clear, present, current danger for Rebecca Dishman, meaning this guy was her danger. Headed to get an order of protection to keep him away from her and put her in a women's shelter up in Capt County or wherever they were going. As far away from here to get Rebecca safe. After the Picos, we heard from Kelsey Coons, the next door neighbor, immediate next door neighbor, and by golly, she got attacked, didn't she? Woo! Probably because she brought two things to you that would damage the defendant. Rebecca actually going to her and asking her for relief in the sense that, and you think about Kelsey Coons, you're a neighbor, and somebody comes up to you, your neighbor that you barely know, you've talked to a few times, you see him, hey, how you doing, what are you doing, hey, and Kelsey Coons says, she comes over, and she says, I think he's going to kill me. I need help. And remember we talked about earlier how I said that Rebecca Dishman is somebody who's she's got the memory like a computer. She's got the hard drive maybe like a good, but her processor's like a 280, like a ancient processor. She doesn't process things right and doesn't problem solve right. Rebecca Dishman actually thought, okay, I'm afraid of this man, he's going to kill me. I can actually just ask a neighbor to borrow her phone to set up a fake Facebook profile to send message to my friends to come pick me up. That was her problem-solving solution. That's how her processor works. Okay, I'm in a dangerous situation. I need to get out. What can I do? You walk down to the Dollar General and call 911. That does not compute to Rebecca Dishman. She does not see it that way. Maybe because of her experience, when you heard from her about from house to house, they kicked me out, they kicked me out, they kicked me out, and think about also how you know they got together in the first place was she reached out to him on Facebook and he came right over and picked her up. Problem solved in her mind. And when you think about that problem-solving method that Rebecca has, it probably can give you a little more insight, common sense-wise, to her mind and what she was thinking when Jennifer Paxton was chained to her bed and he's off to work. This is a problem, but how am I going to get out of it? And I'm enjoying it. That's why you're going to prison for life. And you also could probably expect Kelsey Coons' reaction to that, obviously, with a dysfunctional processing of, okay, you're wanting my phone to create a fake Facebook profile for the purpose of getting somebody to come pick you up because you think your boyfriend's going to kill you? That's usually what 911's for, but sure, honey, here you go. Go ahead. She thought she was exaggerating. Right? And that's a normal reaction. A person of normal sensibilities would react that way, and that's why Kelsey reacted that way. But it also gives you insight to why Rebecca Dishman didn't free Jennifer Paxton. Because her processing and her way of thinking about things ain't right. She thinks that she could resolve and get herself out of the situation in the manner that she approached Kelsey Coons with. Kelsey Coons, being a right-minded person, was like, okay, take my phone, okay, delete. When she got her phone back. Little regret there for Kelsey Coons. And the second issue that Kelsey took with us or brought to you was the time frame on when it happened. And boy, did she get beat up on and cross on that. The time frame. And you didn't say blah, 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 blah. And you didn't say blah, 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 blah. And you didn't say this. You didn't give a detail. Well, nobody asked me that detail. And then you find out once you get his statement, and we apologize for the garbly nature of it, you're going to actually have it back there. But then you get his statement and you find out that he says that, yes, that all occurred, but it was Rebecca that did it. Right? So he even admits it's in the living room. The battle is in the living room. He switches places with Rebecca. He says that Rebecca's the one swinging and wielding the bat with the athletic prowess that I'm sure you probably thought of when you looked at her and thought, wow, she's probably pretty nimble. Did you think that at all? I think not. You probably looked at her and saw frumpy, lumpy, weak. And I don't like to be offensive like that, but that's it. When she took the stand, you observed her person, her condition, and conditioning. But she offered, Kelsey Coons gave you that time frame, showed you how it went down, heard everything next door, heard it go upstairs, and then for a week, it seemed like a week, there's banging, the bed banging on the wall up there. I think they're having rough sex up there. When in reality, it's Jennifer, beaten and bruised. But hopefully, she's got enough dope in her that would kill Dr. Malusnik. So hopefully she's comforted a little bit by the fact that he's feeding her up with his mother's morphine. And then we heard from the Oak Ridge Police. We started with Robert Mansfield, Anderson County Sheriff's Office, Roy Hines, Brian Yook, and Marvell Moore. Oak Ridge Police, Anderson County Police, and these witnesses provided you a timeline for when they first picked up Rebecca here at the Jolly building, or at the possibly at this building. I don't remember exactly where he said, but nonetheless, that started the wheels turning, getting her into Oak Ridge, Roy Hines interviewing her, followed by Yook going out for observation, and Marvell Moore storming with the SWAT team and the battering ram and the SWAT truck and the officers and everybody convening to go into that house and get Jennifer out. That police work began and developed, and you got an inside look at that to see how that happened as a jury. And when you think about that testimony, I hope you can see with your own eyes how things happened for them as police officers. And more specifically, thinking about this fact. The Oak Ridge Police Department had a report that a person had a body in a freezer. A patrol officer responded and left. Inquired of the defendant, and the defendant lied. Confirmation, liar. Right? You heard it on tape. If at that moment the Oak Ridge Police Department hadn't taken it serious enough to assemble the battery of men and women who charged that house, where would we be? And why? Why do you think they assembled that battalion of people to go over there and go into this house? And I want you to put thought into this and think about, it starts with Robert Mansfield. It starts with him and his conversation with Rebecca Dishman. And then Roy Hines with his conversation with Rebecca Dishman. And Marvell Moore, his conversation with Rebecca Dishman. And none of them went, this one's going to Ridgebrook. We're going to take her to the mental ward over there at Methodist Medical. Right? None of them did that. So I want you to think about their actions based on the words and the perceptions and everything that they perceived when they sat from me to you, from Rebecca Dishman, from us. They sat from her and they heard from her. And did they take it serious? Oh, yeah, they did. Because you heard Mike Uher, that seemed crazy. Frozen body in a freezer. Be easy to dismiss, right? But they didn't. And that's a testimony to Rebecca Dishman's believability and openness and candor in her disclosures to them. You think about it, if for some reason Rebecca Dishman had somehow his ability to hide secret Jennifer under the bed, toss her under the bed, under sheets and whatnot. If that had worked, and where she'd end up, Solway Bridge, dumped over the Solway Bridge, or Raccoon Valley at the waste management facility somewhere, right? And nothing on her body except an unknown male profile. Hate to be that unknown male profile. But the Oak Ridge Police didn't. They took it seriously because of Rebecca Dishman's disclosure. And just like Colton Mahogany Pico, who took it seriously, they put their trust and faith in what she said. They took it to a judge, and they found what they needed to find. And they brought Jennifer home. Larry Dowdell, the responding KPD officer, he thinks he's breaking up a neighborhood dispute. You heard from him. The first thing that you can conclude common sense wise when you think about Larry Dowdell is what the information you got from Mahogany, that he's a control freak, that he is in control of everything, is the fact that when Larry Dowdell shows up, by golly, there's Sean Finnegan. He raced in from the Pint House. He's back here in Oak Ridge from Merchants Road, cussing out the neighbor, threatening to fight, gonna kill him, says Colt. And there are the police. By golly, he's going to head around and he's going to meet them. He's going to be in control of this situation because he's got a body up in his freezer. And he meets with the Oak Ridge Police, and you heard that interaction. And Sarah Keith started this trial with, "That's bullshit." His words. "Is there a body in your freezer?" No, that's bullshit. Liar. Confirmed liar. You have a confirmed liar in your courtroom. You can prove it. You know it. You heard him on tape say that he didn't have a body in his freezer, and you know it was. Confirmed. Check that. I want you to think about this too, that if as soon as Larry Dowdell leaves, by golly, Mr. Control gets right into control mode, doesn't he? He heads right back into the apartment, and he goes to that freezer, and he cuts her out, because he knows that the police may be coming back. And what's his plan at this point? His plan is, if they come back, I'm going to need to not have anything in that refrigerator. So he goes so far as to disassemble his bed, and you'll see the photos of it, that has to be lifted up. There's a metal mattress underneath. Takes her body out, wraps it in the sheets that you've got in evidence, throws it under the bed, goes and gets the racks for the refrigerator, burritos and pizzas, assembles the racks in the freezer. Oh, we need the burritos and pizza. Goes downstairs. Isn't this going to look odd that I got a freezer upstairs and the burritos, and I got nothing to cook them up here? Whatever. Pizzas and burritos. Shuts it up. All right, let's wait for the cops. I'll show them this empty freezer. He's hoping they're going to come back so he can deceive them. So you've got a known liar, and now you know you've got a known deceiver. Two things you've got on him now. So if Larry Dowdell had decided, you know what, a sergeant calls out, Dowdell, why don't you head back there and ask that guy if you can take a look in there after you finish your next call and see if you can, just for giggles, let's go back there. And Dowdell goes back, says, hey, Mr. Finnegan, I'd like to take a look at that freezer. Why, come on in, Officer Dowdell, sure, come on in. Why, look at here. Pizzas and burritos. End of case. Send that woman to Ridgebrook, boys. The fridge is empty. Because he was deceiving. Confirmed. And Jennifer Miller, you heard from Jennifer Miller, the Pint House manager, is a great, reliable employee. He shows up to work on time, works hard. Never knew he had a victim in his fridge. But she also says to you that obviously he has access to sharp instruments, and I don't know if you remember the terminology Dr. Malusinik said, but she described it as beautiful. The cut was beautiful, with a very sharp instrument. And her instruments get dull very rapidly, even, because cutting through skin is not easy. Cutting through cartilage is not easy. Very sharp instruments like a chef would use. And she tells you, Jennifer Miller, what a coincidence, right before COVID, the baseball bat at the bar goes missing. Who has access to the baseball bat? He does. She also tells you that they used to kid him about having multiple girlfriends. And she knew one of the girlfriends. She said Rebecca, and then Jen had to go. And that was it. You heard from Danny Miller next. He's from Rent-A-Center. He gave you the concrete data when the refrigerator was delivered on the 28th. You heard in the defendant's own words that he didn't know what to do with her body, so he rented a freezer and he stuck her in the freezer. His own words. She's dead by the time he walks into the Rent-A-Center on 12/27. That's why he rented the freezer. And why did he rent a freezer instead of dumping her over the Solway Bridge? Because he's keeping her. He wants to keep her. And he wants to keep her breasts exposed and her face exposed so he can open it up and look at it whenever he wants to jerk off. Because it turns him on. And you heard from Officer Kevin Craig. You heard from Craig, Millsaps, Williams, and Hannon, documenting and collecting, investigating. And there's a lot to do about the DNA that's collected. And you heard from John Hannon about crime scenes. And you know, that is common sense, right? It's that a crime scene, evidence is going to get lost. It's going to get over. People are going to walk and pick it up on their feet, and shell casings get up in people's tires and things of that nature. Crime scene was 8 months old. The murder happened 8 months ago. So processing an 8-month-old crime scene, then arguably if you Swiffer it once a week, that 32 times you've Swiffered the living room floor, what kind of evidence are you going to get there? But nonetheless, it doesn't matter because he admitted to you. He admitted to you that he and Rebecca were present. He switches his role. He and Rebecca were present when the beating took place. And it took place in the living room, corroborated by Jennifer Millsap's finding of the victim's blood in the living room. And there's a lot of cross-examination, just looking at Jennifer's final resting place, looking at the wear on the bed rails where she was chained, looking at the locks that he changed for the purpose of keeping the key door locked, and the bags, and the chain itself, and the evidence that they collected. And there's a lot of cross-examination about, there's no male DNA on the chain. Well, he admits chaining her. You heard him tell Mike Uher, yeah, I put the chain around her, but Rebecca put the locks on. He admits touching it. 8 months ago, John Hannon came in and gave you a review of the phones. It tells you a lot about the true relationship between the defendant and Rebecca. You're going to read through those texts. They're in the record. We only read one to you. But it will define and tell you how they treat each other. And there is an absolute dominance in this relationship. And he's the dominant one. He's the master. You're going to see from those texts. And also about teaching you about their relationship, that who has photos of them ejaculating on their girlfriend and taking a picture of her face with your ejaculate on it? Who has a phone of you? Who has a picture on their phone of your girlfriend after you've defecated on her and taken a picture while she walls around and taken it and left it on your phone? Think about the nature of that relationship. Who's in control of that relationship? Who speaks to their girlfriend with the terms bitch, slut, and whore? Because that's what you're going to see in the text. That's what he calls her. When she calls him master, daddy, and interestingly, Mustafa. Or is it Mufasa? I'm sorry, Mufasa. And you may know who Mufasa is. If you know anything about Disney, he's the Lion King. That's who he was in that relationship. And you can learn a lot from their relationship through the images from his phone that John Hannon collected and the communication between the two, the only communication between the two, because he was in control of not only her phone when she could have a phone and she didn't have one, but he also would tell neighbors when and where they could go and do. When does somebody tell another adult, you're grounded? When does another person define where and when you're going to be communicating on a phone as an adult? He wasn't. You recall Mahogany telling you she was like a mother to Rebecca. Rebecca was childlike, and that's what their relationship was. He was telling her to do what to do like a child because he was her master, and that's exactly who was in control of everything that happened right here. Everything that happened right here was at his control and under his control and direction. And you read those texts, and you'll see. Dr. Darinka Malusinik was the last witness. And as jurors, you're not involved in the criminal justice system, but you may have some role in what you do, where you see the underbelly of society, you see a background where you see cruelty or inhumanity. You may see that. I don't know, but probably this is a first for you to see how humans can treat each other with such cruelty. And Dr. Malusinik's testimony amplified that and gave that to you. That this woman was tortured. That this death took a while. And of course she said it in the words that she says it. Antemortem, postmortem, premortem, perimortem. And that was the most interesting ones, the perimortem wounds, while she was dying. She was sustaining stab wounds while she was dying. And when you look at those 5 rings around her neck, and you know each one of those, the pressure that would have been taken and the life that she was perceiving was expiring, as Jennifer lay prone, face down, and being pulled up with all his might, him straddling over her between his legs, pulling with a shoestring on her neck. Well, the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. Smoke a cigarette in between. Take a break. So the takeaway from Dr. Malusinik isn't just the brutality of what happened to her, because she was brutalized, but to also show you the physicality that would be needed to do this. Who could do this in this case? The defendant or Rebecca Dishman? When you just think about it from its pure physical sense of accomplishing this. And I'll bet you Jennifer Paxton, we talk about Jennifer, she was homeless, right? And I said to you earlier, she's probably the most easiest person to kill on the planet. But what we don't want to discount is that people who live outside tend to be tougher than me. Because they tend to be living for themselves and in fights and things of that nature and kind of fending in the kind of animal type kingdom. Not to offend anybody who lives that lifestyle, but there has got to be some toughness to that. So I would say that she could put up a fight until she was so doped up she'd kill Dr. Malusnik with enough morphine in her. Hopefully she didn't feel it. But what Dr. Malusnik did for you is show you blunt force trauma head to toe. You look at the autopsy photographs, bruised everywhere. Major head injuries, open injuries on her forehead, right? You can see right down to the bone. Look at the photos. Implied with Finnegan's mama's dope. Stabbed and sliced dozens, not 30, 40 times. And Dr. Malusnik told you the ligature wounds. In addition to the ligature wounds, he slit her throat. And I talked to you at the beginning of this about a bank robbery, and we talked about how we would make deals, and I said, I'm your public prosecutor. We have to make decisions. And in a case where you have multiple co-defendants, say you got the 5 guys that go into the robbery, we got to do the wheelman, or who we going to take, who we going to make a deal with, who we going to put to trial, and who we going to settle. And you think about that in this case. And your district attorney, Dave Clark, made that decision. And that decision was to try Sean Finnegan. And I want you to think about the reverse. Think about if instead Rebecca Dishman were sitting here and Sean Finnegan were the state's witness. You remember Sean Finnegan, the confirmed liar, from Larry Dowdell? And also from Mahogany Pico. Remember Mahogany told you about the fridge where she went in, saw the fridge. Hey, what's with the fridge? Oh, the landlord delivered it, but he mistakenly delivered it. We're bringing it back. Second lie. Confirmed liar, right? Confirmed deceiver. Am I going to put him on the stand? To say, I just came home, I worked so hard, and there she was, in that state. With Rebecca, with Cole Pico and Mahogany Pico out there going to testify, God, Rebecca was in so much danger, we got her out of Dodge. We were taking her to a women's shelter. And I'm going to put the violent one on the stand for the state and go against her? And the judge is going to tell you, or when he tells you about the law, he's going to explain to you felony murder. And we talked a little bit about that, about felony murder. If you engage in certain types of felonies and somebody dies, that's called felony murder. And kidnapping is one of them. Kidnapping, killing during the commission of a kidnapping is felony murder. And the defendant in his statement confessed to felony murder. He said, my girl hit her with a bat. Even let's take his statement for absolute truth. If we took it for truth, my girl hit her with a bat. I chained her up. Yes, I chained her up. I put the chain around her neck. I didn't know what to do. I was going to nurse her back to health and then free her. And then a killing occurs. He says it doesn't occur in his presence. The judge is going to read you the law. It doesn't have to occur in his presence. If he's part of the kidnapping and puts the chain around her neck, he's guilty of kidnapping, and a killing occurred during that commission of that kidnapping, and he is guilty of felony murder on his own statement. Guilty. just like all the guys in the bank robbery, were guilty. When some trigger man went into the bank and the wheelman stood outside, the same thing. And the defendant, when you look at this and take the bigger approach of what this defendant did, he took a three-pronged approach at you, folks. He took a three-pronged approach. His first was to deny, right? The Oak Ridge police come up. They say, what's going on? We think there's a body here. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's bull. No, that's deny. Number one, you know he's a liar, right? Number two, the defendant then heads into the house, mocks up the scene, creates the atmosphere where he's going to try and deceive the Oak Ridge police because he thinks they're coming back. He doesn't know they're coming back with a SWAT team. He thinks they're coming back and he's getting ready to deceive. That's number two. You know he's deceived, right? And so if you know he lied and you know he deceived and he was attempting to deceive in his three-pronged approach, number one, number two, and number three, his statement, deflect. Deflect. Say, do that, right? We call that the Soddy defense, S-O-D-D-I. Some other dude did it. When you get caught red-handed with the blood on your hands, what are you going to do? Except say some other dude did it. And that's exactly what he did. Wasn't me. Oh, my girl did all that. She's crazy. She's bipolar. She's schizophrenic. Oh, you got to go talk to her about that. So, when you know he lied and denied, and you know he deceived and deceived, why would you believe when he deflects? That's his third prong, his final hurrah. That's the last thing he can possibly do to deceive you and avoid any consequence. He was trying to deceive you. And so what it comes down to is he's admitted to felony murder if you believe him. If you believe him, you'll acquit him of all the other charges. It'll be a quick verdict. Just let him go on the rest. But he's admitted to felony murder during a kidnapping. But if you watch and view this case from the common sense approach that you need to look at it from, with Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico and the danger Rebecca Dishman was truly and genuinely in, and you know that based on their actions, you know that he's lying in that number three. That he was right there, and what Rebecca in her limited way and all whatever she could muster and how she mustered it and how her processor works was able to convey. She watched him kill Jennifer Paxton. And she told you exactly how he did it, that he straddled over her, pulling with all his might, smoke a cigarette. And so when you think about that, and you're going to weigh the deceiver, the known liar, the known staging of this mock scene that he was attempting to get away with it the second time, and the deflector, I didn't do it, she did it, and you weigh who those people are, looking at the text and reading into the people and the encounter with Kelsey Coombs and all of that you have, you know who they are. The physicality that was required is Master, Daddy, and Mufasa to do this. Not slut, whore, bitch, who he's crapping on and taking pictures of. And so I would ask you, in that bigger view, when you look at the totality of this case, and you consider all of the facts and evidence in this case, looking at it logically, without emotion, bias, or prejudice, just like we asked, I'd ask you to render a verdict of guilty on all counts and tell him your third prong approach, prong 3, ain't working on us. Please find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, General. What we'll do is we'll...
Damn. Oh my goodness, you guys. That was just quite the ride, hey? Quite the closing arguments there. I mean, it started off really strong. It started off so well. I was like, oh my word, look at him go. And then it's just like, oh no. Because then it starts bordering on victim blaming, you know, and saying that the victim was an addict and it cost her her life. No. Sean Finnegan, Rebecca Dishman, cost her her life. I understand what he was trying to do, like a bit of victimology, but it just, oh no, that was just like, oh no. And then, I don't know, maybe he did not expect to do closing arguments today. That's the only thing I can think of, because that was just like so all over the place. At some points, it just like, you just get lost in the timeline he's trying to share, right? And for him to say, and I'm just quoting, that the victim was stabbed and sliced dozens of times. That's very graphic language. Oh my goodness. I know it's a brutal case. I understand that. They don't have to tiptoe around anyone, but it's just, I just wonder how the jury will receive that. Talking about jerking off, talking about Disney, Mufasa, and then some other dude did a defense, and the whole time repeating that he was a liar and he was a deceiver. It's not that compelling, right? Because this is way worse than a liar and a deceiver. This is way worse. This case is very gruesome. Liar and deceiver, I mean, come on, he's not on trial for that, you know what I mean? Ooh, okay, so let's see. I think they're going to take a break now, aren't they? Yeah, the judge is like, okay, we'll just take a break, and then they come back. So let's go forward. They took a 10-minute break, and they're coming back now for the defense's closing arguments. I really hope that the other state's attorney, the other prosecutor can actually, like, in the rebuttal, just wrap it all up nicely, you know? Because she speaks very well. I think she's got a very impactful, calm way of just narrating the facts. So let's hope it goes better in the rebuttal, right?
Thank you. Have a seat. Sir.
I think that would have been really brutal for the family. Please share some purple hearts in the chat. I hope that they can see the chat at some point and know that we all there with them. We feel their pain. I mean, that was very rough, okay? The family sitting in the courtroom listening to that. Shame, man. So why purple hearts? Because that was Jennifer Paxton's favorite color. So in honor of Jennifer, we are sharing purple hearts for her.
All right, ready for closing argument?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, I'm going to move over here so I can see.
That'll be fine, Judge. I wasn't sure where to put that.
Oh, you're fine.
Everybody can see.
Sorry for pausing again. I will not pause when it's obviously when they're doing their closing arguments. Mr. Grandbuff said he's not sugarcoating anything. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, they're not sugarcoating is one way to look at it. But if you're not sugarcoating everything and you're going to be so crass and you're kind of going to border on like insulting every single witness that you're going down the line in your mind of, because there's no, he's got his little paper there. You know what I mean? Like, it just gets, it feels a little bit, like, strangely delivered. Yeah, distastefully a little bit. Because, like, if it was a strong timeline, and on this date this happened, and then this, and this is why we think that he is a killer, a sadistic torturer, right? That he's someone who SA'd this victim multiple times, chained her, all the stuff that they would have said, that would have been more clear, right? It was very... I got lost there as well. Very wishy-washy, all over the place, and then all these, like, blunt details. I mean, wow, I really hope the jury feels better about it than many of us that I can see from the chat here. Mm-hmm.
We all see that. Great. All right. Got it. You all set?
Yes, sir. Go.
All right. Well, I told you all at the beginning of this is probably going to be the hardest thing you had to do, and that it was going to be
A lot of fantastic stuff, and a lot of gory things, and a lot of gross things, and a lot of things that are probably outside of our normal life experiences. Mostly outside of my life experiences, and I'm making assumptions that most of this stuff is probably outside of yours too. So what I'd like to do is go through the evidence and take a look at what the state's case is and see if we can't separate out the disgusting nature of all of it from the facts that are supposed to lead you to a conclusion. And that's really what you're here to do. And so when I told you at the beginning that this was an intellectual exercise and not an emotional exercise, I meant it. You have to be able to separate out the ridiculousness of this case. I don't really know any other way to say it. I mean, this is a horrible case. Like I said, there's a reason why there's interest in this outside of Anderson County. You hear body in the freezer, and it's about all you need to hear, right? And people want to hold people accountable for that kind of thing. And so, but it's important that we determine what the elements are. And this is where we're talking about an intellectual exercise versus an emotional exercise. Is just because it's outrageous, just because it seems like anybody involved with this should be hung by their toes, and maybe that's what you feel like. But that's not the law, and that's not what we're here to do. We're asking you to do something much more difficult than that. We're asking you not to jump to conclusions. We're asking you to actually look at what came in through the witness stand and through the evidence, and what does it tell you? Because the state does have to prove each and every element of these crimes to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Each and every element. That means even if there's 4 elements, and 3 of those elements are satisfied, but there's one that's not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, that's not guilty. Does everybody understand? I'm not supposed to, can't answer me, but so what I want to do is just talk about who we have involved, okay? And we start with Rebecca Dishman. All right. What do we know about Rebecca Dishman from the witnesses? What do we know about her before she met Sean? We know that she had trouble staying in homes. She would live with multiple different places, and she kept getting kicked out of wherever she lived, and people would wash their hands of her. She testified to that. She never testified about being homeless or anything like that, so she obviously has a skill at being able to find a place to live. She hadn't worked in some time, although she did have a job as a CNA, right? So we know one thing, she moved around a lot. And what's more important about that is that she's kicked out of every place she lives. And if you've ever had anybody that's living with you, or if you've ever had relatives, or you know anybody that does these kind of things, people don't kick sweet, simple girls out of their house. People kick people out of their house because they're a danger or a threat to something in their home, either stealing from them or they're harmful or some reason. People don't kick people out of their house and wash their hands of them because they're sweet, innocent girls. And the state is trying to present her as this mentally handicapped young lady who's sweet and innocent and is somehow a victim, even though they allowed her to plead guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping and rape. So don't let them base their entire case, which they have, on Rebecca Dishman and the fact that they're trying to tell you that she's incapable of lying. The fact that the DA just stood up here and said that Rebecca Dishman is incapable of lying should give you pause. That's a bold statement to make about their witness, isn't it? I mean, I've heard about bolstering witnesses, but my witness can't lie. Wow. So your first-degree murderer, rapist, kidnapper doesn't have the ability to lie. She can set up fake Facebook accounts, and she can carry on conversations and relationships outside of her normal relationship, but she doesn't have the ability to lie. So be careful. That's what I'm saying. The state is overplaying their hand a little bit here. And if they have to overplay, you have to ask yourself why. They've got a body in the freezer. They've got someone who's clearly tortured. I mean, there's no denying that this young lady is the victim here. But that's not what this trial has been about. We haven't really heard that much about Jennifer Paxton. We've mostly heard about how Rebecca Dishman is a victim. So let's talk more about what we know about her before she met Sean Finnegan. She moved around several different places, got kicked out of all of them, needed a place to stay. Mostly it was with people she called fiancés, right? She's 22 years old. She has 4 or 5 fiancés. She uses the word fiancé because she moves in with every single one of them because they give her a place to live and they feed her. So she moves around a lot. What else do we know about her? She doesn't work. She stays at home. She thinks she called herself a stay-at-home girlfriend, right? So she's a stay-at-home girlfriend. All right. She's lazy. She doesn't want to do anything. She stays at home and she lets other people take care of her. That's her MO. That's what she does. And what makes people want to take care of people? If you're sweet and you're simple and you seem like you need help and somebody take care of you, what did all the witnesses say? She just seemed like someone who needed to be taken care of. That's how she presents herself. Because there's a lot of other things going on in the background, isn't there? There's all these other things happening. She's clearly able to lie and do all these other things, but she presents herself to these people in a certain way to accomplish what she needs to accomplish. She's incredibly manipulative. And we know this because she's reaching out and trying to carry on a relationship, at least through Facebook or something, on someone else's phone with an ex-boyfriend, Ramsey's. We heard that. Because that's in the text. You'll be able to read it, where she sends a text to Sean while he's at work. It says, "I had a dream about Ramsey's last night." Doesn't that seem like you're just sort of poking at somebody? "I had a dream about my ex-fiance last night." That's how she starts the conversation. That's one of the conversations, and he gets angry in their text. Most of the text you'll read are sexual text, and she starts the conversations. And then he's at work, and he says, "I got to go, I'm busy." That's really important, who's starting the conversations. Okay? When someone's calling themselves your little girl and baby's little girl, and they want to set it up like it's a servant-master relationship, but dominance and submissive sexually does not equate to life. There are masters of industry and CEOs of giant corporations that pay thousands of dollars to dominatrix to be submissive. So don't conflate the two. Sexual desires and life can be different. And so don't conflate the two. What else do we know about her? So she's into kinky sex, right? Before Sean. She told us that on direct. On direct, maybe crossed. I don't remember, but she told us that on the stand. We also know that because she showed up to Sean's house with her own sex toys and butt plugs. I don't know if you know what butt plugs are. I'm not a sex expert. I'm not Dr. Ruth or Dr. Joyce Brothers, and that probably shows my age that I'm using those as references. But I'm pretty sure butt plugs are something you stick in your butt. I'm just going to go out there. But she brought that stuff with her to his house. There's literally nothing about Sean having kinky relationships or anything outside of maybe a prostitute or somebody coming to his house until she shows up. There's nothing in evidence until she shows up. She shows up with those toys. If you look at that picture of her that looks like she's rolling around in feces or something that the DA keeps liking to show you, she took that picture. She took that picture and sent it to Sean. That's why it's on this phone. You can see it from the angle of the shot. So we keep talking about her being sweet and innocent and she can't lie. And what really comes down is who's in control. That's what this whole trial seems to be about, is who's kind of controlling this relationship. And the reason why it matters is because intent is an element. So to convict somebody of first-degree murder, to convict somebody of kidnapping or aggravated kidnapping or any of those sort of crimes, you have to find that they intended that it happened that way. And so that's what we're going to dig a little bit deeper into as well. So what else do we know about Miss Dishman? Before she met Sean, she's into Satanism. The state wants to gloss over that, but she comes in and says she's into Satanism and a Wiccan and all these other things. Her dad was a preacher, I understand that you teenagers dabbling and all that kind of stuff, but we're dealing with a horrific murder here, with a body that is cut up and sliced, and there is a crucifix that's cut off of her arm. They can say it's sliced out or whatever. That's not, there may have been a freezer burn on there, but they can't really, she didn't testify that that body was taken out of that freezer at that point. She didn't know any of that stuff, really. The body could have come in and out of that freezer a couple of times. We don't really know, okay? But we know that the biggest part that was sliced off of her arm is where the tattoo of the crucifix was. There's no other cut like that anywhere on her body. We know she was a cutter. There's tons of little cuts all over this body. So what they want to do is make this Sean's fantasy, right? Hookers are the easiest ones to kill. So this is Sean's fantasy. And I told you at the beginning that it's too easy. You know, who are they going to blame, right? Who are they going to blame? And so that's how you can see that he might be fearful that there's a body, or maybe he couldn't make the right decisions, and maybe he made terrible decisions. But the point is they're trying to switch roles, and I'm trying to switch roles, and that's what we seem to be arguing about here, is who was actually in control of this relationship. We've got Dishman. She moved around. She can't stay in a place, and she's constantly looking for the next place to go, and who's going to take care of her. Okay? She's a Satanist. She has a history of kinky sex. She shows up with all her own kinky sex tools. They meet on Facebook. Have no idea what she said to him on Facebook. We know she was a CNA. We know he takes care of his 80-year-old mother who's in hospice care. Maybe she said, I could come live with you and help care and take care of your mother. I don't know. We don't have any of that stuff, do we? Have no idea what that conversation was. Okay, what else do we know about her? Before Sean. I think that's about it. I think that's about all we know about her. So what do we know about Sean before her? I'll put Finnegan up here. Sean lived in the same place for a couple of years. Same place, all right? Same place, same home. Sean worked a full-time job, more than a full-time job. And during the busy times of the year, every day he worked. That's the testimony. Okay, so he worked full-time. He worked full-time. He took care of his 80-something-year-old mother who's in hospice care and ailing and dying. He's picking up her medicine. He's going to work from 5 in the afternoon till 5 o'clock in the morning, just about every day. That's 12 hours a day, not counting driving from Oak Ridge to Merchants. So 12 to 13 hours a day, most days. He's not at that place. He's not at that apartment. But he's got a mother to take care of. So it seems reasonable that he might want a little help. If a girl is there and could stay there, that would be helpful. That would be a reason for her to be there. She's a CNA. But you heard from her that she had an up and down relationship with Miss Francis, and I'm not sure that she really did much of anything around that house, is what it kind of sounds like. But she had the freedom to leave, or stay, or help Miss Francis, or really, she had all the time in the world to do whatever she wanted to. Of the two people that are involved in this, only one of them had all the time in the world to do whatever they wanted to. And it wasn't Sean Finnegan. Sean Finnegan wasn't there. Sean Finnegan's a simple kind of dude. This is what we know. He has the same home. He takes care of his mother. He has the same job. He shows up. He's on time. He's reliable. He does a good job. He stays after work and hangs out. Seems like a normal guy. That's what the person that worked with him said, right? Didn't say anything negative about it necessarily. Something about having two girlfriends and laughing around and joking around, and he mentions a Jen. Well, Jen is not an uncommon name, first of all, so who knows who he was talking about, or if that was what he meant when he said it. I mean, they're trying to make you believe some off-the-cuff remark has something to do with this when it may have absolutely nothing to do with that at all. He was, let's say, he took care of his mom. That's an important thing. Took care of mom. He was a regular at Rent-A-Center. He was a good customer. He paid his bills on time. He was reliable. He showed up every Friday to pay his bills. That's from Rent-A-Center. He rented other stuff. it wasn't uncommon for him to rent things. Okay? So that's the stuff we know about Sean. So these are the two people that we have before they meet. We have Rebecca Dishman. She moved around, couldn't stay in a place. She's obviously burning every bridge. She's burning every bridge. She meets Sean on Facebook, moves in with him in a short amount of time. Not to work, but to be taken care of. To be a stay-at-home girlfriend. And I have to assume help with his mother. I have to assume. I don't know. But I think that's kind of what she inferred, even though she said she kind of had an up and down relationship with her. But I would think for Sean it would be comforting to know that there was someone there with your 80-year-old mother who's sleeping at the top of a wooden staircase. It's just a thought. And you have to be away because you have to support everyone, which is what he was doing. So he housed her, he fed her, including several other people who probably stayed and maybe helped with his mother. But that's what we know about them. That's what we know about them from their witnesses, from the state's witnesses. That's what we know about these two people. And we're talking about character here, right? What do we know about from the neighbors? Okay, because they make a big deal. The neighbors choose Rebecca, right? Well, Sean lived there before Rebecca. The neighbors knew him before Rebecca was there. And what did they say? We never had a problem with Sean. They were friends. Nothing weird. Never had a problem. Good neighbor. Pre-Rebecca. Pre-Sean. All right. So they met on Facebook, right? It didn't take long before she moved in. And we talked earlier about how our natural tendency, I think, in power, looking at a power and control and a relationship, my natural tendency is to think, especially in most scenarios, that a man is in charge, especially if there's some kind of, combative relationship or whatever. We usually think of the man as being bigger and stronger and in charge. Folks, look at the pictures. If you're just talking about the strength, because he brought up strength, that's the only reason I'm bringing this up. At the time, Sean probably weighed 150 pounds. I don't know. That might be in the record, so whatever. So did Rebecca, or maybe more. She was bigger than she was when she sat in here, and she had purple hair. She looked different than she came in here. So that's another thing you should ask yourself about too. Is why would they dress her up like a teenager and sit her up in here with her hair and her glasses and stuff to make her look like she was simple? That's not what she looked like when she was arrested. So then let's jump forward to August 8th, 2020, because that's really where the story begins, right? And we've got this timeline down here. That's what I'm going to use. All right? Back here's November, December. This is 2019. All right? And then we got all the way over here, we got August 8th. I'll go 8/8. 5th, sorry. August 5th. And that's when the story begins. That's when Rebecca Dishman decides she's going to escape, right? But she's not escaping Sean, she's escaping the situation that she created. Because she's been in control the entire time. The entire time. Sean, what was he supposed to do, honestly? Right? If you believe, what his statement was, where he comes home, or she hits her, or he comes home and she strangled her, what's he supposed to do? It is his house. It's in his house. What's he supposed to do? I don't really have a good answer for that, because my thought is that if he called the police, he would be sitting right there. He'd still be sitting right there. He'd still be sitting there. So now, who's the prisoner? Is it the one who is at the house for 12 hours a day with unlocked doors, not chained to anything, no telephone, no GPS monitoring on her, none of this stuff? I mean, who could come and go as she pleases? If she just walked out the door and left, he'd never be able to find her. That's all she had to do. She didn't do any of that. She stayed for 8 months until just a couple of weeks before she left, and she started to set up her escape, didn't she? She goes over to the neighbor, who everything's fine with up to this point. Everything is fine with the neighbors up to this point, and she starts hinting to them, right? She starts hinting to them a couple of weeks before this. Sean's abusive, and she's simple. That's the way she presents herself to them. She's sweet and simple. She's sweet and simple, and she comes over and she borrows her phone and sexts her boyfriend, and then deletes the text so that the neighbor can't see what she's texting on. Simple. She goes next door to the neighbor she's never spoken to, not friends with, any of that kind of stuff, right? Just to tell her that he's going to kill me, whatever. Can I borrow your phone so I can set up a fake Facebook account to contact my ex-fiance? Simple, right? They're saying that she can't process, so that's the stuff she comes up with. That's called manipulation. That's not called being simple. That's not simple or computation. That is complex computation. She is creating this scenario where she is the victim. She's the victim. She's always the victim. And the state body. And so their entire investigation is dependent upon what she told them happened. And that's what we're going to follow now, right? So August 5th, the neighbor decides to get her out of there, right? Today's the day. And I think maybe she let something slip to Mahogany that she didn't mean to. And that started the steamrolling. That's kind of what I think happened. And now she's stuck. And so she's got to go. Or maybe she's been setting up this whole time because she was ready to go. Maybe she had another boyfriend who's had an open room. I mean, it could have been as simple as that. She had another place to go. Because on testimony, that's how she ended up with Sean. On testimony, she said, well, he convinced me to move in. And then on the very next line, she said, and I thought I was going to get kicked out of the last place. I thought I was going to get kicked out of the place I was in before. So she needed a place to go. And she found Sean. And she moved in. And his life changed. His life changed. Not hers. Okay, so we got her going to the police, and she starts to tell them the story. And the story is that she's the abuse victim. That's how it starts. She's on her way to a shelter because she's the abuse victim. I haven't seen any pictures of black eyes or bruises or strangle marks on her or any of that kind of stuff. So she's the least bruised up abuse victim I've ever seen in my life who was being threatened to kill. This is another manipulative move. She's controlling the situation. She's controlling the narrative. She knows that when she gets out of the house and she gets to the police, they treat her like a victim because that's what they're supposed to do. She's a female, she's young, she's coming in, she says she has an older boyfriend who abuses her. And we're taught to believe that because we're supposed to. But she was lying. But these officers don't know that. They're doing their job. And so they take her side. And even though she gives multiple stories, even in that first interview, and we talked about it on Cross, but even in that first interview, she talks about the body, about the whole thing is different. It happens at a different time of year. She's there for weeks, chained up to the bed. All this torturing is happening, all this stuff. She's making up all this stuff that is just that changes over time as they go through the interview, but they still believe her because she has the inability to lie. Remember, she can't lie. And so she's still in control. She's guiding the investigation, and she knows something about that. She knows that there's a body at Sean's place because he helped cover up the murder she committed. She knows all the details. She knows all the details of the body. She knows all the details of everything on that woman, on Miss Paxton's body, her tattoos, number of kids, all these kind of things. You know why? Because she was there with her, 12 to 13 hours a day by herself. The whole time, anytime, whenever she was there, she was the one who was with her. He told you that all those injuries. I think the DA asked her how long would it take to accomplish this. Someone would have to spend a lot of time with them, right? Well, who spent a lot of time with her? Not Sean, he was working. He was working or picking up his mom's medicine. Or, it's something we haven't talked about is I'm guessing that he probably slept on occasion too. So if he's working 12 or 13 hours a day and he sleeps only 5 or 6 hours a day, it doesn't leave a whole lot of time for him to be controlling Rebecca and setting up all this stuff for this murder that he had absolutely no reason to commit. No reason to commit. He's living his life. The only thing that changed about his life, he's already got girls that come over and have sex with him. That's what we learned, right? He's already got girls that will come over and have sex with him and help him take care of his mother. Even after Rebecca's there, girls come home with him and they have threesomes. And they happen and everybody moves on with their life. That's his life. That's what's going on. We may not agree with the lifestyle or whatever, but that's the lifestyle he was living. That didn't change until she entered the picture. Something that caught me from the DA during opening, I think it was, but they said something like, this is a paraphrase, but Rebecca Dishman was with Sean Finnegan for only a few weeks, and suddenly then there was a dead girl in the apartment. So I'd like to say that now, because I think it sounds different when I say it versus when they say it. Sean Finnegan only knew Rebecca Dishman for 3 to 4 weeks, and suddenly there was a dead body in his apartment. The apartment he'd been living in with his mother for 2 years. She's what changed. She's what changed. So who's in control? The person that goes to work every day? How is he controlling her? That's what I don't understand. How is he controlling her? Well, he doesn't allow her to have a phone. You mean he doesn't pay for her phone? Because the last boyfriend let her other phone that was there, they couldn't start up, let the service go out because he got tired of paying for her phone. So he doesn't allow her to have a phone. They really are stretching to make this servant-master relationship. She sits at home all day doing nothing. He goes out and works and provides for him, his mother, her, maybe even a couple of other girls that stop by every once in a while, right? It's easy to point the finger at the 50-year-old white dude over there. It looks kind of creepy, right? It's just really easy to point the finger at it, and she knew that. She knew it when she started, and she's the one who has the reason to do it, and has a history of jealousy and overreaction. And we heard about that too. Because what happened after she got arrested? She started a relationship with a corrections officer. And then she sat up here and said she didn't receive any benefits from it. I thought that was the most interesting thing I heard most of the trial. She received no benefits for her relationship with the corrections officer. Other than the time spent with the corrections officer and access to the phone, I suppose, which is also a felony, by the way. And then, to show that she's overreactive in a weird psychotic sort of way, when she finds out that maybe this correction officer is having some kind of flirtation or relationship with other inmates, she threatens to kill them. She admitted that, didn't she? She threatened to kill people because they were having a relationship, or whatever, perceived relationship, with a corrections officer that she perceived that she was having a relationship with. And her reaction was to threaten to kill them. And the state's position is, well, she didn't do anything about it. She's in jail. But that's what she does. Anyway, okay, so we're back to the 5th. She's setting this up. She's setting up her escape. She's telling a neighbor about some stuff that is just kind of silly and ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense going over to this neighbor. And then the neighbor's testimony was kind of odd too. But it's about her right now. That's what this case is about. And she starts feeding this stuff to Mahogany. And I think we get to the point that I think Mahogany and her husband are good people. I think they're good people, and they wanted to. They're just going about their business, and I think Mahogany was duped by her, just like everybody else has been duped by her along the way. She's a sweet girl. We just thought she was innocent and sweet, and just didn't think that she thought like other people and stuff. And then you heard her whenever she found out what those texts were. When she actually got to read the text that Rebecca was sending on her phone before she deleted them, she was shocked by them. Because that's not who she thought Rebecca was. Because that's not who Rebecca showed her. And so when she goes to the police, they treat her like victims. What they're supposed to do is she plays that part. And then she starts feeding them details and strange details, right? So that we've got the fireball bucket. A lot of the stuff's in evidence, and it's going to be back there with it. And it's based on what she testifies to. It's all based on what she says. Every single thing comes from her. Every single thing. So let's go back. Let's go through our witnesses, okay? Let's go through our witnesses. We started out with 911. It's a call from Colt Pico. He's basically just regurgitating what his wife told him, right? I'm taking Rebecca. My wife called me. The neighbor says there's a body in the freezer. Anybody hears that, they're going to freak out, right? So of course he did the right thing and he called 911, and that started that process. That's what the 911. We hear from the family of the actual victim in this case, Jennifer Paxton, who I feel like has kind of gotten lost in this whole thing because all we were able to talk about is this girl the whole freaking time. But they don't offer anything to the guilt or innocence of this. That's just to show you who the victim is. And so I'll move on from that. Phyllis Tonkin came in. She talks about the missing person. And really all of that is just to show you that she was vulnerable. I mean, that's the point, is to show you that she was vulnerable. She's a prostitute. She's a drug addict. But she chose that life. And that's the part that we kind of get into, is that it was a dangerous life, but she had opportunities to get help and places to live. And she chose to not do that. She chose to be homeless and be a drug addict. And that's not to knock down, I'm not trying to attack a victim here at all. The point of that testimony was to show you that she would be an easy victim. But the truth is that testimony, what it shows is that's how they met. I mean, she's a prostitute, and he likes sex. And he's a kitchen guy and late nights, and she's a prostitute that hangs out around that bar, and they met. And it's a business contract, basically, right? And it's the oldest profession, I think is what they call it. So again, whether we agree with it or not, that's the facts. That's the facts. And that's how they met. And so she agrees to go home with her bags and stuff, because he's offered her a place to stay. Because he does that. He has a history of doing that. You can stay here. Maybe she'll help with his mom. I don't know. I mean, I have to speculate on some of this stuff, right? Sorry. Okay. So Phyllis Tonkin comes in and she talks about the missing persons report. And that was filed in February. And so it kind of gives you an idea of how lost this girl was, from her family. She's roaming around, and nobody really even knows when people are seeing her and stuff, but it takes several months before people realize she's missing. So that missing persons doesn't come in until February. Then we hear Rebecca Dishman's testimony, and she's kind of the meat of their whole case. She starts the investigation, and every single step of the investigation is an attempt to confirm what she told them. It's an attempt to confirm what she told them. There's very little attempts to disprove what she said, and every attempt is made to make the evidence fit the story she's telling. And it's kind of confusing. And so I'm still really kind of confused. I still have a lot of questions about when this happened. And we're going to get to that too, because we're going to figure out how they come up with their timeline. Because they created a timeline. And when they create a timeline and when they indict, they have to name the range of dates in which the crimes were committed. And that's part of something you're supposed to consider, is that they are saying that these crimes are committed during a certain range of dates. And they say that it happened before December 31st, 2019. That's the last date on their indictment. So if a kidnapping or a first-degree murder, or if a first-degree murder or a kidnapping happened, for you to convict, for you to find beyond a reasonable doubt that they met their burden and reached all their elements, I think you have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that anything that happened, murder or kidnapping-wise, happened before December 31st, 2019, or it's outside the scope of the dates that they've included in their document. That's what I'm talking about. This is an intellectual exercise versus an emotional exercise. Because if that's something that they haven't proven, then you have to have a reasonable doubt as to when the thing occurred. You have to. So let's figure out that. We'll get to that in just a minute. But just a brief of how they established their timeline is the freezer. And the freezer was delivered on the 28th of December. So now their timeline is not November through December 31st. It's December 28th is the delivery of the freezer. Right? Rebecca Dishman's testimony was that the freezer was there already. That was what Rebecca said. Now, Sean, in his statement, there's like, I didn't know what to do. There was a body, and I got a freezer, and I put it in, or whatever. They're trying to make it sound like there was a body, and so he ordered the freezer to put the body in and stuff. But it's something that is in the middle of that interrogation when they're going after him, and so you need to take it for what it's worth. He pretty much sticks to his guns in that interrogation. Where he's saying, "I didn't do it. I didn't do it." I mean, and they're coming after him. They're coming after him. I mean, they're just calling him a liar. They're doing all these things, and he's, look, you can call me a liar. I'm telling you I didn't do it. And he's admitting stuff that he knows he's going to get in trouble for, but he won't admit to those things. Someone did admit to those things, and she took the stand, and her name was Rebecca Dishman. She pled guilty to those things. The girl who can't lie. All right. The first thing she said when she took the stand, they asked something about, are you happy to be here? So I don't even know what they asked, but I heard what she said was, I've been waiting for this moment for 4 years. She's been waiting to grab control again for 4 long years. And she convinced them to go with what she said. And what did she get out of it? She got the rest of her life someone taking care of her. Exactly what she was looking for in the first place. The state of Tennessee now is going to house her and feed her. And she doesn't have to get a job. And she could probably have all the kinky sex she wants. I think she might have gotten exactly what she wanted out of this. And she comes in here, and who's in control? Now she gets to come in here, and she gets to play a part in deciding whether he lives or dies. Who's in control? Aunt and uncle kicked her out of the house. She says she moved because she was scared about getting kicked out. That's why she moved in with Sean. She talks about her jobs. She talks about punishments. I remember when they started talking about these punishments, and that was to set up this master-servant relationship, or the punishments. And she says that she got in trouble because she was texting her ex-fiance, and so she got in trouble with Sean, and the punishment was he made her have sex with him. Well, I don't even know what to make of that, honestly. Like, you have to read her texts. We haven't read them into the record for you, and we haven't stood here and read them because you should probably read them yourself. But read the text, please. I mean, they tell you a whole lot about how she functions sexually and controls the conversations. And just because someone is submissive in their tone doesn't mean they're not in control. Okay? Just because someone's submissive in their tone does not mean they're not in control when they use that to get what they want. And when you use your sexuality and your sweet to get whatever you want, you're still controlling. And just about everybody that she meets seems to think that. She's this simple, sweet girl who they just convicted of first-degree murder and kidnapping. So you spent 12 hours a day with Miss Paxton sometime in that house. Be careful. Be careful trusting the evidence, because we're going to look at where the source of all this evidence is. And I think what we're going to find is that ultimately the source is right here. Right here. That's the source. So after Jennifer, and I'm sure, okay, she also is talking about she's screaming. She's talking about when Sean's beating her. And she said totally different stuff on the stand, by the way, than she said in any other statement. Sean's beating her with a bat, and she says that Jennifer Paxton is on the ground with, I think she called it a fireplace grate or something, and is protecting herself with the fireplace grate. And so as soon as she said that, I started thinking, well, I'd never heard that before. So we start looking through the pictures, and there's some pictures, and you can see them in there. There's not any real close-ups of it because I don't think anybody had ever heard that before, so they didn't actually take any pictures of it. But the fireplace has a screen over the front of it, and so I can assume that's probably what she's talking about. It doesn't look like it's been hit with a bat. That's all I'm saying. So I think that was just more falsification. She's just making up the story to go along. She also said, talking about, this was a really weird, awkward exchange, when she talks about him forcing her to climax over Jennifer Paxton after she'd been, I guess, assaulted or hit in the head or whatever. Forcing her to climax. I just didn't understand. I can't wrap my head around that. I can't wrap my head around it. I don't even know what she means by it. There is something wrong with her brain. The DA wants to make you think that she's simple or whatever, but that's not what's wrong with her brain. There's something deviant going on in there, and she's somehow been able to manipulate this entire process. Don't let her do it. Don't let her do it. All right. They were both smoking while this took place, evidently. Then she says that she stayed there because Sean went to work, so she stayed there and laid next to her on the bed and checked her pulse all night. Remember us testifying about that? She laid there beside her all night to check her pulse to make sure she was still alive. Does anybody believe that? If so, that might be the sickest thing I've heard. So she's cool with just laying there beside her, and she is observing. She's observing. She's the one who's there with Miss Paxton. She's the one who causes all this stuff and is observing it. She's got the time to do it. She's the one who cuts. She's the Satanist. She's all of these things that he is not. Who's in control? Mahogany testified. Well, Dishman first testifies that she goes over, talks about Mahogany saw bruises on my eyes and my glasses were broken. So that story is very consistent, right? I have bruise on my eye and glasses are broken. And that kind of starts this thing. And I asked Mahogany, did you see it? Where did you get that information? Rebecca Dishman. How does she know that Sean caused that? Rebecca Dishman. Okay, we heard from Kelly Coons. That's the neighbor who said she heard a noise, that it sounded like a fight that moved from the living room to the kitchen and then up the stairs and all this. And I did cross her a little bit hard because I'm trying to figure out what she actually heard, because that's not the stuff that she said in her statement. And I understand that people don't want to be involved, and maybe the first time you're interviewed you don't give all these details, but to then come in here 4 years later and give those type of details, to me it just seems a little bit like you might want to convict somebody, or you've been coached a little bit, or this is what you think you're supposed to say to help out the prosecution or whatever. I'm not claiming she's lying, I'm not claiming she's making stuff up, I'm just saying that's different than what she said before. And then if you think about what she actually said. She said she heard what sounded like a fight and a commotion. She didn't hear any screaming or anything. She didn't say anything about screaming or any of that kind of stuff. It sounded like a fight, commotion, and then headboard banging like rough sex upstairs in the bedroom, which of course would not be next to any of her walls. It would be above her roof. But I can see how you might still hear that down the wall. I'm not going to suggest that she wouldn't hear that. But those are a lot of details for something. Those are a lot of details for 4 years later. And the one detail that's left out is when. I mean, she says around Christmas is when she heard that. She remembered it was around Christmas. And the reason she knows it was around Christmas is because her tree was up. That's how she knows that date. And she also testified that she keeps her trees up for at least 2 weeks into January, sometimes the entire month of January. So now we have our timeline, don't we? We have the freezer delivered on the 28th. Sean wasn't there. We heard that from the Rent-A-Center guy, right? Because he was at work. So he wouldn't have been home till the 29th. So he could have come home. The earliest he could have come home to Jennifer Paxton is the 29th now, right? The earliest. Based on Dishman's statement, who we're supposed to believe because she can't lie, right? So now it's the 29th at the earliest. And it could go anywhere to the end of January. Second week of January, third or fourth week of January. Way outside, at least 2 or 3 weeks outside, past the date that they said that these crimes took place. That's an issue for them. It's an issue. And I'm certain that it feels like it's one of those technical things that people, you talk about, you know, it's just something technical. They go, it's not, it's an element. It's something that they're supposed to prove. And when the state or the government makes an allegation against someone and charges them with the crime, we hold them to a higher standard because they're making serious allegations. And the people who make serious allegations like this are well trained in how to do it. And so when they don't cross their T's and they don't dot their I's, or they make a mistake on the date range, or they make a mistake on what they're charging, or they overcharge, or they do these different things, we have to call them on it. And we have to hold them responsible. That's how we make them better. That's how we make the system work. And that's why I say you have to let go of your emotions. In a case like this, it's really hard. I'm going to keep saying it because it's hard for us. I mean, attorneys go home and cry at night sometimes too. And sometimes we're cold about stuff, but it's the truth because we're in here doing this crap all the time. All right? So you've got to look at the facts. You've got to look at the facts. You've got to separate yourself out from the disgustingness of this. So she doesn't establish anything, right? Because she also didn't say she knew that Sean was even home when she heard that noise. So that could have been something completely different. It may not even be related to this, that noise she heard. If he wasn't there, it could have been Rebecca and his mom arguing and fighting. I mean, it could have been Rebecca and some other boyfriend there fighting. He's gone 12 or 13 hours a day. What the heck's she do there? I don't know. I don't know if she has other relationships. I don't know. I know there's an unknown male on that body. That's weird. I'd like to know who that is. I'd like to know how it got there. Because that's supposed to be a body that was cleaned. I think she said bleached. And they spent a whole lot of time telling us how DNA degrades and how hard it is to find evidence. Which you know is a problem. Whenever the prosecutor's coming in and telling you that you should use your common sense, and which is really code for see it the way we see it, right? You should use your common sense to fill in the gaps because finding evidence is hard. It's just really hard. That's not how this is supposed to work. It doesn't matter that it's hard. It doesn't matter if the scene is old. Those are legitimate excuses of why evidence might not be there, but it doesn't absolve them of the responsibility of presenting you with evidence. And they're asking you just forget that part. Just use your common sense. There's a dead girl in a body. It has to be that creepy dude over there. That's what they say when they say use your common sense. Okay? And what I'm telling you is that this is not a common case. These are not common people involved in here. And what I talked to you guys about was perspective. And I talked to you about perspective because I don't want you to use your common sense. The judge is going to tell you you shouldn't throw your common sense out the window, and that's true. But if you think that you can use your common sense to figure out what was going on in the head of these people, I'm going to tell you that that's probably not the right way to look at it. You have to, in some way, put yourself into that situation. You have to figure out intent. Who intended this to happen? Who had motive? Who needed this to happen? Who wanted this to happen? Who reacts? Who's jealous? Who's psychotic? Who has a history of not being able to maintain anything and burning bridges, even after they've been charged with crimes, can't stop. Even in jail, can't stop. It's not Sean Finnegan. It's Dishman. All right. So we talked to Colt Pico. He came in and he testified that Sean threatened to kill him. That's not what he said. You heard the conversation with him and the police officer, and that's not what he told the police officer. Sean came over and he told it. I'm sorry, Colt Pico told the police officer that Sean came over and said, "You ruined my life." That's a little different than "I'm going to kill you." But he came in here, and again, I'm not saying he's making stuff up or lying or whatever, but it's been 4 years, and he's a state's witness. So, what do you think his position is on this case? What do you think his position is on this case? I'm pretty sure he believes that he's guilty, so he's going to come in and do whatever he has to do for the state. I think it's subconscious kind of what we do in some ways, but I don't want to say that he came in and lied, because I don't believe that to be true. I think that they're good people. But that's not what he said. He said that Sean came over and said, "You ruined my life." He didn't threaten to kill him. But it sure sounds a lot better when he threatened to kill him, doesn't it? And he talked about her black eye and broken glasses, the one incident, right? The one incident they remember where they see her with bruises and stuff is a black eye and broken glasses, and that's what starts this whole thing. He remembers that, and I asked him, "How did you see it, or how did you figure that out?" Well, no, he was told by Mahogany, he was told by Dishman. Jennifer Miller came in from the Pint House. She filled in the gaps on who Sean Finnegan is, at least as an employee and as a worker. And that's someone who she would have seen quite often and worked with quite often because he was always there. And if anybody's worked in restaurants or bars, I bartended for years. I know Mr. Wallace bartended for years. It's a late night. It's a different lifestyle. You work when everybody else is not working, and you're working when other people are eating. And so when it gets to be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, when the bar shuts down at 3 o'clock, the employees hang out and have their shift drinks, and they might stay around for another hour or two. So him being there from 5 o'clock in the afternoon to wind down, like everybody else does. If you get off at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe you do whatever you need to do to wind down. It's the same way with restaurant workers. It's just at a different time of day. So because of the time of day and the time of morning, there's different types of people involved too, right? In bars and stuff like that. So it is a completely different lifestyle. And if you've lived in that lifestyle, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't lived in that lifestyle, I'm hoping that I'm explaining it well enough that it's just a little bit different than a 9-to-5 type of job. It just is. And the folks that are involved in restaurant work are usually fairly free-spirited. It's hard to be a server or bartender. You have to be willing to speak in front of people and get a little crazy on occasion. And so it's just the way it is. And so I just want to let you know that that's where he was living. So he's taking care of his mom, and he lives at the Pint House, right? He lives at home, and he lives at work. And he lives at home, and he lives at work. In between that, he's got to get his mom's medications and go to the doctor and do those other things. And he likes sex. And he's got a routine he does. He's got a simple routine. He goes every Friday and pays his thing. We all have the cousin or the friend in our life that they're not necessarily mentally handicapped. They're not, I wouldn't say special needs or any of that kind of thing. I'm not trying to portray him in any way like the state is trying to portray Rebecca Dishman. I'm not trying to say that about him. But we all have that person in our life that is just kind of simple, just kind of straightforward and simple. And the actions that he's showing right here remind me of that person. And if you can have that kind of person in your life, how easy are they to manipulate? Then we heard from Lieutenant Robert Mansfield. He met with Dishman. The question I had was it was unprompted. She just started telling him these things about the body in the freezer. All this. He didn't ask us. She just started telling him these things. So who's controlling the narrative? Who's controlling the story? She's out of the house. Who's at the house with the body that she left there? Who's imprisoned here? Who can leave? like I said, what was he supposed to do? If after that happened, the moment Rebecca hit her in the back of the head, or in the head with a bat, whatever happened there, because I still don't know what happened there. I don't think you guys do either. We still don't know what happened, and that's what we're supposed to be determining, what happened. Most of this trial is about what happened after. Most of it, right? We've got all of the post-mortem injuries and all this kind of stuff in the body in the freezer, and all of the graphic things that we spent most of our week looking at are all things that have to do with what happened after the fact. And that's what I told you at the beginning of this trial that we were going to be doing. But what you're here to do is to determine what led up to that and what happened and when it happened and who did it and who intended for it to happen. Not who got trapped by it. And now they're presenting Rebecca Dishman as the person who's trapped, right? She's under his thumb. He controls her. She's the servant. She's the slut bitch whore or whatever they had up here, right? And he's the master. Mufasa, whatever it is. I mean, they're going all out to paint him as this monster, because it's not hard to do when you have a mannequin filled up with all this stuff and these gross pictures of this body. I mean, it's not hard to paint him as a monster, is it? It's just not hard to do, because it was in his apartment and it was in his house. But he pled not guilty, and under interrogation said, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. He never came off of that. I didn't do it. And so the state wants, now that they're coming off a little bit and saying, even if you just find him guilty of the kidnapping, that's still felony murder and you can still kill him. That's really what they're saying, right? And so if you could just find him guilty of the kidnapping, and even in his statement, maybe that's a felony kidnapping, that's what they're saying, because he admits to chaining her back up. Well, go back and listen to his statement again, okay? Because you have to understand that everything that's said in an interrogation may or may not be absolutely true or correct, because it's a high-pressure, high-stress situation. And false confessions are not, they happen. False confessions do happen because people have a lot of trouble under pressure not admitting to some things. That's just true. These officers are very good at what they do. They're trained to interrogate people, and they're trained to get people to admit to things. And if you're a simple guy who's scared to death, admittedly scared to death, listen to it in that context. That's all I'm asking. Listen to it in that context, and then compare it to what she says, and then compare it to the facts, and see which one makes more sense. Because the thing that makes the most sense to me is, why would I kill her? Why would he kill her? I mean, they didn't present any motive, they're just basically are saying, look at him, he must be a serial killer or something, right? I mean, they're basically just setting it up like she's the easiest type of person for him to kill, I think is what he said. Like he was out there looking for somebody. That's what they're trying to convince you that he was doing. And none of that comes from anywhere except right there. She provides all the facts. All the facts. She provides all the facts. So let's take her at her word that the freezer was delivered before he got home with Jennifer Paxton. And because I think she said it was there for a little while. I think is what her testimony was it was there for a little while. It was like an offhand comment or whatever. If it was there before, which, by the way, he ordered it the week of Christmas, between Christmas and New Year's. Anybody ever have extra food the week between Christmas and New Year's? I mean, it's the holiday season and he works in a restaurant. The busiest time of year. There may be some extra food. He might have rented a freezer to put some food in. And the freezer's there. And she killed somebody and he had to do something. Maybe that happened. I don't know, because we don't know what happened. So not knowing what happened, they're asking you to convict him of all of these crimes, and then they're asking you to put him to death. Based on what Rebecca Dishman started and is trying to finish. Who's in control? All right, Larry Dowdle takes the stand. That's the officer that we heard the interview with Mr. Pico, and you hear him say he never had an issue with this man until today. That's a direct quote from the neighbor. Never had an issue with this man until today. Then we heard Brian Yook. I think I'm saying that right. He was just surveillance. He didn't really have a whole lot to offer. Margot Moore was called for service. They did some testing on dog chains and padlocks and all these different things, and there's no scientific evidence that links Sean Finnegan to ever touching Jennifer Paxton. None. Zero. But that chain was touched by Rebecca Dishman and Jennifer Paxton. And we have an unknown male. So what was going on while Sean was gone? Is she replacing whoever else was in there with the guy who owns the house, who then got stuck with trying to protect her? Because she's playing everybody. She's playing everybody, including the state, because they hitched their horse to her. They hitched their wagon to her. I mean, she's the horse, probably like one of the horses of the apocalypse, and then they hitched the wagon to her. And now they're trying to take that wagon and they're trying to stick it out in front of her because they don't think horses can push wagons. That's not the way it works. She started it. She started pulling the wagon. She started it. And she started the story. And then every single piece of evidence, every single witness that got up here that you heard from was them trying to support what she said. Trying their best to support what she said. Because she cannot lie. She's too simple. Right? Even though she said multiple things on the stand. They make the deal at the dog chain. There's two big dogs at that house. They're like two large dogs. There are leashes on the wall. There is a chain that's one of those chains with the spikes. It's like a choke chain, which is, if anybody here has a big dog and leashes, knows that that's what you use to train big dogs on leashes, because if they have any reason to chase a squirrel or something, they will pull you off your feet or out of your chair or any other thing if they're a large enough dog. And so those chains give you just a little bit more control over them. And they act like a sinise. Does anybody know? A sinise is like in the Da Vinci Code, where he wraps the thing around and he tightens it across his leg to give himself pain. They work kind of like that, but without cutting into the dog. And so they just kind of pinch in. If a human wore it, it would leave marks all the way around. But they had big dogs. There was a dog collar there. She knows what's in that house. And that's part of the problem, is that she's filling in these little details that seem good. And so they start collecting all these evidence. And that's where I started to go a minute ago, and I got sidetracked. But the fireball bucket he talks about using for Jennifer Paxton to use the bathroom in. And so they collected the fireball bucket. And there's no evidence that that was actually used for that. But the person who's telling the story knew it was there. So it sure seems like it corroborates her story, right? And she knew the chains and the locks were there. And so it corroborates her story. And there's these little things, but they come from her. And then when they test those items, it doesn't support her story. They're just there. They're just there. But those are enough details to make it sound somewhat believable, because she knows what's in the house. She spends her whole life there. She stays there 24 hours a day. She knows what's there and where it is. We heard from Tatiana Cochran from the forensic. They checked for bodily fluids and other biological matter. We talked about the swabs. They checked the blood and all these kind of things. And the only blood and DNA they found from Sean Finnegan and whatever was on the inside closet door by the kitchen, which would be a natural place for there's tools and stuff in there, like somebody cut their hand or something. But it's nothing to do with any of this. It's on the inside door of the kitchen in his house. It's not odd, and it doesn't mean anything. But her DNA is on some of the material that she described as being involved with Jennifer Paxton. And how did she know that? Because she did it. Because she had the opportunity to do it. And she's the only one who had the opportunity and the time to do it. And she trapped him. She trapped him. Because what's he supposed to do? He knew he was going to get blamed. He brought a prostitute home to his house and she died. Who's going to get blamed? Plus, Rebecca could leave anytime she wanted to. She was free. She could have just disappeared, and she wouldn't have been involved in this at all. Probably would have never heard her story. Probably would have none of it. But she could have just walked right out the door. But she didn't do that. You know why? Because she had control over him, and he provided her a house, food, all of the things that she needed, and she didn't want to give that up until 7 or 8 months passed, and it's time to move on to the next guy. And then she starts her process. She starts her escape process. And she starts feeding people the story of what happened there. And it all came, that's the source. That's the source. We talked about garbage in, garbage out. If you're going to be analyzing and trying to synthesize facts, you have to look at what the source of the fact is. What's the source of the fact? Because if you're analyzing garbage, the result is garbage. Right? So let's think about where these facts come from. We're going to keep going. So far, I haven't seen anything that points to Sean Finnegan that didn't come from her mouth. So far, we've gotten this far through the trial. There's not a single thing that points to Sean Finnegan intending to kidnap anybody, intending to kill anybody. Nothing. Except for what comes out of her mouth. Jennifer Millsaps testified that she tested the chain and the knives, that they also retested the knives. So they found Sean's chef's knives. We keep talking about chef's knives, like they're pointing to. My favorite thing is that the slice with the tattoo, the slice over here, is that when they say, well, it must have been a chef knife because it was a super sharp knife, like a chef's knife is some super fancy item. I mean, there are expensive chef's knives, but you probably have a sharp knife in your kitchen too. It's just a butcher knife. And if you sharpen your knives, they will be sharp also. A chef's knife, it might be a little bit better balanced. It might be maybe made from a little bit different material, but they're just knives. And you can sharpen them just like anybody can sharpen any other knife. So that's a red herring. And the reason why we know that is because they tested his knives, and there's not even any blood on it. And they didn't even, the knives were given, they didn't even take the knives when they first searched the place. They were in the cabinet in the house. We need to hold them to a little bit higher standard, guys. I mean, they're supposed to produce evidence for you. And instead, what they've come in and they've tried to do this shock and awe campaign. Gross pictures, body in the freezer, this guy needs to rot, he's a part of this whole thing, look how gross it is, this is disgusting, here's some gross sex stuff, she must be an idiot, right? And that's their case. And use your common sense, because finding evidence is hard. All right. They didn't test the padlocks. They didn't do any DNA on the padlocks. They didn't test any of that stuff. We don't have any of the Facebook communications that when they met or any of that kind of stuff. So we don't know what those conversations were. Let's see. John Hannon testified just kind of briefly about what was going on at the house. There wasn't a whole lot there. Danny Miller from Rena Center testified, and he basically confirmed that Sean was a regular at Rena Center. He regularly rented different things. He might have even rented freezers before. I don't know. We don't have any records of that, do we? That'd be helpful. It'd be good to know. But what he confirmed was responsible dude. Responsible guy. Normal. That's what he confirmed. Then we got to Dr. Malusnik. And we still call her Dr. Malusnik, but it's Malusnik Polchin. She didn't marry a long time ago. We still call her Dr. Malusnik. But she testifies about the entries. She has no idea what happened there. So her job is to come in and just try to explain what caused these different things. And she's a very smart lady, and she does a wonderful job of explaining those things. And there's no denying the injuries. I mean, clearly torture, right? And clearly a murder. No one's arguing any of those things. But the things that she couldn't say, and the things that are difficult to say because of the frozen body, for whatever reason, but she can't tell you how long body was before it was frozen, really. She could give sort of a decomposition, maybe 4 days even, 2 to 4 days, I think. Freezing the body stops that. She can't tell you if the body was taken in or out of and put back in the freezer however many times. So when they say that there's freezer burn and it's cut out here, whatever, they're suggesting that he quickly sliced her out of a freezer, did all that stuff, and got her under the bed and all that. That's where that cut came from. But there's no proof of that at all. That could have been any time during that 8 or 9 months, and she could have been put back in. I mean, it could have been any time. So that's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt that that's even when that happened. But they're trying to use that to kind of chef's knife all of those things about those injuries. But the person that was at home with the body in the freezer, I assume, observing it, maybe taking it out and looking at it, or making all those little cuts because she's a cutter and she's a Satanist and she's into this kind of stuff and she's a deviant and she clearly burns bridges and she reacts poorly to things and testified that she fought Sean, she hit back, she punched and stuff too. I mean, that's not an abuse victim. I've been around abuse victims. Abuse victims usually aren't fighters, generally. And so Dr. Malusnik-Polchin goes through the autopsy report, but she didn't perform the autopsy. So she's given an opinion, and she is an expert, and I will take her opinion on what those injuries are and all of those things, but she's not the one who performed the autopsy, and she really can't tell you anything about when it happened or who did it, or really how. I mean, she can say this was a sharp force or blunt force, but the most that MEs can ever say is, well, that was maybe consistent with this or maybe consistent with that, and it usually means it's consistent with other things too. So the point of that is that great job, absolutely necessary to explain all the injuries and all of the torture and all of the things that happened to Miss Paxton, absolutely necessary, but it did absolutely nothing to prove whether or not Sean Finnegan is guilty or not. It did nothing to do that other than to allow them to say he's got chef knives. And so it would be hard to cut frozen skin and stuff, which that was the best thing she said, honestly, was it was really hard to cut through frozen skin, but somebody did it, right? I mean, it was done. So it doesn't matter if it's hard or not, it was done. But she was saying that because they're trying to play this strength battle. It had to be a man with a sharp knife, because it's got to be a man with a sharp knife. It can't be the sweet girl who doesn't ever do anything and is too innocent to lie. All right. Then we heard Sean's statement. And he's scared. He doesn't hide it. He's scared. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. What was I supposed to do? And that's what he keeps asking. And he says, I'm scared. And then he admits some things. He admits some things. He helped her. He helped her cover it up. But who held control? What was he supposed to do? What do you think she would have done? Because when they're talking to him like he's scared, it's almost like he's scared he's going to get beat up or something. That's not what he's scared of. He's scared of going to jail for something he didn't do. He's scared of being blamed for something that is brutal. Because he opened his door to this girl. Before he opened his door to this girl, the inside of that house was his and his elderly mother's and his 2 dogs who lived a regular life. And so they want to gloss over the Satanism, and they want to gloss over her prior, what she was before and what she was after. They want to gloss over her actions like she's the innocent. And that's a contradiction that I'm having trouble wrapping my head around. How can you let a mentally handicapped girl plead guilty to first-degree murder? They don't believe they're mentally handicapped. So that means they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes, I suppose. I don't know. I don't really think that. I don't think they're trying to pull the wool over. I think they believe her, and that bothers me more because I think they believe her. And she's given absolutely zero reason to be believed. Zero. And if you don't believe her, you can't find him guilty. Because she's the source of all their facts. She's the source of all of them. Including who intended what, who did what. If he's opening up that freezer and masturbating to this body and all this kind of stuff, they didn't find any of his DNA anywhere? Anywhere? Near the freezer or the body or any of that kind of stuff? Hold on a second. Let's walk over here for a second. John, can you stand up for a second? This criminal mastermind, sit down please. That criminal mastermind right there. He could work a full-time job, he could take care of his mom, he could take care of his girlfriend, and he could take care of his dogs, and he could do all the things that he needed to do, and he can plan a murder, and he can pick up a hooker, and he can do all these things, and he can torture this girl for hours and hours and hours and hours, even though he's not there, and he can control Rebecca Dishman without having a leash, without having any chains, without having a GPS monitor, without having a cell phone to even call her on, without having any of those things, but somehow he's under control of her while he's working. That's what you have to believe. He's in control somehow. The only person who could not leave that house was in control somehow. Only one person is getting away with something here. And she took the stand. And if you believe any of the things that she said, then you're just being complicit with everybody else who believed all the things that she said. You can't let her control this from the start to the beginning. You can't. And you sure can't let the state kill somebody because she said so. Because that's where we are. That's where we are. I don't think that I asked you guys to do anything other than your job. I think that's all I asked. That's all I'm asking now. And so it's about understanding what your job is. And your job is to make them do their job. Not to use your common sense to fill in the gaps of where they didn't do their job or where they weren't able to do their job. Because that's the other thing, is the way the system works is not because the police are bad or they can't, or they did a terrible job or something. Sometimes there's just not any evidence, and that's just part of the truth. So this is in no way an attack on police or any other thing, but there are certain issues with this investigation. And there's definitely some stuff I wish I had. It would tell me a whole lot of stuff. There's definitely some things that I wish were tested in that house that would tell me an awful lot of stuff. But because they were following the path laid out by Rebecca Dishman, some of the stuff got brushed away because he became the suspect on August 5th. He became the only suspect. She got charged, but she led the investigation first. And he's the one they want. And you heard them stand up and say, look, I'm the public prosecutor, and so I have to make these decisions, right? And he has to make, and he's right. He's the public prosecutor. He's got to make these decisions. And they chose poorly because they got duped. Just like she's doing with every single level, every single step. She's still trying to grab control. She's writing him for months after they're in jail, professing her love and take me back and apologizing for lying. That's a strange thing to write to somebody, isn't it? When you're both charged with first-degree murder. I'm sorry for lying. Please take me back. She's still grasping at it. At the same time, writing Ramsey's. Where was Ramsey's? Who is Ramsey's? She's communicating with Ramsey secretly on his Facebook things. She's setting up fake Facebook things. She's at home by herself 12 or 13 hours a day. All this kind of stuff. Who's Ramsey's? Was he there? There's an unknown male. Did we test any DNA against that fella? I'm just curious. Because it sure seems like maybe somebody else was involved. I don't know. You don't either. And that's the problem. And here we are. So we've been here for a week, and we've seen a lot of disgusting stuff. And the state is going to ask you to find him guilty of all of these intentional crimes. And that's the key word, is intent. Did he intend to bring a hooker to his house for the purposes of kidnapping and killing her? Or did he intend to bring a hooker to his house for the same purpose that he had previously brought hookers to his house, for a threesome with his girlfriend that she requested? Read the text. And then something happened in that house, and he couldn't get out. Talk about trying to calculate or having processing problems. What if you came down out of the shower and your girlfriend had just knocked somebody over the head with a bat? And it was a hooker that you brought home. Process that one. Process it. What do you do when you're a 50-year-old man, she's a 22-year-old? What do you do? Somebody had trouble processing. It wasn't her. She processes just fine. And she saved her own life, didn't she? She sure did. By coming in here and trying to kill him. She's pretty good at it. You may not like it, but you got to find him not guilty on those intentional crimes. Find him guilty of what he admitted to. But he didn't intend on anybody dying. He sure didn't intend on kidnapping anybody. He got stuck. He got trapped by the same girl who then trapped the police and the state prosecutor into having to put her on the stand to make their case. Because if they did put her on the stand, you wouldn't have any evidence, would you? Except a body in a freezer. You don't have a choice. You have to find him not guilty on the intentional crimes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anything that says rape, no proof of rape. He's charged with multiple counts of rape. That's straight from her. That's straight from her. That's her testimony, right? That he raped her or he raped Jennifer Paxton and all that. I didn't hear any evidence of rape, but he's charged with multiple counts of rape. And if there is, it came from her mouth. And that's it, because his DNA is not on anything. Semen's not on anything. No body hairs on anything. Nothing. There's just no evidence. It all comes from her. So at the end, you're going to go back and deliberate and hopefully not chastise me too much for bringing you guys down here at the end. But you got to do your job. I mean, and it's a hard job, and you have to separate your emotion. And it's the most difficult thing in the world, and I know I'm asking you to do almost the impossible. But I'm asking you to do it, because I'm telling you that it's what your duty is. We all have a duty. We all took oaths, and we came in here to do justice, and we came in here to do justice under the rules, and according to the rules, and those rules are in place for a reason. And even if it makes your stomach turn to think about it, sometimes we still have to live by those rules because those rules apply beyond this case. Do your job. They didn't prove it. They just didn't. There's just not any evidence, except for Rebecca Dishman. You got to find him not guilty. Thank you.
Come on, rebuttal time. Damn, that was long. That was very, very long. Let's see where we are now. Okay, 5 minutes behind the stream. And he started. Wait, I'm getting to it. I just want to hover over this and see how long was that. Oh, there somewhere. Sure. Like an hour and a half. My word. Okay then. So, talked about butt plugs. Said he didn't know exactly what they were. Cool. But he at some point came across very calm, a little bit relatable here and there. It's a bit of up and down, right? And a lot of people in chat were saying that they think he's creating reasonable doubt. He also mentioned Mustafa, and then he said Mufasa. Mufasa the good lion, not the monster, but okay. And the Da Vinci Code and all sorts of things we never thought we'd hear in closing arguments, right? But anyway, we heard it. Let me know what you think. I don't know how effective it is to... I don't know. I wonder what the jury would feel now. Like, is it effective to point all the blame at Rebecca Dishman when she's already pleaded guilty and got life in prison plus 50, you know? And they know she pleaded guilty. That was brought up during the trial as well. They know. So, I don't know. If I were on the jury, I'd be like, but she's already pleaded guilty. She admitted to it and she came to testify. She didn't have to do that. You know what I mean? Anyway, so very interesting, right? Underachiever said, hate to say it, but the defense proved reasonable doubt. And that might also be just for the way the state's closing arguments went. That was quite something. Copper Horse says, bullcuck. Now let's look to see. Is there a rebuttal now? They took a break.
Thanks, sir. What we'll do is we'll take a 15-minute break and come back for the state's final vote. 15 minutes. All rise.
State's rebuttal. Looking forward to that. Okay. So, they're going to take a 15-minute break. Let me quickly take the text off. And then, what I want to do is, I just want to refresh this feed. Just to make sure that we catch up nicely now. Hold on one second. Then we can talk about it a little bit. Okay. Like that. And let me quickly see when they left. Hold on. Big clock. So they started that break about 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago. So they'll still be gone for about 7 minutes or so, right? Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm looking forward to reading your comments now. I just quickly want to like, I don't know how to word it. Let me just quickly do something here like this. And I'm going to bring Jennifer Paxton over here. Such a pretty picture. And I'm going to show you a little bit of this presentation. It might be soothing to get a little bit of bullet points. I don't know if you feel like that. So who was Jennifer Gail Paxton, right? So she was born on May 7th of 1984. And they found her body on August 6th of 2020. But the police say that she was murdered between December 1st and 31st. And then one of the police officers that testified, it was actually the parole officer, I believe, not parole, patrol officer. I think he said that, I just can't remember his name now, but it's time-stamped for you, and I think it was on day 2. He said that there was a call to service on the 23rd, and there was a lady that was dancing in circles near the Pint House, and they went out there, and they implied that that was Jennifer Paxton. So we know that she was still alive and out there. You know, she was experiencing homelessness on the 23rd of December. And then at some point there, what happened was, according to what we know, Sean Finnegan, who was 52 years old at the time, asked Jennifer Paxton, who had resorted to sex work, you know, of course, to get by as well, and she was struggling with addiction, right? He offered her $20 for a sexual favor. And then afterwards offered her $100 to come home with him and to have sex with him and his girlfriend. But the thing is, when she got there, it sounds like quite quickly a baseball bat was in the picture, right? So she got there, Rebecca said that she was eating cereal and they were talking, and then, you know, Sean Finnegan and Rebecca, that's a whole lot of he said, she said. But it's as if Rebecca got there, let's say, it seemed like around the 23rd or 24th, right before Christmas. The freezer was ordered on the 27th and arrived on the 28th, right? And we know it's about 3 to 4 days based on everything and all the witnesses. If you put it all together, that Jennifer was there and chained to the bed and apparently used a Fireball whiskey bucket. She was forced to use that as a toilet, and she was sexually assaulted for these 4 days and all of that, right? So police believe she died before the end of the year of 2019. Now, the thing is that Rebecca said her body was placed in the freezer, and the freezer was initially downstairs, and this happened in Tennessee, right? Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And then Rebecca says that she and Sean took her body out, carried the freezer upstairs, put her body back in the closet, and that's where it stayed for 8 months. And it's when Jennifer Paxton was murdered, it sounds like Sean, based on what Rebecca's testimony, Sean turned on her, which was probably her worst fear. She was probably doing all sorts of sickening things, I'm speculating, to appease him and please him and all of that. But the minute he turned on her, she's like, oh crap, I have to get out of here. I mean, that must be quite scary. If she did see him and participate in him murdering someone, she was only 22 years old at the time. I'm not making excuses for her. I'm just saying. Rebecca was only 22, right? So then she started telling the neighbor, Mahogany, I need to get out of here. And she started having domestic violence signs like bruises and broken glasses and things. And so Mahogany took her to a woman's shelter. And on the way, Rebecca told her, there's a body in the freezer. Like Sean has killed someone and all of that. And Mahogany called her husband, and the two of them, they called the police, and the police went out there. They did not find a body in the freezer, but they did find a body under Sean's bed. Now, the thing is, I hope the jury remembers that, because that is very, very difficult to explain away. If Sean was like so innocent, right? Such an outstanding citizen. Why would he do that? Be like, oh crap, like rush home the minute he realizes, because his mother's calling him saying, Rebecca's left. Okay, she's left and she's going to a woman's shelter. He's like rushing home, and then he had to get Jennifer's body out of that freezer. Whoa. And clean and bleach and everything. And then hide her body under the bed. I mean, I think if the jury remembers that as well, that's quite interesting. Yeah, there will be a rebuttal. They are going to come back in about 6 minutes or so. Don't worry, won't miss it. So they're just taking a break. All we can see is the clock. So I just thought we'll go over a few things just to feel like at least we get a bit of a timeline, because both the state's closing arguments and the defense's, it was a lot. It was a little bit overwhelming. It was long-winded, and the timeline is still not very clear, right? And I like timelines, and I like map time and all of that kind of stuff. That Mickey said also she couldn't have been out of the freezer for long because the medical examiner said that she was placed in the freezer 3 to 4 days based on injuries, and if I understood correctly. Yeah, she couldn't have been out of the freezer for long. Exactly. Yeah. And remember the, was it a lieutenant? I don't want to get his sergeant or lieutenant. One of the police officers that went there, the investigators, felt under the bed and felt something cold, frozen, right? So anyway, Jennifer Gail Paxton was 36 years old, and her mother's Patricia Dinwiddie, and she has one brother, Paul, and she had 7 children. And she was struggling, apparently, from what family said, with depression because she had lost her children. Apparently, they went into the care of CPS. She was struggling with addiction, right? And so her body was discovered on August 6th under Sean Finnegan's bed. And at the time, again, he was 52. He's now, okay, they're coming back. We'll talk about it now. He's now 56 years old. Rebecca she was offered a plea deal. So she chose to plead guilty. She got life in prison plus 50 years. And the plus 50 is actually for CSAM related charges. And the police have evidence of those activities on the phone, on Sean's phone, right? The CSAM that involved both Rebecca and Sean Finnegan. So he will still face consequences for that. That's not being brought up in this trial. So both, like, you know, when they say, like, the defense is kind of implying that, like, it's all Rebecca and not Sean. And I know he has to. He's trying to save his client's life because this is a death penalty trial. But the thing is, it's not one or the other. It's like both are depraved individuals, right? And I would argue Sean is worse because he's 52. He was 52 years old at the time, dating a 22-year-old. They were doing the sickest of things. And then, I'm just going to pause it here because we don't want to miss a thing. And then he has a past. He lived in Florida before. He's got lots of criminal records. There's battery and burglary and possession of drugs and firearms and all sorts of things. I know YouTube's hearing all of that right now. Like, what is going on here? All the words have been said already today. Oh my goodness. So please like and share so others actually know about the stream. Otherwise, they'll never find it. And he also was charged with kidnapping a woman in 2015. So slowly but surely, it seems like there's other victims that have come forward. They might be terrified. Maybe they'll come forward after, if he's sentenced. If he's found guilty and if he's sentenced, maybe more victims will come forward. Who knows? Because it sounds like he was quite terrifying. But he was charged with a kidnapping and SA, similar circumstances, in 2015, right? Yeah, you guys are like, 90-page rap sheet. So remember that we are here watching this trial. We want to see justice for Jennifer Gail Paxton. We are here to support her family, to let them know, don't worry, there's a whole community from all over the world that want to see justice for her, that her life mattered. And it doesn't matter if someone is struggling with something, because both sides, the state and the defense, they're like throwing around a lot of words, you know, like addict and hooker and all these things that really cross over to the victim blaming side. And victims don't have to be perfect at all. She did not deserve what happened to her at all, right? She was completely taken advantage of and really tortured and harmed and then killed. I mean, it's terrible. And then her body was put in a freezer. And thankfully, Rebecca Dishman spoke up, because if she hadn't told the neighbor, and if the neighbor hadn't told then her husband, and if they didn't then call the police, then no one would have ever known what happened to Jennifer Paxton. So again, it's kind of like Kayla Montgomery when she took a plea as well. And she turned on Adam Montgomery and told the world what happened. Sometimes one needs that, right? That's why they have plea deals. They come in handy with that. So that is what we have. I just quickly want to go forward here. If you haven't ever seen this timeline, it's all part of the trial prep, right? So Sean Finnegan, now 56, and Rebecca Dishman, now 26, met on social media in 2019. Rebecca has pleaded guilty. She'll be testifying against Sean at the trial. We saw that on day 1. It's timestamped for you. He's charged with, these are the charges: first-degree murder, aggravated RAPE, aggravated kidnapping, abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence in the death of Jennifer Paxton. Warning, what these two allegedly did to a 3-year-old child and to Jennifer Paxton is horrific, and actually there's 2 children at least involved in the CSAM charges. Also, Sean's mother lived in the home at the time all this happened, which at the time was like, what the hell? But they said she was hard of hearing. I don't know how on the day Rebecca left that she knew, but maybe she just happened to look out the window that day and she was like, oh my word, she's actually leaving. She's like packing her stuff and she's going. That Mickey said, I meant she had to place within the freezer within 3 to 4 days after death because she had not really decomposed according to the medical examiner. Yes. Thank you so much. She said 3 to 4 days. Sorry, my bad. Thank you so much, that Mickey. So we're just quickly doing I don't know what to call it, refresher course on this case, right? So this is the house. It was in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thank you to one of the Grizzlies that you actually went there and drove past the house and took some pictures. It does look like this, so I'm not going to show those right now. And so we've gone over all of this, right? He allegedly told Rebecca that Jennifer was homeless and needed a place to live, so the 3 of them would be living together. And there were other women that had lived there before, right? So Stella says, do we know if SF picked up Jennifer in Knoxville and took her back to Oak Ridge? He picked her up, I think, right there where the Pint House is. Not in Knoxville. I think very close to whatever that area is where the Pint House is. Maybe it's also Oak Ridge. We'll have to do that. We have to revisit our map time. Okay, so Rebecca says she heard a loud scream and she ran downstairs, and where she saw Sean hitting Jennifer over the head repeatedly with a baseball bat in the kitchen. Sean then allegedly instructed Rebecca to clean up the blood while he took Jennifer to the bathroom to clean her up. She allegedly used bleach and a Swiffer in the living area. And then they both say they escorted the victim upstairs and then chained her to her bed, and she was essayed repeatedly and all that kind of thing, right? They say they kept her there for 3 to 4 days, watching her health deteriorate and then debating about killing her if her condition worsened. They eventually took Jennifer to the bathroom, allowed her to have a shower. She was taken back to the bathroom and instructed to lie face down. Sean then took a shoestring and strangled her to death. We saw that evidence, the exhibits. Rebecca said she was made to watch and saw blood coming from her mouth. right? So how did the police catch them? We know that, all right? We know that. If you don't know any of this, please revisit the trial prep. We went over all of this, okay? We've gone over the summary and comment. Of course, we've heard from medical examiners and all of that already. On September 5th of 2020, that's when Rebecca pleaded guilty, if you're wondering when. September 5th of 2020. Quite soon after they were arrested, because they were arrested on August 6th of 2020. Rebecca pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and 2 counts of SA of a child. As part of the agreement, she must testify against Finnegan at this trial. If she testifies truthfully, she will receive a sentence of life in prison plus an additional 50 years to be served at 100%. Sean Finnegan is charged with first-degree murder, aggravated RAPE, aggravated kidnapping, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence. And the trial is set to last 1 to 2 weeks, including the punishment phase. This is now the guilt phase, and then there'll be a second phase if he is found guilty, which will be all about if he's going to be sentenced to death or not. So he's 56 years old now. We've looked at some additional charges already. They say Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman each with 2 counts. Okay, they were each charged with 2 counts of aggravated RAPE of a child and 18 counts each of especially aggravated sexual exploitation of a minor. Both were arraigned on these charges on May 28th of 2021. The victim was 3 years old or younger. It's alleged that these crimes took place after Jennifer's murder between May 1st and 7th of 2020. They produced CSAM content and there were 2 child victims related to these charges. We talked about this 2015. Here's the number to call. If you know anything, if you saw anything, if you're watching and you just, if there's anything, right? Please call the police. You never know if it could actually help. And then we went over some of these today as well. So are we ready for the state's rebuttal? Okay, let's have a listen here. The sound is still boosted. Judge is back.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. And closed argument from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know anything about horses and wagons or the physics involved, but what I do know is somebody getting thrown in front of the bus when I see it. And what we have is Sean Finnegan putting Jennifer Paxton under the bed and putting Rebecca Dishman under the bus. Ladies and gentlemen, there is zero doubt that what Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman did was reprehensible. The state has said that the entire time. You heard General Allen say on his closing that Rebecca got what she deserved. She pleaded guilty. She's serving a life sentence. She is not an innocent victim in this. She was engaged. She was into kinky, weird sex. But that does not mean that she had the same level of control. But the fact is, they're both in for a penny, in for a pound. What the two of them did together is kidnap, rape, beat with a bat, hold hostage, and murder Jennifer Paxton. Her corpse was abused. She was frozen and kept in their bedroom for 8 months. That's not in dispute. And the state isn't just relying on Rebecca Dishman for that. The state's case is not in total from Rebecca Dishman. The state's case started with Rebecca Dishman. We would not know that Jennifer Paxton's lifeless remains were in Sean Finnegan's bedroom freezer had she not come forward. And when she came forward, she has no way to know what the repercussions of that confession is going to be. She doesn't know what the ultimate outcome of that will be. But boy, she turned on that faucet and she couldn't stop talking. What's her motivation for telling Mahogany about this? If she's just trying to get out like she does, she's a leaver and she's a clinger. If she's just trying to get out, mission accomplished. you don't have to get past my broken glasses, my black eyes, my abuse. She gets you out somewhere else. If you're going to Ramsey's, if you're going to another boyfriend, if you're going wherever, mission accomplished. You got her up this Campbell County, Claiborne County shelter, wherever. She's out. She never has to speak about it again. She can go live her life. She doesn't benefit when she says, Mahogany, I got to tell you something. And she goes through that story dump. And then she has to go, tries to tell the people at the jail where they're going to try to get to the shelter. And they send her someplace. And so she gets to Anderson County, and they tell her she's got to go to Oak Ridge, and they take her there. And she had told Kelsey Norwood Coons, the neighbor, and didn't get the help. But she tells Mahogany and is trying to get the help. The hoop she has to jump through to get someone to act on this story is substantial. But she keeps telling that story. There's been a lot about how her story is different or this or that, but that's not the proof and evidence. She sat on the stand and she told you that, yeah, she was involved in this. And she gave you the information about Sean Finnegan and his involvement in that. But that's not where it stops. Again, that's where that started. There's investigation done that corroborates her version of the events. They didn't just hear that and then go rest. They did investigation. And it's really important to say, well, gosh, she's a bad source, garbage in, garbage out. The information she gave, there's a body in the freezer, turns out to be very, very true. Sean Finnegan's statement corroborates her. So we're not just going on her statement, we're going on his statement. She says he got the freezer, he brought it home, he put her in. What does he say? I got the freezer. I brought her home from the pint house. We had sex. I put her in the freezer. I took her out of the freezer. He knows the cops are coming, so he takes her out. So what we have from Mr. Finnegan is a selective sort of response. Decoy, deceive, deny. Where Rebecca Dishman is a fire hydrant of information and just putting it all out there. If it incriminates her, she's saying, we killed her, we did this. It just keeps flowing. Sean's a little bit open that faucet to where he has to, and if he doesn't have to, that's shut off and deny. So what do we have walking through? She's full confession, and our very initial. Let's go all the way back to Mahogany talking to you about when that freezer arrives. He's like, oh, that was the landlord had it delivered here accidentally. Deception. We get forward to where Colt is calling 911 and saying this guy's screaming at me, and you can listen to that 911 call and hear Colt say he's threatening to kill me. And you hear his reaction on that, and what happens when the officers arrive and say, what's this I hear about a body? Deny. There's no body in a freezer. Deny. Why would somebody say that? That's bullshit. That's all bullshit. Deny. Because he doesn't have to admit that yet. So what's next? They eventually get that search warrant on the house. They look around. What's he been doing in the meantime? Deception. We see that he has rearranged things. He's put the shelves back in. He's moved the pizzas and the burritos. If you look at the pictures from the downstairs refrigerator in the kitchen, you see a nice pizza-sized gap. and you see some burritos next to it, so we know he just took that stuff from the downstairs kitchen freezer and put it in there. We know he's got the body out. It's been very apparent that Francis Finnegan is not in the physical condition to be hauling a body out and put under his bed. He's doing that. He's acknowledging that. He's got to pull her out, and we have evidence that there's freezer burn on that arm and on that ear where she would be stuck there and have to be pulled out. We have that deception that he's doing. When Detective Sergeant Moore, Sergeant at the time, Lieutenant now, asked him when they come in, he's talking to him, I mean, that's weird, man. Why would somebody say something about a body? Deny. Man, I don't know why anybody would say that. He still thinks he's getting away with it. So I want you to look at that video with that interview with Detective Uher, or Captain Uher, excuse me. And I want you to compare and contrast that with Sean Finnegan's manner, demeanor, and statements as described by Colt Pico in the 911 call, and as evidenced by his behavior when Officer Dowdell comes. When Officer Dowdell comes, he is jonesing for a fight. He's like, yeah, I got cocky, he got cocky, what would you do? They're after my girl. Hey, if you've got something to say to her, if there's a problem with her, you come to me. He's even telling the neighbors what they can do about it. He said, I'll fight you in the yard. Who's falling on that? We have the testimony about him telling Mahogany, she's not allowed to come over. She's not allowed to use your phone anymore. And you'll be able to look at all the texts and see where he is forbidding her from going over or coming over and visiting and using Mahogany's phone. This isn't about him not paying the bill. This is about him exerting that control. So you look at the way he's acting until they find that body and he's sitting in interrogation and knows the gig is up. So that faucet's got to open a little bit, just a little. I know you've got the body, so I got to talk about that. But he plays his hand a bit too much there, too. You'll hear on that tape where he says, let me get the quote here so I do not misdo it. Captain Uher says, you love her, you're just trying to protect her. No, you put her under the bus. And he says, well, what do you want me to do? She fucking said something to you guys about all this. So there he is, telling you his motivation for pointing the finger all at Rebecca. And again, Rebecca Dishman is not scot-free in this, but he is up to here involved in this. This is a physical, demanding crime to commit. I am not going to go through the litany of these injuries, but they are substantial. You heard Rebecca say he's choking and then letting go, and then choking and letting go, and choking and letting go. It's a choke, it's a smoke. It's a choke, it's a smoke in repetition until he finally kills her and she dies of that asphyxiation. You saw the bruises on her body. Now let's be real. The whole argument, or a substantial part of the argument from the defense, was how she's a moocher. She goes from place to place. She wants to go to prison because it's somebody taking care of her whole life. She's lazy. She's a stay-at-home girlfriend. Killing somebody takes a lot of initiative. She has not demonstrated that she has the capacity physically or motivationally to do these acts. Is she going to help? Sure. Did she? Yeah. Can Sean do this by himself, Sean Finnegan? Yes. Can Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman do this together? Yes. And we submit to you that that is how that happened. But reasonable likelihood that Rebecca Dishman did this by herself, and he's just a bystander to his own home, is something that frankly strains credulity. The facts just don't add up for that. And again, we're not just going on what Ms. Dishman said, we're going on Colton Mahogany telling you about the dynamic they witnessed, about them saying he told her what to do. We're going on Kelsey Norwood Coons saying, yes, I heard this altercation, I didn't know what it was. In her mind, she matches it up to Christmas because her Christmas tree's up. So she's saying, hey, it's sometime between Thanksgiving and the first couple of weeks of January. She has no idea this is going to be something that's going to be so important later on. And so that's how she connects that in her mind. You also have the Rent-A-Center receipts and the person who delivered it with the instructions to leave it on the porch, and it's ordered on the 27th and arrives on the 28th. With respect to the defense, I do believe that they misunderstood Ms. Dishman, which is understandable. Her voice was very soft. But I don't believe that she hasn't arrived. I believe she hasn't died when we got the freezer. And so we know that there's this time frame that happened, but we don't just know it from those things and that timeline being set up. Mr. Finnegan says himself, this happened in December. And so if you want to look at the indictment and the charging instrument and see the counts of when it happened, it just has to occur before he's charged in that charging instrument with it and in the dates that we said. It doesn't mean there's something that has to happen on every date of that. It just has to be within those. So if the proof was that she had been killed in October of that year, that would be outside that. The proof was it happened in March of that year. Outside that. The proof that the state has presented to you over the past week is that these events occurred in late December of 2019 and were discovered when Rebecca disclosed it in August of 2020. But the proof doesn't stop there. You also have her describing this altercation in the time frame that this murder and beating and raping and kidnapping was occurring. So much so that she was concerned for her child and didn't hear it other times. In addition to that, you have Jennifer Miller, who is saying this baseball bat went missing in this time frame. Folks, there are a lot of folks named Jennifer. That's a very common name. But it's a heck of a thing for the person who has a girl named Jennifer in his freezer to say Jenny had to go. The defense would like for you to take each and all of these facts from all of these witnesses in isolation. But all of these things are happening in the context and time frame together. And each and every one of them point to the guilt of Sean Finnegan. There's been a lot made of the tattoo and cutting out the crucifix because this is satanic. Again, we've been through that was freezer burn. We know she was removed from the freezer. That cut's not like any other cut. That's what they say. Well, no, it's not like any other cut because it's trying to get her out of the freezer. That's why that one is different in contrast to cutting off the nose when he has her opened up and is masturbating to her body in the freezer. That's why that cut's different. It is for a different purpose than his gratification. It is for the deception of hiding that body which is really hard to do with the body stuck in the freezer. It's also very telling that this was not some ritualistic thing, because there's a fully intact cross tattoo remaining on Miss Paxton's leg, as evidenced by the pictures from the medical examiner. And we know, and they see, that Ms. Dishman knew about her tattoos and her life and all of this, because she's spending time with her. So if that's something that offends her and she wants to do this as some ritual, she's going to take that one too. But the thing is, that one's still there because there was no ritual cutting on her. It was just a mechanism of getting her out of the freezer. You had Sean, because here's where he's, Mr. Finnegan, shutting off that faucet again. Are you a cutter? Have you cut somebody? No. But we know that's not true because the text messages show where he carved his initial into Miss Finnegan's buttocks or hip area. That's again an exertion of control. The two were working together. And they are both culpable. And again, she received a sentence for that. But for all the things that we throw under the bus and how she's there, she could have done this. She has the opportunity. We know he has the opportunity to do all that as well because he says so. He says he brings her home to do this. He says he's helping tie her up. He says they have sex. He says that even after she's been beaten and tied up, that Rebecca has sex with her, and then he gets oral sex. Like, he's admitting to all of these things, and oh yeah, he admits that he's got 4 days over which for all of this to happen, after first telling Captain Uher, it was the next day I came home and she was dead. And then, oh yeah, it was 4. And what else does he say? Well, she was naked, so there wasn't any blood on the clothes. Well, oh yeah, she had on a hoodie. Well, I don't remember what she was wearing. Well, if she was screaming, my mom would have heard her. She was right next door. Well, my mom couldn't hear her. She's really hard of hearing. She couldn't have. Well, we were just tying up the strings. It was just my girl who tied her up. Well, I guess, yeah, I did put the chain around her. I didn't want her to leave. Yeah, we tied her up. I didn't want her to leave after what had happened. That's intentional. Putting the chain around her neck, that's intentional. Engaging in everything that he and Rebecca Dishman engaged in with this victim is intentional. For every, Ms. Dishman should have called the cops, Ms. Dishman should have walked away, Ms. Dishman should have done this or that. What about Sean Finnegan? Who has a car? Who has a phone? Who's leaving and interacting with people every single day? For every opportunity that Ms. Dishman had to potentially report, Mr. Finnegan had that and more. And some lose it. So you come in, what do you do? What do you do if you see somebody hit somebody in your house? You kick them out. You call the cops. If this woman is so scary and she's so dangerous and she had this mental break, you don't keep her with this mother you love. If you're afraid of what she's going to do, you don't keep that homicidal person taking care of your hospice mother if that's the real culprit. That doesn't make any sense at all. What makes sense is the outline that Rebecca Dishman gave to investigators that was corroborated left and right by people who said, we didn't want to get involved. And despite that, they still corroborate the story in different ways. We have given you a ton of evidence in rapid fire. We have tried to be very mindful, it probably doesn't feel like that right now, of your time and the burden of hearing all of this and being in sequestration. But we put this in because we want you to look at it. While it may have felt like a lot coming very quickly, take your time. Go look at those pictures. Go listen to that 911, to the in-car audio, to the interview. Incidentally, on those pictures, you will see a dent on the fireplace grate, right on top of it. You also have Mr. Finnegan changing the lock on the door. More deception, locking his own closet door. He knows what's going on. He is participating in what's going on. He is leading what is going on. Jennifer Paxton had made decisions and choices in her life that had difficult consequences for her and her family before this happened. You heard them say, we tried to get her to come to us. She loved to make people laugh. She loved her kids, and the thing that really caused her to spiral was when she lost them. That's when things got real bad for her. And you hear on that interview with Mr. Finnegan say, yeah, she told me she had kids. So even toward the very end of Miss Paxton's life, even when things were rough and she was prostituting herself and addicted to drugs and homeless, they were still on her mind. She had something to live for if she was ever able to have gotten through this time that she can't now. There's been talk of his DNA not being on her and an unknown male. Again, it is not disputed that Ms. Paxton was a prostitute. And sometimes you clean things and get it all, and sometimes you don't. It is also undisputed that Sean Finnegan had sex with her. And you don't find the DNA. That is also something that you heard Agent Millsap say is not unusual. You can have contact and not always have the transfer. It's going to be about, the amount of contact, what cleaning is used, there are a million factors that will affect the availability of this. But we have these facts that are not in dispute. He says I had sex with her. He says I put her in and got her out of the freezer. We know he's had contact with her. We know he's touched the chain. He says so. Everything they did was reprehensible. It was murder. It was premeditated. He brought home garbage bags and cleaning solvents. He rented a freezer. They made efforts to conceal. They kidnapped her. They chained her up, beat her up, raped her, and murdered her. Sean Finnegan is guilty of each and every count of this indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. And ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you find him guilty 13 times over of each and every count. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me tell you what our plan is. Really, I've been working all day with the lawyers on this jury charge thing. I'm going to have to read to you tomorrow about what the law is. And it's about 100 pages long. But I read pretty fast, and you'll get a copy of it. Everybody get a copy of it. So what I need you to do today or tonight, I want you to go home, go back to the hotel, hopefully have a nice dinner wherever y'all are going. I don't know where that is. Tomorrow, I'd rather you come in at 10:30. That way I can work with the lawyers and make the jury charge perfect. And then when you come in, I'm going to give you the charge immediately, as soon as you walk in the door. And it'll probably take me about an hour, maybe 45 minutes to read that to you. As I said, each one of y'all get a copy. Then I'll draw out the 4 names of the alternates. Then the 12 people will go deliberate on that. And we'll put the other 4 alternates in another room. That's kind of our plan tomorrow. And then depending on the verdict, then we'll find out if we have other stuff to do or we're finished. So it's kind of up to y'all. Once you get the case, it's your case. And you'll have the opportunity to review the verdict form and fill that out and all those things. But I appreciate you staying until after 6 tonight, but we got it done. So I think that's something we should be proud of that we've done, that we've gotten that accomplished. So y'all have a nice evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10:30. All right?
All right.
Y'all take care, please.
Nice judge. And I think that's where the stream ends. That was a really good rebuttal from the state, right? That was clear. Sure, they could have gone into more, but luckily they didn't go on and on and on and on. That was like, okay. I thought that was really well done.
So, counsel, if y'all will hang on for just a minute and let me see if I've got a copy to give to you. And if not, we'll email it to you tonight. And then if you can be here tomorrow, oh, there it is. Okay. Never mind. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. If y'all can be here at 9 tomorrow morning, we can try to go ahead and get this in final form. So go ahead and go from there. Anything else I can do for the state? Anything for the defense? Okay. See y'all in the morning at 9 o'clock.
And that's it. Wait. There we go. We see the seal. So what you guys are like? It's a long day. It's 12:20 my time now. Hope that if you guys are in my time zone, oh my goodness, thank you for staying up with me. That's so sweet. Okay. Whew, that was such a refreshing rebuttal. I was worried. Like, oh my word, there was very hectic closing arguments. My goodness, the state's initial closing arguments were quite something, huh? Okay, and then there was the defense, which was so long-winded, but I understand, of course, this is the death penalty case. He's trying to save his client's life. I get it. But damn, the state, that rebuttal to come back with all that, didn't it just feel like the calm in all of that storm, in all of that, all the movie references and all the things. It was just like cleared up. Like, let's just take that clutter out and let's focus on the facts over here. I know the closing arguments on facts, or evidence, you know what I mean? But it was just so nice and calming. Okay, so thank you for watching. If you watched the whole day with me, oh my word, comment below that you watched the whole day with me. That would be so cool. I want to know who was here all day. If you just popped in and out, that's okay too. Yeah. Hasina says it's doo-doo time. Gee, it's definitely doo-doo time. Which is a South African way of saying it's time to sleep now. Obviously, I first have to do so. I'm getting a Tennessee accent. It's about time to sleep now, everyone. Y'all, time to sleep now. Anyway, so before we know it, I'll have the Tennessee accent down. So we'll be back tomorrow. Now, the judge said he wants the attorneys there at 9 o'clock. I think from what I've gathered, like today, we skipped over all that fluff initially. But we could watch that if you want to. Do you want to watch that? All the talking about the charges and everything with attorneys? Because they're going to start at 9 o'clock their time. And then at 10:30, the jury will come in. And then they're going to read 100 pages worth of the jury law, the jury instructions. And then they'll go off to deliberate. So we could stream that. That'll probably be, I'll just see how for the death penalty, that'll be the punishment phase, which is next week, depending on how long they take to deliberate the guilt or innocence. Of course, if they say he's innocent of all charges, I don't think there'll be a punishment phase. I think then the trial is done. But if they come back with any guilty verdicts, we go to the punishment phase, which will be is he going to be sentenced to death or not. So we'll still be here next week with this trial as well. So yeah, Janet says so many charges. Now they clarified 13. The 18 charges that I keep referencing, 18 are for the CSAM charges, as we saw in the document today at the beginning of the stream. So I'm going to do timestamps now for you so that you can navigate through everything that happened today, because wow, that day went quick. I mean, it took long, but you know what I mean when it was like, oh, okay, wow, okay, the defense has a witness. Okay, no, the defense is rested. Oh, wow, here we are, closing arguments. that took all day. So I'm going to do timestamps for you now. Please go check out the other days if you missed it. That's all timestamped for you already. If you don't know what that means, just check the pinned comments or in the description box or hover over the video and you'll see I've chaptered out the day for you. So it's very easy to navigate. And please check out the trial prep if you didn't, because that full presentation we went over is on there. Thank you so much for spending time with me today. I really, really appreciate every single one of you that's here. Thank you for everyone who decided to support the channel today, which of course means watching, liking, sharing. Those are free ways to support the channel. And then if you want to support the channel in other ways, you can go to grizzlytruecrime.com. There's a tab there called support, and there's all the ways there, and you can buy the mods coffees. The link is also there. Mary's like, I watched all day, Grizzly. That is so awesome. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching all day with me. All right, now it's time to give the kitties some snacks because they're doing zoomies. They're excited. It's raining now in Switzerland. Finally, it's been so hot, and now there's all these little buggies, and now they're chasing them. So I'm going to just go and give them some snacks, and then it's doo-doo time. Everybody sleep tight, and I'll see you back tomorrow, okay? So just make sure you subscribe with the notifications on. You'll see the stream pop up tomorrow. I have the advantage of being ahead of your time zone for many of you, right? So by the time most of you wake up in the USA, there will be the stream, and you could just say, notify me, and I'll see you there. All right? See you tomorrow, everyone. Stay safe and have a nice Friday. Bye.